Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again to Mutembei TV. This is a political discussion that we are having. And of course, it's that time. There are many things that have happened. The campaign period has ended. There are so many things that took place today. We had the key antagonists. That is Raila Amolo Odinga and also one William Samuel Ruto attending church. You know, it's something about going to church to seek the last prayers, and everybody sought the intervention of the Most High. So today it was church day. It was a little quiet in politics, and there were lots and lots of prayers. There were people all over. And of course, one thing happened also. The president, Uhuru Kenyatta, said four things that stood out for me that I said. He said that it is time. The first thing is that get out and vote peacefully. He also said that IBC should do its job. And then he also said finally that the government is still in charge. He's still in charge. So we want to hear your views. We want to see what you had, what your views are. Open forum. Kindly come join. Tell us where you are listening to us from. Let me acknowledge those who are joining us. Kompigo, haraka haraka. Naona pale Nikta Nyambane, asante sana. Muhammad Bakua, kindly say where you are tuned from. Septa Achesa, Alphonse Nzioka, asante sana. Edgar Handsome Wanyahururu, asante sana. Sera Sarange, Dizia, asante sana. Mary Wanaina, Fabian Kimboi, Johnson Masika, Belinda Ogweno. Tell us where you're listening to us from. Mtoto wa Kiambu, tuned in from Saudi Arabia. Asante sana. Leroy Manuel, presenter Leroy hapa. Karibu presenter Leroy. Alice Wanga, karibu sana. Ana Kanini, naona Prince Fadila, Paul K. Mbugwa. Say where you're listening to us from. Alex Wekesa, asante sana. Nyogoa, listening from Kenya. Anderson Natse, Hi Themba, asante sana. Nyam Sosi, following from Qatar. Fabian Andriano, niko ndani kabisa. Muhammad Ismail, Themba ujambo. Salamu sana, nashukuru. Hesbon Sorobi from Kitengela. Sailor Aledin, this Nairobi ya Zimbio. Evans Ochieng. Yeah, Themba, asante sana. Karibu. We are just almost started. Nangoja tufike watu 200. Naona mnagonga kwa mpigo. Paul K. Mbugua, karibu. Felix Tun, Kenya. Ojoshua Wala, waited for you guys from Eldoret. Asante. Busia, asante. Austin Libasia. Isaac Ouko, tuned in from Kisumu. Agri George, listening from Dubai. Prince Fadila from Eldoret, the land of the Kemboi. Kulisai Okelo, watching from Meru Live. Asante sana. Man Roho Sam, Maua Lare, asante sana. Huyu nani? Mari, mnaona mnakuja kwa mpigo. Leteni salamu kwa mpigo, sema kule unatusikiza kutoka. Esther Modoni Ndirangu, greetings from Seattle, Washington. Rutotosha. Asante. Leroy Matanda Junior from Vihiga County, sema mnapigia nani kura huko? Tuambie nani. Siku zimefika, sema mnapigia nani? Calebson Kipngeno Korit, asante sana. Tuna Bruce. Haya, kwa wale ambao mko na nafasi mnaweza kuja, nimetuma link hapo kwa comment section. Unaweza tujoin kwa studio, toe maoni yako ili tuweze kusikizana, tuweze kusemezana. Niweka hapo link, pata link hapo kwa comment section, kuja studio so that tusemezane. Temba bana, mama tosha, baba na mama tosha. Ngeus Wakudomo, Muranga, Collins Murabula, baba tosha. Nicholas Kibrodo, this guy watching from wapi huko? Vibabi, sijui ni wapi huko. Saudi tutapiga kura online kabisa. Princess Vihiga County ni baba na mama tosha. Form ni baba mili mmoji. Form ni baba. Tunaona Joshua wala baba lao. Yeah, kwa wale ambao mnaweza kujoin studio, you have the link down there if you can come in so that we can hear you. Kama unakuja kutoa habari, kuna mambo mengi sana inafanyika. Time ni kidogo, wanasema kata simu, tuko site. Hiyo time ndio sasa imefika, ndio hii. Tunaona Ikala movie clip Azimio. Tuma link ndio hiyo hapo. Nimetuma link kwa wale ambao mnataka kuja studio kutoa maoni ili tuweze kuwasikiza, walimwengu waweze kuwasikiza. Naona hapo link iko hapo chini, pata link, kuja studio tusemezane, kuja studio tusemezane. Wekesa, how are you bro?
I'm fine. Nimeona link mbili nimeingia na nasikia sauti iko kwingine.
Well, you're the right studio.
Yeah, I think kulikuwa na studio ingine.
Yeah, kuna studio ingine, kuna mambo ni mengi. Time ndio hakuna. Karibu, link iko hapo kama unataka kuja kujoin studio tuweze kupata maoni, tuongee. Ruto leo alikuwa kwa kanisa akiombewa. Baba pia alikuwa kwa kanisa akiombewa. Wekesa, what do you think?
Okay. Yeah, I think for me it's the optics of what they provided for us. While Ruto chose to go to, we call it church, but within church we have what we call denominations. So while he attended one assembly or one denomination, Baba chose to make it more national. He invited a college of pastors to pray for him and the running mate and the chief minister at KICC. And that brings a distinction of the nature of politics and the nature of leadership Baba wants to do, even in approaching the spiritual matters, that he recognizes that we have a diversity of faith in this country. And so he will want to associate with different faiths regardless of their stand. He also made it, I think the preacher made it clear that Raila is an Anglican. Forget those who have been peddling lies that sio mtu wa kanisa. So they had to clarify that. Another thing that came out clearly was that while praying, you see, you guys come from different faiths and everybody believes in his own way. Don't impose your faith on someone. So I think whoever was leading said that don't just lay hands on people. Just pray. Because there's a diversity of faith there, and we don't just assume because you are a professed Christian, we understand the background of your faith. So he said, since we are many, just pray. I don't just lay hands on people. And personally, that is my stand, Themba. You don't just lay a hand on me when I don't know. You might induce some spiritual wavelengths to short circuit my life.
Unaweza kuwekelewa mikono ambayo haujazoea.
Yeah, kwanza unajua Ruto amewekelewa mikono mpaka saa hizi ako na kipara, nywele imeisha kwa kichwa. Bado hiyo presidency haipati. So it's not how many hands are laid. Personally, I believe in the centurion faith. There's a guy called a centurion who came to Jesus, and he told him, was it daughter? My daughter is sick at home. So why don't you go? Why don't you come along with me and pray for him so that he can get back well? And Jesus looked to be busy. Then this is what he told him: just send a word. I know my daughter will get well. And Jesus marveled and say, wow, I like your faith. And because of your faith, your daughter is made well. That, for me, that is the spiritual conversation we need to have. Themba believes in God, and that is where it stops. And the way Themba believes is not the way Wekesa believes. But today, as political sphere has transformed us to be Methodists, that there are methods of approaching God. In fact, we want to act like motivational speakers, 7 steps towards. We want to say 7 steps towards righteousness, 7 steps towards. I don't like such things. Allow Eric to practice his faith the way he understands it. Everybody has had their own unique experience with God, and so give them space. So that is the conversation Mother Karua has been bringing on board. That yes, we are all believers, and let the judgment happen in heaven. Why you guys have become the spiritual prefects? You are now sitting on judgment seat and trying to decide who is doing the right thing and who is doing the wrong thing. Yeah, so I think since it's an opening statement, let me not go deep. But I also have heard Mudamaki has convened the Sagana for digital Sakana for and has spoken to the mountain through, and then Inoro TV, Kameme TV, and some 9 radio stations. So the mountain have said that we understand the voice of our king. So we know what he was saying. So let's hope there is ramification. And I'm told in the other camp, they were panicking and waiting. And they were, in fact, they were the ones viewing more than Azimio followers, because they wanted to see what is this last minute bullet? What is this master stroke that this guy has? But people come from the mountain, say the last minute, they always are guided on how to vote. I don't know how much rebellion will resist the order of things that has been happening on the mountain. But Tuesday will give us the answers, September. Thank you. Let me have other people speak before we go deeper in what happened.
Thank you for coming on, Makiadi. Thank you for coming, Alex Wekesa. Thank you, Hilary Nesbit. Now, those people who are coming, kindly usikae kwa kitanda, ukuu umelala, ukuu hujavaa shati. We will not allow you on the broadcast. Alafu will not also allow you if we can't see you. Kindly, Alex, we can adjust your camera for the purposes of viewership and for the purposes of broadcast. We want to see the people we are talking to, and we want to, wale ambao mmekaa kwa kitanda, please, we will not allow you on. Be a little decent when you are coming on, so that we are we are not seeing you kwa kitanda na vitu kama hivyo. I mean, be kidogo. That's why I'm not allowing some of you mmevaa just dress up. It's a broadcast, and if you can have the lighting, okay. Asante Makiadi for coming on, because I know some videos utatuchezea. I don't know if you have any video to play for us as we start, and asante also for coming. Asante Boaz Kibungei for coming on. So we will tuendelee hivyo as you come on.
Videos are as many as you may request. Stock Ishangi.
Yeah. You have many videos.
Some are processed, some zimekaa kwa archives zijatumika, zingine we
Oh,
are
kuna
ready.
videos on the ready. Haya. Tuanze basi.
Video ziko mingi sana Ndemba, hata utamaliza. There is
Haya,
so
anza
much
basi
to...
as we bring people on ndio at least hata nyinyi sasa
Wekesa, you can go ahead and play at least one video so that we proceed.
Wacha mmoja aongee na niweke
nitaongea tu briefly. Nitaongea briefly.
Makiadi ukishaongea you take over. I want to step out kidogo, I'll come back.
How long will you be out? Hata tuko na Wekesa hapa.
Wekesa yuko and the guys will be coming here.
Okay. So. So mine is just to say that it's the final pitch. The president has chose the right moment to actually make his remarks to the Mount Kenya backyard. I think there's no right of reply to the president right now, because if you do that, the IBC will flag you out for campaigning past the deadline of doing the campaigns. So it's a good thing that the president will have has actually held a field day today. Those people that expected to have a one-on-one confrontation with the president will not have that opportunity. And so he took his time, explained to the Kenyans what happened between him and his deputy. And basically, the ball is in the court of his backyard right now to decide whether they'll listen to him or to decide whether they'll vote in the opposite direction. But having said that, I believe that it's all systems go. The IBC has assured Kenyans that it is ready to conduct this coming election, and we hope it will be a free, fair, verifiable election, so that at least we have one candidate who will be selected and elected by Kenyans without any stories and sideshows that the IBC has actually given us for a long time. So I'll let Wekesa play a video, and then maybe we can dive into deeper analysis with our panelists who are here right now. And we also want to actually ask for your forgiveness. The show was a bit delayed, but I know most of you are aware that we will definitely be here for you to get an opportunity to air your views. Wekesa, I don't know kama uko na video ambayo iko tayari sahi.
Thank you. Let's have Alex. Was it Alex ama Hillary alikuja mbele ya?
I think it is
Alex. Drop off.
It's Alex Wekesa. Alex Wekesa, can you hear us?
Yeah, Alex, ongea, ni kuna video it's almost ready. So I think.
Hello.
Endelea, tunakusikia. Unmute your mic.
Yes. Mwananipata? Hello.
Yeah, tunakupata. Endelea.
Okay, asante sana. Mimi ni mshabiki mgeni wa Mtembei TV. Nimekuwa tukichat, lakini sikuwa nimeingia kwa video. But I'm very great today, kwa sababu nimepata hii nafasi angalau pia niweze kuchangia kidogo. Kulingana na, ningependa tu kuongea na watu wa Mount Kenya as a whole, ya kwamba wako na msemaji ambaye ni rais, the current president, ambapo wanasema kwamba mtu akiwa kiongozi mwenyu akisema mnamsikia. Amekaa na Ruto for 10 years, amemjua ndani na nje. Kwa hivyo akiwaambia kwamba kwanza anawaongelesha kilugha. Kwa hivyo wanafaa wasikize ni nini chenye kiongozi wao anawaambia, then wafanye waende na kulingana na venye amewaeleza. Kwa sababu huyu jamaa Ruto ni mtu mwenye tunajua historia yake, ni mtu mwenye amefanya mambo mingi mbaya. kuna siku mimi nakumbuka, it was 20, I think it was 2007 when he was appointed as the Minister of Agriculture. Watu wengi walia mpaka huko kwetu sasa Western wakaanza kuimba wimbo inaitwa Angela ya Ruto, wakati aliiba mahindi, akaiba mbolea, kila kitu. Sasa mtu kama huyo akiwa rais, watu watapoteza vitu mingi sana. Tunaitwa saimo mahasola, sisi ndio tunaenda kuumia zaidi kuliko hata yeye venye anatarajia. Kindly our people from Central, think about this, mfuate yenye Rais Uhuru anawaambia. Tutakuwa tunaumia, si eti sisi ndio tutakuwa tunaumia, but sisi wote Mount Kenya, Central, Rift Valley, wapi tutakuwa tunasuffer the same. So sina Mungu awabariki, wacha tuendelee mbele.
Yaani wekesa unaamua kuongelesha watu wa Central na umesahau Bungoma. Wachia Mwiruri hiyo. Waambia watu wa Bungoma.
Sorry sana bwana. Sorry bwana Wekesa.
Anakujia anachukua 1
Hebu niongezee ka point
ya Hurubara. Is there a problem with
unajua sasa hiyo ndio kikosi iko Kenya kwanza, Kenya kuisha saa hii. So akiwemo Lusaka, unajua nani Kachagwa hawezi kuja tu Bungoma na anaiba pesa, lazima kuna mtu mwenye anampatia hiyo pesa. So hiyo group ya Kenya kwanza ni ya wezi yote. Number 2, rais amekuwa Bungoma juzi akijaribu kuangalia mashine ya Nzoia ya sugar, na wakasema kwamba kufikia Sunday hiyo mashine itakuwa inafanya kazi. Leo nimeangalia kwa mido, unajua mimi niko Nairobi, si yuko Western, so nikaona moshi inatoka, at least nikaona kwamba kumbe Uhuru alikuwa anasema ukweli. So watu wa Bungoma, sijui nani alituroga sisi. Unajua sisi hata tukiona amefanya hivyo.
You see, you have effectively now communicated. Yes? That is what I wanted to hear. Right now we speak to our backyards.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Let me play.
Thank you very much, Bwana Wekesa.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Change who you are, it reveals who you are. And the same thing is true of a presidential campaign. So if a candidate is erratic and threatening, if a candidate traffics in prejudice, fears, and lies on the trail, if a candidate has no clear plans to implement their goals, if they disrespect their fellow citizens, including folks who've made extraordinary sacrifices for our country, let me tell you, that is who they are. That is the kind of president they will be. Trust me, a candidate is not going to suddenly change once they get in office. Just the opposite, in fact, because the minute that individual takes that oath, they are under the hottest, harshest light there is. And there is no way to hide who they really are. And at that point, it's too late. They're the leader of the world's largest economy, the commander-in-chief of the most powerful military force on earth. With every word they utter, they can start wars, crash markets, change the course of this planet. So when it comes to the qualifications we should demand in a president, to start with, we need someone who is going to take this job seriously. Someone who will study and prepare so that they understand the issues better than anyone else on their team. And we need someone not with good judgment, but with superb judgment in their own right. We also need someone who is steady and measured. Because when you're making life or death, war or peace decisions, a president can't just pop off. Being president isn't anything like reality TV. It's not about sending insulting tweets or making fiery speeches. It's about whether or not the candidate can handle the awesome responsibility of leading this country.
Yeah, you guys, I know when you ask right now, people are decided. But the question is, you are decided to vote for who? Are you decided based on the character qualities of a presidential or a MCA governor, the values, or you are just moved with the political winds? So let me also hear if you are decided, and why do you think your candidate stands a chance of winning? What is this that is driving you to a particular candidate? Hillary, how are you?
Yes, Wekesa, I'm very fine. How are you?
Poa, so you can proceed, make your opening remarks, and then comment briefly on the character qualities you're looking for in your candidates.
Yes. Me personally, I'm already decided on my lineup, who is going to be my president, who is going to be my governor, who is going to be my MP, my woman rep, my MCA. All that I've already made up my mind. I've listened to both political divide. I've also taken time to listen to Mwaure, Wajakoya, Ruto, and Raila. So I've made up my mind, and I know what is good for me as a voter from all those candidates that are there. I'm happy today that we have seen the presidential candidates, the three of them wamekuwa kanisani wakiombewa, but one thing that I really wondered and looked at, I looked at one of the candidates who is trying to use the church to popularize himself. He was jumping up and down, going to Kayole, mara amekimbia Githurai. So, as in, it shows a lot of funny character of the kind of a person he is. So nilikuwa nashindwa, kwani what is this that he had to go to different churches in one day kufanya nini? Campaign ilisha. So I think this person akona issues I think hajakuwa satisfied na campaign amefanya. So that's why maybe you're still running, and that's why yesterday I was wondering, Ruto has been in Narok for more than 20 times, going to campaign in Narok. So I was wondering jana ni nini ilikuwa inamtoa mbio mbio after press briefing. He had a schedule, he had to have a press briefing in the morning, rush to Mai Mahiu. He's been in Naivasha sijui for how many times. So I was wondering kwani ni nini yeye inampeleka mbio hivyo kukimbia. Amekimbia, alikuwa Naivasha, amekimbia Mai Mahiu, amekimbia Narok, amerudi Nyayo. I saw a video trending, ametoka Nyayo around 5:30. I think it was going 20 minutes to 6. We are busy running na kina Ndidi Nyoro to a chopper at Wilson. I think waliona time inaenda. So that video, they were running to rush to Kirigiti. And then I think he did his rally mpaka late, past 6, but 7:30. So that shows you that this person bado he's not sure about the mountain because that running that he was doing yesterday and the person who posted that video, it showed a lot of weaknesses in one of the presidential candidates, Mr. William Ruto. So mine is to encourage people to come out and vote. Tuamke mapema, tupige kura. For me, I'm sure from the choices I've made, my candidate will win, who is Raila. And I've done my kidogo research and I've seen hata Sudi, uliona what Sudi did the other day. Alijaribu kufanya opinion poll kuona who's gonna win. Na he got embarrassed. I think he pulled down that nini on his Twitter handle. So Raila has done everything that he's supposed to have done. Today, umeona, he has had a good sermon today pamoja na Martha na Kalonzo. It was a powerful sermon by Bishop, the retired Bishop, anaitwanga aje Wekesa, retired Bishop Boniface Adoyo. So the service was good. The service was very nice, and it was encouraging, and we are happy. So mine is just encouraging us, all of us, to wake up very early. We go and vote, and we wait and see how it goes. Asante, just for now. Wacha ni wachie wengine ongee, will contribute later.
Okay, thank you so much, Hilary, for that input. Let's have a Daddy.
Habari zenyu?
Tuko poa.
Asanteni. Today it's good I'm seeing Wekesa and Makiadi. We always late runners. Leo tuko hapa mapema. Naona huko nje bado kuwakilia tunaendaga mpaka asubuhi. But I think what Wekesa umetuonyesha hapo clip ya Mama Obama. If you look at that clip, it tells us a lot of things about a leader. Kuna kitu amesema hapo, a leader should not traffic prejudice and threats. And amesema a leader is not somebody who is supposed to speak words that can trigger war, mess the economy. Those are very powerful statements from that precious lady. In Kenya, and then kitu ingine tuko nataka kuambia Hillary, unajua nyani shida ikitokezea miti zote huwa zinateleza. You cannot be running here helter skelterly. Mara uko Susua, mara uko wapi, Nyayo, mara unakimbia mbio. Zile ziko side shows. I said here sometimes back, anatafuta sympathy votes. But it's too late. The train has already left the station. Ebu angalau vile Azimio, very organized. Walienda tu church, wakaombewa church moja. Na kila mtu akaretreat, na Martha Karua enda kae na wajukuu wake, hajawaona siku mingi. Raila pia enda ongee na Junior na msichana hapo na mama. Wakae chini wapikiwe sapa waende walale. Kesho waamke shughuli za kawaida wangoje Tuesday. That's what happens if you're composed. A leader is somebody who's supposed to be composed and sure of what you're about to get into. So I found it a little bit funny. Mimi nakwambia hata kesho angekubaliwa kucampaign. Kesho angefanya campaign ka 15. Angekuwa kila mahali na hiyo chopa. But that is somebody, it shows somebody mwenye yuko stable, yuko sure. Kenya saa hii hatuhitaji mtu yuko sure ni kitu anafanya. This is guesswork. Joshua, thank God to see you. Kenya hitaji mtu wa guesswork saa hii. No, Kenya, we need somebody who is going to salvage and rescue, because we are not in trenches, but we are somewhere else. Uangalieni Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta leo, ule mzee alikuwa anaongelesha watu wa kwao pole tu, anawapigia story. Unajua kuna Wekesa, tukilelewa Nairobi unaelewaga hiyo lugha saa zingine. Anawaambia mimi sina shida, ndakuwa nakuja tu hapa, mtu kinitia kachai na kuja na kunywa. Unaona, like anataka kuacha leadership in a very smooth way, na anajua ule mtu anaenda kuachia, like si mtu mwenye ataharibu kila kitu, ni mtu ataendelesha zile vitu anafanya. So to me today was just a good day of both the outgoing president and the incoming government being sober and relaxing. Imagine these people have been running. I have never seen Raila do and Martha do campaigns in my life like they've done this season. Wame campaign. So and then kuna quotas zingine zinasema deep state nini na nini. By the way, Raila does not need anybody, does not need any deep state. Raila ni mtu fight. All this time, all of us know, kwanzia 2092, kila yo fight. He moves around. So it is not coming to him on a silver spoon, napana. He has worked for it. And ako. And then because there is something I like about Raila. Of all these places amekuwa kienda, akiwa na campaigns mbili in a day, it is the same message. Zile points zake tatu ndio anaeleza kila mahali. He has never said anything else. Hebu angalia hiyo side nyingine. Wanaendaga mahali, wao huenda na news. Ile news imesemekana jana, Uhuru akiongea kitu jana, hiyo ndio itakuwa campaign agenda yao the following day. Wataenda kirarua Uhuru, wanararua, like they are all over. But a leader who knows that these people need to be told the truth. Unajua, uzuri wananchi, I like Kenyans. Kenyans want somebody who tells them the truth. If you tell Kenyans what you're going to do, they will trust in you. We are people who trust in leaders. Ingekuwa places zingine tungekuwa shachoka. Angalia Sri Lanka. Jamaa bwana muliona
ni kama we have lost that. Let's have Joshua.
Yes, good morning. I don't know if it's morning or when.
It's morning. It's morning.
Hours here is
No,
morning.
you say yours. You don't say ours. You say yours. If it's evening, say good evening.
Mine is morning now. Now, I think it's high time that we've reached. We are left only one day left to cast our vote. I think now if you get a time and a chance just to persuade a friend. Today I went through my phone book. I had like 50 guys from Mount Kenya. I was calling them one by one, and I was confirming that indeed if they're with us. But all of them in my phone book, they are confirming to me that they are together with us, with the family. So I'm not worried because those guys, 2017, they were the bitter rivalry. They were diehards of Jubilee. But today I was calling them one by one. And I asked them, are you together or you are against us? But all friend of mine in my phone book who are diehards of Jubilee confirmed to me that they are with Azimio. So I am okay that however much people are worried about Mount Kenya are with us. And indeed, Uhuru has been spreading this gospel to them. You know, I don't think that Uhuru can mislead these people. Uhuru has been defending these people all along. Uhuru has been defending Kenya all along. Uhuru is telling us that I've been working with this guy for now almost 10 years. This guy is not the right candidate to lead this country. You know, Uhuru knows very well the characters of Ruto because they are with him in ICC. They suffered mentally, psychologically. By the time they were in ICC, I think I am sure that they suffered psychologically. They were tortured during that process of ICC court. But now Uhuru is coming out clear and telling us that this guy is not a right person to lead this country. I don't think that the same thing Uhuru want to score. After all, Uhuru is coming from one of the richest family in Kenya. So I don't think that is something Uhuru want to gain by endorsing Raila. Raila also is a billionaire in Kenya, one of the billionaires in Kenya. So I don't think that there's something that they want to gain, but they want to bring this country in the right direction. This country has been suffering, and now this is the right time that we need to put this country on the right track. And the only person who can do this is only Raila. So Uhuru has been appealing to Kenyans, and he has moved. He went to Western, he went to Coast, he went to Nyanza, Central, and he has been appealing to the citizens kindly. And Uhuru indeed confirmed when he was in Webuye, not when he was in Bongoma, that people should not repeat the mistake they did again. And the mistake people did by electing them to lead this country. Uhuru confirmed, and akauliza, mnataka tena mteseke tena? Hapana. Then kama mnataka mjikomboe, mchagueni Raila. Uhuru was clear about this. Uhuru knows very well that they have messed this country. However much this from 2017 up to now, he have tried to a little bit to do some project, but the first term of his government, the only thing that they did was only SGR. With the struggle and that thing, there was so many corruption in that SGR. There's nothing. There's no project that was completed between 2013 and 2017. But now Uhuru is appealing to Kenyans that kindly don't elect William Samoei Ruto. This guy is a thief, and he has been saying, not even doesn't even hide. He's not even hiding. He's saying it point blank that this guy is a thief. So sometimes I wonder, somebody who has never even seen Ruto, he doesn't know Ruto, anamwona Ruto kwa TV, kwa news, akipiga kelele kwa rally zake. But the person who has been working with this guy all this time is telling you that this guy is not a right candidate to this country. So Uhuru is clear, is very clear. Afichi, unajua sometimes angekuwa na beat around the bush. It's not beating around the bush. Anakuambia kuwa this man is a thief. And he has been appealing to Kenyans since 2018. You know, people are saying that Uhuru anamdanganya Raila, ikifika wakati wa election atamruka. And I was telling people that I don't think that Uhuru is very sincere. And I want to thank Uhuru for being sincere, because he stood, amekuwa amesema na stand yake from 2018 up to now. He hasn't even shaken. He has not been shaken by any trying to run up and down. He has been saying that we need to put this country in the right direction. And the only guy who can put this country in the right direction is not other than Raila Amolo Odinga. So I'm just appealing to the panelists that reach to anybody ambao unafikiri kuwa ni the other side, kindly try to appeal to him. You are only left one day so that he can vote in Raila. I've been doing this na bado naendelea kupiga simu, hata silali. I've been calling each and every time. I'm calling anybody ambaye I think in my phone book ambaye I think maybe go shake namwambia bwana, we have to save this country. Indeed, the only way we can save this country is only through a ballot. So let's come out in a large number. We vote in Raila Amolo Odinga and Martha Karua. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Makiadi, do you have a video ready?
Yeah, I think I can play one video here.
Wekesa, can I have your time, please?
Hold on. Boaz, don't unmute before you are given permission. You'll be given a moment to speak here because we'll have feedback.
Okay,
just hold on. And Dennis, don't go behind the curtain. Utatolewa kwa show because people want to see you. Let me find that video, Ekesa, just a minute.
Inalo dama tupatie Boaz kidogo.
Fanya hivi, Wekesa mpatie aongee kwanza.
Sawa, Boaz, take your
Yes.
time. It's your turn, huh?
Okay, good morning all. Nimewasikiza, I have heard you. Nobody has touched on the matter of corruption. None of you. Kenya imekuwa ya corruption. Kenya imetawaliwa na the corrupt leaders. When it comes to corruption, specifically wacha niseme juu ya Kimwarer, the project that has been on issue, yenye kila mtu anajua, hata mtoto mdogo anajua. DPP mwenyewe alisema jina ya Ruto iko ndani. Ruto himself amejitoa kwa hiyo saka. There is this story of KEMSA, the KEMSA deal. Sai wenye wako marafiki na Uhuru, they cannot be touched. Hawawezi kuzwa. Sababu ya nini? They are politically right. Currently, they are correct politically. Kuna when Raila Amolo Odinga was a prime minister, and I remember kuna kasavi zilianza kwa hiyo ofisi yake ya kazi kwa vijana. Kuna pesa zilipotea kwa hiyo ofisi yake. Ilishughulikiwa hata mpaka sasa hii, I'm very sure hata mtu akiulizwa atasema sijui, because hiyo story ilikanyakiwa na ikanyamaza. Mpaka ikawa kazi kwa vijana, pesa kwa wazee. Nikirudi nyuma ya KEMSA. KEMSA imejulikana ni kina nani. But because the names associated with your KEMSA deal and the bribes ni the friends ya Uhuru Kenyatta. So how really mtu kama mimi najua nilikula kitu ya mtu fulani na huyo mtu namtekemea anifukishe, na anajua tulikula na yeye, tunafukishana na yeye mahali. I cannot do against my boss. The time tulikula na yeye, I'm right. The time tunafanya politics and because tunajuana kwa vilemba, we are very right. Politically tuko right. Bwana Wekesa, if there is a clip, kuna ka clip sijui iko, sina kwa kalari yangu. Sina kwa kalari yangu. Kuna time Uhuru mwenyewe karibu aseme ukweli, and then it's like a realize, karibu ni mwage. Akaanza sijui aje, and then akapotea kwa hiyo video. Number three.
No,
Ruto,
I can't leave you. I cannot leave you just making half statements. So when you say karibu aseme ukweli, it was concerning what? You're just leaving us in suspense. Karibu aseme ukweli ya nini?
unanisikiza tafadhali?
Tunakusikia kabisa, you are clear. So the question is, there was a time Uhuru karibu aseme ukweli. Ukweli kuhusu nini? Because you are just making half statements, unatuacha hanging. Boss. Makiadi, tuma hiyo video kwanza achipange, and then we proceed with it.
before they end up in the 46,000 polling stations across this country, Wafula Chebukati this afternoon was an ideal candidate to be a voter in this particular voting 2022, and this is how he was taking through a simulation of how he will arrive at the polling center up until the voting counting begins.
It may just be a simulation, but the steps taken by the IEBC chairperson Wafula Chebukati Sunday at the mock Bomas of Kenya polling station is a significant process that the Commission sought to clarify to the over 22 million registered voters expected to participate in the August 9th poll in over 46,000 polling stations. In this makeshift polling station, the presiding officer takes the potential voter through the first process, which will need them to be identified.
It is possible for someone's biometrics to wear out depending on the nature of work they do. That's why we have the complementary mechanism where we can use an alphanumeric search.
Those whose biometrics will not be read via the BVR kits will be photographed. As per the requirements, the manual voter register will also be present at the polling station. The Commission has explained how people with disabilities will be aided and how the guides they come into this polling station with will be expected to perform that right of choosing their leaders.
The assistant and the voter are registered in that polling station, and they actually inform the presiding officer that they are both registered. They both will be treated as voters, but when they proceed to the booth, they will mark as a pair, one assisting the other.
Agents will also witness those who aren't able to read or write, get assistance to vote from the IEBC officials. Once voting is complete, the next step will be the counting of the ballots, explaining how the ballot will be declared a valid vote, a rejected ballot, a stray ballot, or one that is disputed. The Commission has also explained why it will take a little bit longer than anticipated to receive the presidential results due to a long delayed process of counting.
You can imagine how long the presiding officer will take in this place, counting each of these. Repeat what the PO has done here until you finish the MCA.
IBC says ballot papers have arrived at all constituency centers, with movement of these materials and the clerks to their last destinations destined for Monday. Leila Mohammed, NTV.
Yeah, thank you for that video. I think that video is meant to remind us that voting is actually tomorrow. And we need to be more focused on the voting. Also, we need to be more focused on our candidates than those who we think should not be elected. I think the time you are campaigning against maybe Ruto is over. Saizi tuambie, me I'm electing Raila because this is what I stand for. Or I'm electing Ruto because this is what he stands for. We are wrapping up, so let's guide people. Jamaa ameenda. Okay, ni kama ametoka. What did you want to say that before I move?
I just wanted to redirect Boaz, because I think hakusikia vizuri when we started. We were not going into those campaign tidbits. I wanted to redirect him asikize what everybody has been sharing. Hizo vitu za kuongea juu Raila sijui nini na nini Ruto, hizo tuliachana nazo. We are on the crank time right now. We're talking about what we need to call, and what I need to call Maseno, my village, and tell my mom and my dad they need to go and vote. That's what we are talking about right now. Hizo story mingi sijui Kimorea nini na nini. We don't have time for that right now. We need to prepare people. Tutafutie wala tunawatumia fair, wabebane, waende wapige kura. That is what is more important right now. Campaign.
Yeah, thank you. I think we were well guided. Let's focus on the main thing right now. Kama ni kuongea against Ruto, we have said all the time. Kama ni kuongea nini, maybe you just say this. I think this is my candidate. You can inspire others to vote for your candidate, and also You can tell us maybe where you're voting from. You can also tell us, you can also tell us if there are candidates that you're voting for, not only the presidency. This election is not about president. There's also governors. There are also, let's get focused because we are told that right now, everybody is decided. Unless you are undecided, come and tell us why you are undecided. Maybe we can help you to make a decision at this last hour. So let's have Mzee Zem. Mzee Zem. How are you? Mzee, you are on mute, huh? So kindly unmute and let's hear your voice. You are on mute. Okay, let me see if I can unmute you from this side.
Hello.
Yeah, we can now hear you. Tena umejimute. What's happening? Okay, proceed now.
Hello.
Yeah, proceed, we can hear you.
Okay, mi niko na maneno machache sana, na sasa hivi naongea na nyinyi, mi niko Kisumu na ukweli mpaka kisemwe. Chenye imefanyika na bradhangu Mr. Ruto ni ile hasira mingi, na nadhani kwa hii kura kila mtu alisaamua ni wapi ataweka kura na ni wapi hataweka kura. So in Kisumu saa hii we are really tuko happy sana because last election 2013 2017 ingilikuwa ni muda kama ya sahii, ungelikuwa nasikia tu farasi zinapita hapo pumlu 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 zikitembea. Sahii tunaona in Kisumu everybody akokam, kila mtu ako vizuri. Tunangoja tu kesho tuende kila mtu aweke kura yetu, lakini challenge yenye tuko nayo pande hii Nyanza ni ile I don't know vile nitasema, because mi naona kama watu wa nini ni wengi sana, watu wa independent ndio inasumbua sana, lakini I think
Have
kila
you
mtu ameamua.
confirmed your polling center?
No, not really. But I know I'm
So
voting in Kisumu. And I
see,
know.
you can send an SMS, you can send WhatsApp hi, you can send hizo zote uja confirm?
No. Unajua mimi nafanyaga field work mara mingi sana, huwa data data sinaga time nataka kufanya hizo vitu. Ni leo tu vile naona
Hata
kama.
vile uko hapa hivi,
Yes.
let me tell you, just send your ID to 70,000. Itakupatia
70,000.
hapo 70,000. Just text your
Okay.
ID to 70,000. It's good to confirm because hakuna haja uende last minute uambiwe your name iko the other polling center and you start panicking. Just confirm.
Okay. Okay,
just
so
text your text as you continue.
okay, sasa chenye naweza sema kwa kila mtu kwa hii Kenya yetu tumeteseka kabisa ya kutosha. Kabisa. Na mimi naona saa hii tukivote Ruto nika tumevote ile government yenye tuko nayo saa hii, because Ruto amekuwa deputy ya Uhuru for 10 years, na tuone ile change yenye anaweza kutufanyia. Kama laptop peke yake ya shule, jamaa kudeliver laptop, tunasikia tu laptop zilikuja hapa zinapelekwa Uganda zinafanyiwa nini. So mimi naweza mwambia kila mtu mwenye yako Kisumu na Kenya yote, tuvotie baba, tuangalie kama mzee atatupatia change na vijana wapate ajira. Asanteni sana.
Yeah, SMS ikirutu tuambie. I think we are encouraging people to confirm. Next, let's have Maggie. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Mr. Wekesa and the rest?
Niko poa.
Yes, Awino, I'm voting Azimio. Sponsor, what is going on is very nice and pleasing. Some of the other direction are not. It is not pleasing for them, and to my direction, it's very pleasing.
Maki, wait first. Unaongea alafu unajisikia. I think there's a...
What is happening?
Let me see kama kuna mtu. I think ni mzee.
Si mimi.
Yeah, mute. Proceed.
Okay. What I'm saying is that saizi ina depend on which direction somebody has taken or somebody is taking. To some directions, it's very hurting because already things have been known, the direction the Kenya country is taking. Everybody, kwa mfuko yake na hiyo kura chako, anajua anaenda wapi. Na sasa hiyo ni wait ilitendeka jana when these people were having close remarks. Raila had it in Kasarani, I watched it, and Ruto had it in Nyayo, I watched it. So wenye waliangalia kutoka Nyayo wanajua hii direction yetu pengine sio mazito sana, na wenye waliangalia kutoka kwa Kasarani kama mimi nilijua kweli huku even my one vote will count. So I have to. Na tena na ni furaha tele chungu chungu. I've never seen a country's calmness when the people are waiting to go and vote like this time. It's so calm. People are happy, are just counting. Why can't this? Yani imefika kiwango cha kungoja hiyo time iharakishe. Time ikuja haraka ndio aende vote. It is like they even want to be on the queue at this time before that time comes. Because what people have been eyeing for is change. And they have seen change is coming. And surely change. And this is the people's plea. This is the people's cry. I think so many people have been tortured indeed in their own country of why can't things change, and the change seems to be coming at this moment. So we are waiting for change. It's just, should I take it that it is just hours? Yes, it's just hours. We are not counting days because a day is not a day. A day is just hours now. So let people go and vote. Those who are bringing maneno mingi, like the other boy who has really made me to come in as I was listening, those are taking people behind. We don't have time for that now. And campaigning at this time, the way he wants to campaign for us, we had made that decision. Now, campaigning at this time will not make any change. In fact, it can only make a change to the mountain the way Uhuru Kenyatta was doing it in the morning, but not at this podium. This podium is too late for him because we had made that change. We had made that decision where we know our votes are gonna be, where we are going to cast our votes depends on us. And again, if it is a matter of campaigning, I also can still campaign. Why would we vote Ruto? Who can tell me what Ruto has brought in this country? In fact, he has brought just agony. It's painful to see you paying tax, paying Ruto's house, Ruto's whatever, through you paying tax, and He's doing nothing for your country. He's doing nothing for your government. It's quite hurting. It's quite heartening, and it's something which we should not take lightly. So those who are still campaigning for Ruto, I think they're making the biggest mistake even for themselves. Let Ruto go and rest. Even Uhuru Kenyatta said, his time is not yet. His time will come, but a little later, because he's not matured enough. He's still not fit to be a leader of the country of almost 50 million people. He's not mature enough. He's not fit for any leadership. Actually, even Uhuru realized that he made a mistake by choosing him to be his deputy. So this thing, we should really look and focus when we really want Kenya to be what we want it to be, and if we really want Kenya to go ahead of what we want us to have Kenya. Kenya is bigger than anybody else. Raila Odinga confirmed it yesterday, that Kenya is bigger than Raila Amolo Odinga. And that is the truth. And that is why Raila has really dedicated himself all over his life. He really punished his children just fighting for this freedom which is coming on 9th. Why don't we give him that chance so that we also will have a task to ask him, you guy, you told us that we are going to get change through you, from you. Where is that change? I think we should really focus on to seeing what is going to happen on 9th and what is going to happen for Kenya in the future. We need change, and we need to know surely something good should come to Kenya, because Kenya is ours and Kenya is bigger than us. Thank you very much, Mr. Wekesa, for allowing me and giving me time.
Thank you for your contribution. Baba emphasized in his last statements, anataka watu wa kumsaidia kufanya kazi. So if you are in an ODM zone, patia yeye some foot soldiers to help him work. Today and yesterday and some 2 days, Uhuru has been on the mountain. He talked about patia mimi watu wa Jubilee. So it needs a teamwork to effect what Baba is planning to do. So kindly consider having we want enough MPs, enough senators for Azimio. Hatutaki kusumbuliwa Senate. We want, maybe someone is corrupt, we want to impeach him in Senate, and we don't have numbers. Yeah. So itakuwa tu, we planned, we will fight corruption, but when tukifika Senate, it aborts, we go back. That is the meaning of give me the numbers. Maybe when ukisikia 6 piece unaona tu hawa watu wanapenda chama yao. No, it takes 2 to tango.
The problem is, again, that is the mistake Baba also made, which I will not stakangi kusema uongo na kusema nini, just to favor Baba. You know, there are some people who are workers. I want to talk about my county called Siaya. Siaya, the Gumbo is a worker. And the Siaya people have known how Gumbo is a worker. And now somebody is being imposed to them. You know, that way, I think Baba would just say, please select or elect whom you think is good for you. Because even me, if I would have been, my vote would have been there. In fact, I would have not looked, think twice. I would have gone for Gumbo. Although my vote is in Nairobi, but
I haven't mentioned the governors kindly. I'm saying about the numbers he needs in parliament.
No,
senators
I'm trying to correct where you are going, because 6 piece, I think there should be freedom. Let us call a spade a spade. not a
Okay.
team.
Kindly
Let's
stop there. What I'm saying is
presidential candidates. I think let's leave it like this. Presidential candidate should be Azimio. Governor, whatever, should be Azimio. In which these other candidates, surely they are Azimio. Yes.
Yeah, and that is what we are saying. Azimio,
exactly.
he makes numbers of Azimio, not.
I just elect ODM, but not other Azimio person. They are all Azimio. So
No, Baba is advocating for Azimio. Thank you. You met your point. I said he needs numbers, and the real numbers I'm measuring now on Parliament. Governors is something else.
Okay.
They are independent. They can. There's a way the central government can work with the county government.
Oh yeah.
But for numbers in Senate are very important.
Yes.
And numbers in Parliament are very important.
Okay.
You can imagine if this is what is going to happen. What people are not seeing. If UDA or KA have the majority, they will first have the speaker in Parliament. If they have the majority in Senate, they will go and have the speaker in Senate. If they control both the two houses, ile kitu baba anashindanga akirudia kwa rally, it's true. Anasema nitashikwa mahali. So I will be a president, yes, but I will not be effective. And that is the truth of politics. When he talked about handshake yesterday, people said, we don't want Papa to do handshake. But the truth is, if you give him 100 MPs, he will need handshake for him to implement whatever you are saying.
But the way I'm seeing things,
we need to protect him first, and then ask him to perform.
The way I see things, Azimio is going to get so many MPs, even MCS. Forget about the order. Those people do not have numbers because nobody does not do know all the order people are. The other ones I don't know, but Azimio is going to take the lead in everything. Just kidogo tu.
No. I think let's not blanket. I think some of us have the numbers and we know.
Let's hope.
Okay, wait, Mama.
Okay.
Let's be real because we are talking real facts and people are going to vote.
Okay.
Let's not encourage them that we have the numbers. We have places where, like, if you go to Vika, there are almost 3 strong candidates. So you can, yes, it will give Baba a popular vote, but we may lose the seat. So let's not be blinded with that. Okay. There are 3. You will get a DAP, you will get an ODM, and you get a UDM or Chirongo. So we may lose that seat, and while we think we have so many, we end up with so few. That happened to Langata 2017, where Wiper and ODM were competing for the same seat. That is how the Anajitanga Generali found a katikati way in. So if we can find one candidate is stronger than the other one, it's good we rally behind, we go for a stronger. I'm in Machakos, and if you ask me on MP, it's very confusing. We have a strong candidate in Chap Chap. We also have another one. We have a Wiper one who is not even campaigning because he knows he's in the right party. Umeona? And we may end up losing that seat to UDA. Those are real facts that we need to check on the ground. Black, you have a question?
Ati nilikuwa na question, nilikuwa naongea. Okay, ujambo wote, morning.
Jambo.
Okay. Kuna kitu ambao huyu data anaitwa Odinga ameongea in 2017, hilo ndio jambo lilifanya mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga kulose haba gavana Nairobi. Unajua, ukiangalia unafaa upatie kama mko pamoja Azimio, inafaa muangalie nikuje mimi niko Embakasi lakini kula yangu ni Yarang'ata, mimi niko Embakasi South. Embakasi South kuna huyo vijana hata kama sitaki kusema ni wa kwetu nyumbani Kitutu cha North. Natoka Kitutu cha North na huyu anaitwa Janganya ako hapo, Sumura ako hapo, Mawadhi ako hapo. Hao watu wote ni wa mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Wakitoa hizi kura mtapata huyo mtu anaitwa wa UDA amepita. Unaona? Hiyo ndio kitu inafaa angaliwe zaidi kwa makini. Kwa sababu gani? Changanya ako na kura. Pande kwanza Jared ako na kura, Mawadha ako na kura na huyu mwingine kura. Wote wako anda Azimio. Hapo ndio inafaa wangeangalia. Sasa hii it's too late kuangalia because mtu asa kama mimi ni saamua mahali naweka kura kwa mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Kwa sababu gani? Usuli wa Raila amesaidia Kenya. Unajua kuna mahali nilikuwa naongea kwa platform nyingine. Nikuuliza jamaa, in 2013 ukiuliza Dr. William Ruto alikuwa akona promise, ndio maneno akona ya kuongea very smart na ni mtu smart sana kuongea. 2013 alituambia ata create job opportunity every year 5,000, lakini haikufanyika. Akasema Kinoo Stadium itajengwa, hazikufanyika. Unajua inafaa muangalie kwa wale ambao mko kwa ile side ya UDA. Hatukatai, hiyo ni haki yako kukua huko bale mahali ulipo, lakini unafaa uangalie huyu mtu promise anakupatia ni ya ukweli. Kwa sababu gani? Uangalie wakati 2013 to 2017 alifanya nini. Handshake ndio mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta kushtuka, waje nisalimie huyo mzee anaitwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Baadhi walimefanya kazi. Hata ukiangalia hii barabara Mombasa highway iko sawa, na hiyo ni handshake ndio ilifanya kazi mpaka saa hii. Si ati tunajichota juu because tuko kwa Raila. Raila tumeona kazi yeye amefanya, hata akiwa Minister of Roads amefanya kazi. Kwa hivyo hatujichote kwa sababu kitu yeye anajivunia kuwa Raila. Hata ukiniuliza saa hii siwezi kuambia kitu huyu mheshimiwa utapewa nafasi kaka mzee. Sam utapewa nafasi. Ngoja tu niongee.
And blacks,
utapewa nafasi.
Blacks, before we lose that point, because you come from is it Kisii or Nyamira?
Mimi natoka Kisii, niko sasa Kisii, niko Nyamira, niko Mabei. Niko katikati.
County yako nyumbani ni gani?
Kisii County.
Yes.
Kisii
County we have Simba Arati, we have
of course, yes.
And we have another mzee Chris Obure.
Baba
amejaribu kuambia wakae pamoja waongee na wameshindwa kuongea. It's only that the opponent is not very strong, but angekuwa strong angepita katikati very easily.
Lakini usiandaleti Mr. Majogwa usiseme is not strong. He's a strong man. Ako fit.
No, I think the last one, the last polling, the highest polling amepata haijapita 20.
Unajua hii hatusemi kwa upaya. Unajua mkiwa watu like Nyamira tuko na watu wangapi? Watu 5 kutoka mlengo wetu wa Azimio. Nyamira County. Kanu iko hapo. Hupa iko hapo. Waipa iko hapo. Yonipeni Momanyi. Alafu kuna ODM Timothy Bosire. Hao watu 5 mbona wangeongea mapema watoe mtu mmoja? Like hii yenye nakwambia ya Kisii County, Mr. Chris Obule and Simbarati wanatoka constituency moja yenye natoka wapi, inaitwa Bobasi constituency, wanatoka side moja. Kwa hivyo kuna kitu wangeambia Mr. Obule ajie ujamaa, ndio watu wanampenda, na kuna watu wa Bobasi wanaweza patia ule jamaa kura, anaitwa Machogu. I think wacha nianzie hapo.
Yeah, thank you. I also even heard the running mate wa mzee ameenda kwa Machoku running mate wa Ongeri. So politics can happen. Yeah, they can do last minute mistakes and unakuta mnapoteza hiyo kiti. And so it's very important for us to secure our seats. Okay, let me have how are you, Mora?
Hey, habari zenu nyote. How is everybody doing wherever you are? I'm sure.
Good.
Yeah, I'm sure it's almost in the morning in Kenya. I think it's like 5 o'clock in the afternoon where I am. So I'm glad to see everybody, and I'm glad that I haven't heard of any like furugo, like there's no fighting anywhere so far. So far, so good. Because in the past, a weekend like this, that's when we could hear all those incidents of what wanapigana, someone has died. So let's just keep peace. Let's pray peace. Let's encourage our people to be peaceful. We don't want anyone to die because of someone that they support. I'm gonna die, but whoever is going to be elected that I was fighting for is going to be alive and is going to be a president. They're going to be there for their families. But me, I will have died because I started a fight with an opponent. Let's tell our people peace is very important. Let's not lose any life during this electioneering period. And so far, so good. We haven't had any of that stuff. The Azimio closing rally was late. It was really good, well attended, and it had like a lot of participants. When you compare the participants of the UDA rally, I think it's only Ruto that spoke. Someone can correct me. No one else spoke during that rally. I don't know what he understood by closing rally. I don't know if he understood it like he's going to be the only one to talk. And then as soon as it was done, he was like in the field running.
No. There was a chain of people who spoke, including.
Okay. Maybe I just watched I watched Ruto's part then. I'll take that back. So, and then when it was all done, I saw men running across fields. I'm like, hey, is this my president to be that is running like that? Where is he running to? I didn't have an idea where he was going, but then later it dawned on me that he's trying to beat the time so he can get to somewhere in Kiambu to do another rally before 6 o'clock yesterday. But anyway, all that notwithstanding, Baba has really suffered. Baba has struggled so much that he almost lost his life in like many instances. He was tortured. Baba has to keep wiping his left eye because it keeps tearing from the torture that he went through. So this man Raila, let's give him a chance. If you're a true Kenyan that loves peace, that loves change, that loves no corruption, that loves integrity, let's give Raila a chance. And one more thing I'll say about that, let's hold Raila accountable for the change that he's propagating to bring. We're going to hold him accountable. He's going to be the president, but we're going to hold him accountable. We're going to watch him. We're going to see. He's talking about at least fighting corruption. He's not saying ending corruption. Corruption is not like a one-day thing that is going to be wiped out by one person. but let's hold them accountable. Let's see what they can do. If they can at least start cracking down on the corrupt people, then they will have honored one of their campaign promises. And if there are any corrupt candidates that are running for re-election, can Kenyans not re-elect them, please? Because if they're corrupt, then Martha is gonna go after them. So can we not re-elect corrupt people? Is there something that we can do from our end? Is there something I can do as a voter to make sure I do not encourage corruption in Kenya? Because in all honesty, corruption is the worst enemy of all Kenyans. From where I sit, when I go back to Kenya, everywhere I go, I'm being asked to talk to kidogo. Like to get my passport that I applied for while I was in the US, I knew I was just gonna go and pick up my passport because I paid for it and everything, but they're delaying the process just because they want you to give them kitu kidogo. And I made sure I stood my ground. I did not give any money, but I got my passport. And then at this point, Kenyans already know who they're voting for. We are not going to tell you not to vote for your candidate, but can you think about who you want in that office? That person is going to be in that office for at least 5 years, for sure, at least 5 years. Can you vote correctly? Can you elect the right person so that we can have the change that we need? Once a thief, that's a saying, I've read it in many books. Once a thief, always a thief. And your friends are also going to be thieves. So how do you propagate to catch thieves when you're a thief? I'm not naming names, but Kenyans, please vote wisely. Let's elect the right people to all positions. MCA, Senate, Member of Parliament, and DP, of course, will come after the president. So let's elect the right president. Let's elect people with integrity if we need change to come to Kenya. Thank you guys for listening to me.
Thank you, Mora. We have, I have to respond to these comments. We have someone called Amai. Jael is saying that, I don't know whether it's he or she, saying that we need Kenya, we don't need an antichrist, we need, we are rooted. I don't think Christ steals, so if whoever steals is an antichrist. That is not the character of Christ. I know Christ forgives. Whoever preaches forgiveness is pro-Christ. Whoever preaches war is an antichrist. So I don't know what you interpret as antichrist, because sometimes we are given sound bites and we blow it to people thinking that we are adding value when we are doing harm to ourselves. So most people are learned. They understand when you talk about antichrist, they actually mean someone who has the opposite character of Christ. Does Christ steal? No. Does Christ advocate for war? No. Does Christ kill? No. So all those character qualities Raila has, and for me, he espouses what God wants to see in a human being. It's not singing choruses in church. It's not saying Bwana's Fiwe in rallies. Those are just human invention. Christianity is a character issue. And this election, we are talking about character. If you don't have a character, don't even tell us about your faith. Usiseme wewe ni Mkristo. I think somewhere Paul talks about you are like an open letter being read by the world. So let people see your good works and glorify God. Let people see your light. You cannot claim to be Christ-like and people see darkness in you. So your story ikomea hapo. And then there's a guy who has talked about the drone. I know there was a rumor being spread that a drone in Kasarani was taken by an eagle. That picture was there 2019. That picture was there 2016. So if there was a drone that was taken, go and find out in 2016 what was the event, which was the venue, and so the eagle took whose drone. Don't just follow social media. Personally, before I post something, I have to do the background checks before I share. So that is it. It was not true. Niko mikono miwili alafu tuende kwa WG.
Let me just add something before I finish. I might not stay here for too long. So the person that is saying that we can't elect someone that is antichrist, I don't know what they mean. Kenya is a multi-regional, a multi-religious country. Does it mean like even a Muslim who doesn't worship Christ cannot be a president of Kenya? Those are the prejudices that we cannot stand for. Anybody can vie to be a president of Kenya. You don't have to be a Christian. You don't have to propagate your faith. So I'm trying to tell that person, if they're going to vote for Ruto, who propagates Bwana Sifiwe every day but does the opposite, that's his choice. Okay, he cannot tell us we cannot elect someone that is antichrist. That is being prejudiced, and we can't stand for that.
Okay.
And I also
Joshua, briefly. Kindly let's go in the order of the hands, the way they were lifted. Let's have Joshua, and then I give you Maki.
Yes, Makasa, thank you very much. Just want to talk about not about this one. Already, Moras already responded well. I wanted to say, but now the issue of 6Ps. There's something I want to say. Now, sometimes Railas be giving, especially people from Nyanza, direction. And to them, they think that Raila is imposing them a leader. I remember 2013, Raila tried to oppose Obado. People revolt and said that they want Obado. At the end of it, Obado was just a mole was being used by Ruto. Raila is a veteran politician. He knows those people who are mold, who have been planted, so that he always give people direction that, no, don't vote for this guy. But people think that Raila is imposing them a leader. He did that one even in Nyali. I remember in Nyali, this Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali was imposed by Ruto. He was advising the guy that don't elect Muhammad Ali. People said, no, we want Muhammad Ali. Immediately after that, Muhammad Ali jumped to Ruto. So in Nyanza, Raila has always give people direction, but people think that Raila is imposing leader. So Mama Magi, when Raila is saying that Gumbo is not the right candidate, let's give it to Orengo. He knows very well that Gumbo, he just come after getting that position, will turn against him, and that's what Obada has been doing. And people now people in Migori, they're even crying. They're saying that Obada was even the worst governor they've ever seen. Corrupt, a killer, a murderer, and that's sometimes. So sometimes I normally tell people from Nyanza that kindly get direction from Raila. Don't impose him so much. You think that maybe he's imposing you. Right now, in Omobei, Raila is telling them that kindly elect this Mama Wanga. But people think that Raila is imposing Wanga to them. I'm telling you, Kidero is a mole. Kidero, like some 2 years ago, they were trying to make their party, Kalausi, with their Dalmas, and Raila stopped them. So sometimes Raila give people direction, they think that it's imposing them a leader. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. It's true, and Gumbo is not like even Raila is against him. It's like Raila tried to mold him, but he wants to be himself. I remember the meeting that held at Capitol Hill. It was called Kumbo and Owino. Afterwards, Owino accepted to play a different role, but Kumbo thinks that he's the savior of Siaya and nobody else. A leader who cannot play as a team, usituambie is the best. the best will always accept. The reason why Raila has outlived many other people in politics, because he has always sacrificed. A leader who cannot sacrifice is not a serious leader. And that's why you can see Amason Kingi, after being in ODM and serving their 2 terms, they ran away and started opposing Baba. Why? Because they are not team players and they don't. So great leaders are molded in a team. They don't stand out alone. I think that's what you are also trying to say. Maggie, so have 1 minute and then we go to WJ.
I just wanted to talk about hii mambo ya Christianity. People are saying that Raila is not a Christian. How do they know that Raila is not a Christian by any chance? Raila goes to church. You know, Raila is a church member in Kibera ACK in Nairobi. He's a member, staunch member in that church. I am also a little bit of a Mothers Union member in the same church with Raila. And adding on what Joshua Mark has said, you know, people's opinion is always different. But with Gumbo you're talking about, I think he's really done a lot he did a lot to Rarieda people during his time. And Orengo, I don't think even in his senatorship, he has done something. So people are looking into those things. But with the Kidero's case is totally different, because Kidero, surely he failed the laws.
What is the role of a senator? Because in Kenya, we know Orengo is the best senator.
Are they taken there to go and just eat and do nothing, even to a neighbor, even to your own brother? Please, give me a break. No. If you are able, you are able. In fact, this is where so many people are going wrong. Leadership means you are a leader of so many people. That does not mean that if you are a senator, you are just there to sit, whereby a neighbor can be sick and you can't even attend into that sickness.
That's not how we judge leaders, madam. If that was the case, Kibaki would not have been the best president of Kenya, because even his neighbors can attest that. If that was the case, Kibaki would have been the worst. And we will, even me, I will erect Ruto better than Raila, because Ruto is that philanthropic guy who will throw. I have ever drunk Ruto's tea in Naivasha. We were just in a hotel and he came and he bought everybody tea. So if that is how we see leaders, I will vote for. Who
has built us houses, has built us at least educated school children into schools up to university level. Those are the kind of leaders we want. We don't want leaders who are just so mean. And you know where I'm coming from. That one really matters, actually.
But ma'am, let me make a ruling. There are personal. There are also personal decisions where we may want to go against the party, but we don't campaign against the party.
No.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. You may come from a place where a UDM member is maybe even your brother. And in that case, you want to vote for him because that is personal. But now you don't have to de-campaign your party. You just go to the personal. So there are those personal decisions that will be made. But the general call we are saying is, let's give Baba the numbers that will help him implement bills in Senate and bills in Parliament. I think we are in agreement so that we don't belabor the point.
Okay. Yeah, but what
so let's have WT.
to ask and refute those who are saying that Raila is not a Christian. In fact, Raila is a staunch Christian. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I think that point I had something to say about inaitwaje Israel. Do you know that Israel right now is not being led by the right wing? They call the Jewish the way they see leaders come from God. You see, the leader who was being supported by Christians in Israel was Benjamin Netanyahu. And we are told when you look at the lineage of Benjamin Netanyahu, he comes from the lineage of David. In fact, he has got the signet ring of his forefather David. And so according to the Christian circle, that was supposed to be the leader. And whoever is now, right now, the leader is coming from what they call the pagans. So did God disappoint Israel, his chosen country, by giving him a prime minister who is not from the lineage of David? So let them think broadly. So let them not impose to Kenya. Kenya is a secular nation. If Israel itself can tolerate other leaders, why are we imposing it on Kenya?
Mm-hmm.
Come on. So let's have a WG.
Exactly.
Wekesa, habari ya usiku. Na the other end, good evening. Sijui ni asubuhi kama ni what time. So I want to weigh in regarding the Christianity issue. I think UDA are people who are, they do not have the policies. They thought they would con their way through to State House, and it was impossible. They found out that the way to State House, hakuna kukata kona. You must follow straight line, and straight line means you must tell us what you are going to do, and they don't have that. They are so confused. At one point now, they want to say that this 2022 election should be about the faith. What? How can faith, be part of the, the reason why we are voting? It can't work like that. Today, again, there was a very good preacher that I came across during the Sundays, one of the pastors that were giving the sermons today. And he was saying that when two brothers are arguing, God never takes side. Instead, he said that instead God takes over. He never takes side. He takes over and bring things in control. So he was telling us that any religious leader who purports to be taking side with any of the candidates, be it Wajakoya, or they are hating on Wajakoya and liking someone, those are not godly people. Those are people who are led by strange spirits, because God will never, and it is very true, the religious people on this land, the only role they are supposed to play is to pray for the nation, pray for everyone, including both candidates. But those who come and dismiss other candidates as these ones are evil, these ones are not, they don't belong anywhere. So the situation about Kenya today, let us have a neutral God. Someone cannot purport to be owning God on our behalf. Let them stay aside. So that is a very important thing. I wanted also to stress we must, even as we discuss the issues of Ruto, we need to also brainstorm on how we can reach the 90% in our regions, or realize the most that we can afford in most of our strongholds. Some of these things that we discuss about Ruto, they've been overtaken by event. Game is short. It's gone, it's gone. So there's nothing Ruto can do. It can only raise our temperatures, our knees high, our emotions high. But where it is, even them, the way they appear, is like they've known. Today he was still lamenting even in church. I can't remember anyone who told Ruto that he was not supposed to reach 2022. Where? I read newspapers every day. I follow on social media. Can he come up and tell us who told him that he was not supposed to reach 2022? Nobody. So he's still lamenting over that. So you look at him, he's so devastated. His stand, his color has changed. He knows this thing is good. So us, what we should be, focusing on in this meeting is how we can suggest people to reach out and cast their votes without one remaining behind. I realize that many people do not have. Anyway, they have their votes, but they've not traveled where they should be voting in their strongholds. So some are talking about mostly they don't have the means. So it is a very bad thing. I wish we could have realized or we could have found a way to ensure that they reach their voting centers. So these are what we should be talking about. Ruto has brought us all the ideas, everything, the shenanigans, all we can know, and the dramas, and we are just praising God that the campaigns are over. It is over. It is finished. Ruto should begin vacating that need, the way someone said yesterday. He should be vacating that house in Karen, so that we begin renovating for Martha Karua to arrive there. That is all that he should be doing instead of continuing to cry. I think I can say that. Maybe I can weigh in some other times, unless someone has something to add or a question.
Thank you WG. Kuna mtu anaitwa K Anaidisa anasema we are wasting time talking promoting issues of Ruto when we should be saying why we should vote for Raila Odinga. Maybe what I can say, and you will appreciate the way even people attack the debate, we are wired differently. There are people who will go to vote for Raila. There are people who will go to vote against Ruto. And that's a fact. There are people who will go to vote for Ruto. There are people who will go to vote against Raila. That's how people are wired, and we cannot use a method and say like we should promote. At the same time we promote Raila, we also show the contrast of why the other side, so that those who always vote against, let them have the opportunity to do so. We can't force them to vote for an idea they don't want. Let's have David Odera. How are you, my brother? David. David, you are on mute. Huh? David,
can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
You can proceed. Clear. Proceed.
Yeah. I'm here. Can you hear me? Good morning, everyone. Yeah, for me, I just want to emphasize about 15 million vote. And I have had a guy from Kisumu saying that he doesn't know where he's voting. That's very pathetic. because me, I travel all over the country, and now I'm in Nairobi. I vote at my polling center is Precious Blood, Dagoretti North. I've been voting there since 2013. I know the stream where I'll be casting my vote in the next 13 hours. So when somebody is telling us that he is voting in Kisumu and he doesn't know his voting center, that guy doesn't have a vote and is letting people down. Secondly, I'll urge my fellow members, please don't fight independent candidates in Luo Nyanza. They have their followers, and if you fight them, we are going to have what we call voter apathy in Luo Nyanza. I come from Luo Nyanza, and it's very pathetic to see our big governor who has worked is Anyang' Nyong'o, but the rest, we gave them vote because they were in ODM. They failed us. So don't vote somebody because he's in ODM. We vote leaders. If you want 100% to vote from Nyanza, don't fight our leaders. Let everyone go and cast this vote. If he cast for that person, he will also cast for our presidential candidate. So don't fight our leaders. Lastly, my fellow countrymen, me, I don't want to talk about Ruto. That's a gone case. If you have somebody who cannot reach his polling center, please help that person to go to the polling center and cast his vote. We need those votes. We want to win first round. For me, I'm talking about 15 million. I don't want 7 or 8 million, 15 million. And we need to celebrate. I know some people will die because of joy, and that is part of celebration. We want Raila to be the next president. We want Raila to lead us, to change this country once and for all. He has fought for this country for quite a long time, and it's now the right time for him to lead this country. So I'm praying for all Kenyans. In the next 13 or 14 hours, we are going to cast our vote. May God bless Kenya. Thank you very much. I'll talk later.
So, Sawa, you've opened up the Pandora box again. I hope someone in Nyanza will vote in, you will be allowed to vote in, you might vote ODM in MP and then vote UDA president. You have no problem with that. So let's have hizo mikono hasitaki kutoka. Okay, let's have Joshua and then WG, then Maggie.
Yes, I just want to respond on David. David, you say that you can even vote for independent candidates because they're leaders. And sometimes I always want to defend Orengo. I know sometimes people, I don't know why they hate Orengo. While Orengo was standing with Raila in Supreme Court, it was it was working. I don't know how people wanted Orengo to work. Orengo defended Raila in the Supreme Court, and they won that case. Orengo has always been standing with Raila with all cases each and every time with Kenyans, not even with Raila alone, with Kenyans. Not even in say alone. When they were standing during the Supreme Court, Orengo stood for all Kenyan who voted for Raila. And that time people were celebrating that Orengo is a good man. Now Orengo want a seat, at least a bit higher seat, because he also think that he also a senior leader. Now people start rating Orengo with building schools and other things. Can people just give Orengo this thing? One time they see if Orengo cannot deliver. Orengo has already been a senator. A senator, you cannot build classes. You cannot build anything. Orengo has always been standing with Raila each and every time. So sometimes I'm wondering how people are rejecting Orengo, and Orengo, they celebrated Orengo 2017 when Orengo won that case. Now, on a candidate, on a independent candidate, somebody like Kidero has come and is pulling a lot of masses, and you know the track record of Kidero. Kidero is a corrupt leader. While he was in Nairobi governor, we saw what he did. Now he went to Homa Bay, dishing out money, and he's getting some followers. People say that he's a leader. So sometimes and the same person, I also give an example, Obado. People say that, no, we want Obado. You saw what Obado did? And Obado was just a mole. So when Raila give people direction, can people from Luo Nyanza follow direction? Raila cannot mislead people. Raila is a Democrat, and he knows, he has intelligence that this guy you see here is not a right candidate. He's going to get this candidate and then he's going to disturb you. So telling me independent candidate to give independent candidate because a leader, to me, that is no.
Okay, thank you.
Can I continue?
Can I answer
yeah,
him?
WG, and then
can
let
I
all
answer
of
him?
them ask, then you will answer all of them at once, so that you don't answer each and every person. Tutashinda hapo 1 hour. So WG comment, then Maggie comment, then you answer.
Yeah, on the same issue, I think I tend to side with my brother who's just spoken. Is it Mike? I can't see properly on that. The role that Orengo played is a great role. Perhaps when people are enjoying devolution, they think Raila went there individually to bring devolution. Raila must have had people protecting him and surrounding him. So while you are enjoying that devolution and praising what it has brought at the grassroots level, remember Orengo. When you are dismissing him like he has not done anything, remember he was out there fighting for that devolution to be realized. When you are speaking on this media without anybody gagging you or without looking at your back if someone is watching you, that is Orengo with Akina Raila and Akina Martha Karua, Itu Murungi, and all the people who fought for devolution. So everything, including what that Gumbo and Wanga and Kidero wants to enjoy in the village as governors, those are the sweats of Orengo. Where were they? Especially that Kidero. In fact, to me, I'm sorry to state this, but Kidero is more or less, he has the tactics of William Ruto. He is so mischievous. He thinks people don't understand how he acts. But we know there is this thing that is coming in that he wants, that after the Raila Odinga, there must rise a kingpin in Luo Nyanza. That is one thing that is pending, but which is still, it has its own time. And those things sometimes they come natural. Number two, at one point they wanted to offer an alternative leadership from we know these things. So these are not people who will come in because when we needed them most, especially that Kidero while he was Nairobi governor here, the moment we gave him that governorship in Nairobi, Kidero defected and worked openly with our opponents. We've not forgotten that. So, like my brother has just stated, is that these are rebellious clique, just like Obado. But we in ODM, we are very welcoming. So even if you are rogue, we welcome you and we cover you in such a way that when you appear, when Raila gives you room to work with him, then you think now you've managed to hoodwink us. But we see these things. So in conclusion, let me just say that
you don't have to conclude. You
let
are
us
just
bring
weighing
the
in.
sorry.
You don't have to conclude. You are just weighing in.
Okay, let me end it from there. But we need, just like my brother has spoken, the independent guys, we need to watch them very closely, although there needs to be more freedom, democratic space in those ODM zones. But the need, I think, independence for this time round, I don't think it's a good idea.
Anyway, so let's now everybody has carried up the hand. Maggie, 30 minutes, 30 seconds. Henry, Mora, 30 seconds each. I hope you will remember David, but you just maybe you handle it generally so that we
Okay,
need to have to move forward.
I just wanted to support David, but let me tell these two gentlemen, WG and Joshua Mark, please, this is a democratic country. I think what you people are doing to the country or to the Sia people or to the Luo people is just injustice. My vote depends on me, and do not force me to vote somebody I don't like. Because of what he has not done for me, I will not vote him. So, whichever way he's done what to Raila or what and what, I think that is immaterial. What he's doing to the people, it's what matters. Because we are not electing him to go and help Baba. Baba knows why he wants that seat. He's not going there to be supported, to be helped, and to be done what and what. I think that
Well,
way
I think Mama didn't get me.
injustice.
I
In
think
fact,
she didn't
they're
get
doing
me.
people injustice. Let them vote
You watch
who
out,
they
yeah, kind
think is good for them. But not that Orengo has done this, what. Even that devolution you're talking about, we are part of it. We voted for it. Don't tell us that without Orengo it would have not been there. Without who it would have not been there. Please, while I'm talking like this, is because you people are feeling that Luos are prisoners whom our head should be put like, go vote this way, go vote this way. While we know,
Ma'am, that sweeping statement will not help
okay,
us
I'm
because
I'm
all of
sorry,
us
Mr. Wekesa, but let me just finish. But
kindly,
what
when
I
you
want to
talk
say is
about
that
Luos,
doing
we start to
injustice
think
for
you are a
something.
UDM all because that
No.
as new people don't talk like that. As
Okay,
new people don't talk.
you are doing injustice for Azimio people because
No,
let us
no.
like or nani. Okay.
Kindly, let's stop there. Let's stop
Okay.
there.
I'm so
We are
sorry.
not adding value.
I just
We are
want
not
to correct
adding
that
value.
area
Thank
that
you.
we must support somebody because he has done a lot to
You have
Jakom.
made your
That is
point.
not,
I thought you were
that's not
adding, you
good.
are asking David a question.
Let us
You have
elect.
made your point. You have made your
Let
point.
us elect somebody because of what he is going to do for us. That is all I wanted to say. And let me say it like that. But let us vote wisely. Baba, we are taking there. Whoever we are not taking.
No. If you say like that, everybody will even have to look at it twice why they need to vote Baba. So let's have Henry.
We want Baba in Azimio Jew.
Let's have Henry.
Hey guys, it's time. Hi everybody. Yeah, it has been like 2 weeks. I haven't been in the forum, but I think for right now, I see some few faces. Basically, I can see there is Joshua and LX, Dera, with Moran, and Maggie. I think I don't know if they see me in this forum before, but it's okay. What I'm saying is sometimes I change where I was working during the day. Now I switch the shift to nighttime. Now during the day I'm sleeping. That by the time I wake up, like now I go to work, but today I'm off. I thank God for that. Let me say some things, one or two, three of what I can see. I've heard people say, or the UDA say, oh, we are Christians. They are judging other people. We don't have to do that. Even what kind of Bible
No,
are they reading?
Henry, wait. It's not a submission. I thought you were asking Gidero Odera something before we. If it's submission, I'm coming to you. You'll make your submission. I thought it was a question to David.
No,
so that we clear that part.
I was just listening. Okay, then
Okay, I'm coming to you next after Odera, kindly,
okay,
so that I give you time for your submission.
Okay.
So Morai, comment, and then we allow David to wind up. We go to Stanley.
Hey, David, you have a right to support an idea or to say whatever you think is right. But I think even Baba has a right to request the sixth piece. And we have parliamentarians, we have the MPs, we have the MCAs, and we have the senators. So for Baba, for his policies and ideologies to be successful during his presidency, that's why he's requesting for a sixth piece. Independent candidates can sway a motion in parliament. They can sway a motion in the Senate. So Baba is just trying to make sure that he has enough people so that his policies, whatever he's going to come up with, it will be supported. We'll have enough support in parliament and in the Senate and also in the MCA, whatever, in the assembly. So to say like we just elect, Baba has a, people can elect whoever they want to elect, but Baba means well. For him to be a successful president, he needs support. That's all I'm going to say.
So can I continue?
Let's have Alex, what do you want to say? And you are not there, so I was losing you.
No. I'm here with my son. I'm here with my son, so I'm watching, and while they'll be sitting at the same time, so that's why.
Alex, today you've entered in style.
Why?
Yeah, wacha ulize swali kwanza. Hiyo mambo ya utamuuliza time yake ya submission.
Yeah, sio swali. I mean, I want to echo the mind of David. David, being a trailblazer, it's not an easy thing. You fight for your space. People like Martha Arua did not get where they are without fighting for their space. And I think what you're trying to bring out is difficult for others to understand. In devolution, I want to support you in devolution. Today, one of the most recognized governor is the Laikipia governor. He's an independent governor, chosen by Baba himself to support him, to show that you can be independent-minded but still work with other people. It might be that the kind of independent candidacy of Kidero might be in question, and I also question it because of one or two things, especially when somebody like Kajwang died. The people who fought Baba while Baba was burying Fidel, remember Baba got from the funeral, the next day he had to go to Homa Bay to campaign for Kajwang to win, because it was very difficult for Baba to lose that seat. And Kidero himself lost credibility even after being helped. But I like the idea of saying, and what you said is true, the competition within Nyanza now, especially Luo Nyanza, whereby you have this candidate, you have this candidate, you have this candidate, is making sure that that competition is bringing everybody on board, and which is going to allow many people to come out and vote, so that we don't have that voter apathy. But then even if we are looking at independent candidates, you have to be careful what kind of independent candidates are you looking at. Well, it looks like Kidero is doing very well. He has mobilized, he has the money, he has everything. But when it comes to fidelity, Kidero has been in question. And that is what I think WG and Joshua is talking about. But overall, I will encourage in the future, if you can get somebody like Kipia governor running, and then ODM makes a mistake of giving a candidate who you know very well is like Awiti. Awiti has been a governor for 2 times. I swear to God, there's nothing Awiti has done. So, but in the future, let's be honest, we must start differentiating. Oparanya has done something. You saw that rally there. You saw that stadium. You saw how, before even the rally started, the roads and the development and everything. It can't be Uhuru goes to Bungoma anatoa project. Anaenda Kakamega anasema project. Anaenda Murang'a anaenda project. Alafu anakuja sehemu Migori na Kisii, alafu anatuambia project kupeleka Ongwae, aenda national government kuwa minister. I mean, that's not the development we need. We need better things than that. So I agree with you to the extent that you are right. But at the same time, we must also look at these independent candidates in retrospect and agree that they are masters of some people too. You may think they are independent, they are going to help you. It's maybe a conduit of UDA to get money again another 10 years from your government, your county. So we must be objective of how we handle it. But I know in the future, we are going to have independent candidates running against the most popular party there. And those independent candidates are going to win because they are honestly independent. They are not tied to some things. But for Kidero, I guarantee you Kidero is not independent. Kidero is not an independent candidate. It's only that he feared to get to UDA. But for Gumbo, it's a complicated issue. Let's wait and see. But I like the competition, and I guarantee you, don't say voter apathy this time. The Luo Nyanza is coming out to vote like you've never seen before because we are having a good competition.
Thank you. David, wrap up so that we now move to Stanley.
Thank you, Alex. You saved my day.
Ni David, kindly.
Okay, when I was talking, okay, when I was talking about independent candidates, I didn't narrow down to Kidero. We have a lot of independent candidates in Luo Nyanza. In 2017, I think we had like 2 independent candidates, and they never disappointed ODM. Whenever they were called, they were up to them. We have Mark Nyamita from Uriri. He went as an independent. He won. And he worked for the people of Uriri.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Yes, he was given certificate. Well, let me continue. You'll talk later. We had
Kindly
Kisumu,
let's have some order.
Shakil Shabir. He went as an independent. He worked very well for people of East, and I think now he's going back as an independent again. So when we talk about independent, don't narrow it to somebody, to one person. We want people from Nyanza to elect leaders. Don't impose leaders on Wananchi, because most leaders who are imposed on the people of Luo Nyanza, I can tell you, go to Luo Nyanza, especially Homa Bay, Iguyaya, Raila fought for Luo. And wherever he comes from, is lagging behind in terms of development because of chosen leaders who are being imposed on Wananchi. It's very sad. County. I was in Saya County a week ago. It's very pathetic. So when somebody telling me that we have to go for 6-piece, even Baba is not going for 6-piece. Baba is blue, Azimio. Is not ODM. So don't talk about 6-piece. For Baba, there's no question about it. But for leaders, I ask my Luo people from Luo Nyanza,
now,
give
David,
a leader who can develop your area. Don't give party. Thank you very much.
David, that's where you are missing the point. So why is it that
Yeah.
when it comes to Baba,
I'm
there's no
getting you.
question about it? So why is it when it comes to Baba, there's no question about it? Because if you have to question down, you have to question up to the top.
Wekesa,
I think
the
he's
reason why
working on.
I'm talking like that, I'm seeing the way other counties are developed.
Yeah.
I'm asking.
I think there's a time
because
I
Baba
spoke
is
here,
also on
I
the
talked
ballot,
with you, I
isn't
told you I
it?
was in Mombasa. I've been in Kwale.
No, you're not answering my question.
Yeah.
Baba and Orengo have had almost the same course. So why do you want us to elect Baba and not elect Orengo? Because they almost fought for the same cause.
Okay, for me, Orengo.
They were not for the hardware of Kenya. They were about the software. You know, when we talk about democracy, it's the software of Kenya. And part of those people who are on the software of Kenya are Kina Nyang' Nyong'o. The same Luos fought against Nyang' Nyong'o 2017. Right now, they are telling us he's a performer. But you remember, he actually narrowly survived the nomination 2017. And you guys said that he's not a performer. And he has proved you wrong. The only thing I see the problem is
in terms
Rasanga and Awid, we don't know where they came from because we didn't know their track record. But people like Kina Nyang' Nyong'o, Kina Orengo have had a track record, and we know people who have fought for this nation for long, it can't be that when they are given governorship is when they don't perform. Okay.
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
Can I continue? Let me finish.
I have a lot
in
of
terms of Siaya County.
Just finish.
Yeah, let me finish. In terms of Siaya County, Orengo has been an MP for Ugenya constituency. And since 1992, he was only beaten when he was vying for president in 2002. That's when he was thrown out for 5 years. And I've never seen whatever Orengo did for people of Ugenya. So what will Orengo do to people of Siaya County, the entire county? If you can compare Orengo and Gumbo did something to Rarieda people. But for Orengo, there's nothing, totally.
What is that
so
something?
when it comes to governorship.
What is that something? You don't just tell us.
There's some development.
I can answer you in that. I'm coming from Rarieda. You know, I can answer you in that.
Rarieda, we know it's Tuju who laid the foundation.
No way. Please.
Truth be told,
I'm a Rarieda woman. I'm a Rarieda girl, married in Bondo. Yeah, so I know the yes.
Anyway, well, topic, and I want us now to close it. Just 30 seconds each, and then we close that because right now I know people are decided. There's no way we are going to convince you to vote for Orengo. I know you are already decided. So 30 seconds, Joshua. 30 seconds, Alex.
Yes. First of all, I want to correct David. I come from Uriri. Nyamita was our ODM candidate. I come from Uriri. That's my area MP, up country. So he was not an independent candidate. That's why I say that's wrong. You are misleading us. Now, secondly, you are saying that we should elect a leader.
Okay, it was a mistake. It was Peter Masara. Peter Masara. Yeah.
That's okay. Now we are saying that we should elect a leader. Now I think even if we have an UDA MP in Nyanza, then we should just elect him, because you are saying that we should just elect leaders because they're there. Even if you have an UDA in Luo Nyanza, tumpatie tu kura kwa sababu yeye ni leader, tumpatie tu kwa sababu yeye ni leader, because if you don't want to look party, let's ataka mtu wa UDA, MC wa UDA tumpatie, senator wa UDA tumpatie, governor wa UDA tumpatie, because we are saying that we just need a leaders. We don't want somebody to impose. Raila wants soldiers who are going to defend him hapo juu, and he has been saying this each and every time. But when you say that chague mtu because he's a leader, hata mtu wa UDA ambaye yuko pale anataka MCA, let's select him because he's a leader.
Thank you. Let's have Alex 30 seconds.
Stanley, be fair. You know, we are people of history. Be fair, Nani, David Odero. 1992 to 2002, we did not have CDF. These people went as far as using their personal resources to fight for the second liberation. I mean, David, be fair. Where did Raila and all these people get the money that they were fighting for Sabasaba and everything? They used to use their own money. You want to forget that. They were not given CDF. 2002, when CDF was introduced by Kibaki, the guy was not in parliament for 5 years. When he came back, later on he became a senator in 2017. So when you start comparing Orengo, what he has done, and let me tell you, Mr. David, you see, you have articulated very well. You are a learned person. You are well exposed. You've traveled. What is the work of a legislature? If there is a person as a legislature who has worked hard, on record, on track, even in the Senate, it is Orengo. But we may question, Ajay, then your argument should be and this is the argument I want us to bring out, which I think we fail to, and that is why we are not able to convince people based on that. We question and ask, now, as a governor, we need a manager. We need a non-political person who is able to work with MCA and that matrix and bring out something better. Orengo, we better use Orengo on the national platform as Attorney General or something like that. I can understand. But telling me the track record when the guy used his own money for the second liberation, when mshahara ilikuwa like 30,000, but the guy kuchangia watu wenu michango and use his own money, it's being unfair. The CDF that you are seeing now, other people enjoying, and you are telling us there's a track record. People became members of parliament the other day, like Sudi. Now they're masquerading like they are performing. What could they perform if they were to use their own money? What resources do they have? What expertise do they have? When we are analyzing Orengo, let us be honest that CDF has put people where they are not supposed to be. When we did not have resources, there are people who used their own resources to fight for the second liberation. There should be a better point for you to argue for Orengo than saying he did nothing. Okay? He on the platform of the legislature, and that's why I want CDF to be taken out of the MP so that it can expose most of those MPs are bankrupting here. The work of a legislature is very simple in all countries. It is not to manage CDF. Kenya is one of the unique countries that has CDF. You take CDF out of these members of parliament, many people will not want to have the passion to become members of parliament as you see them. You cannot see 32 people in Kitutu Masaba want to become a member of parliament when you take CDF out of there. Do you know we are having 36 people running for my member of parliament because of CDF, not because they want to serve people? So let's be fair to Orengo. You tell me that on Orengo's part, there's something I fear, and you bring a managerial thing, I can agree with you. The way Maggie is trying to bring out, but he's not eloquent enough to bring it so that we can understand her. But in terms of saying he has done nothing, Orengo has done a lot to Kenya. Take it to the bank.
Okay. Yeah, I think that topic is very interesting, but sometimes we also judge people based on the narrowed history. You see, if US could give opportunity to Obama to become president, some of them could have judged him and said that as a one-term senator, what could he have done? Only legislation in parliament. He didn't have a history of anything. But sometimes leadership is what you stand for. And most of these people who have a track record is because they are consistent in what they stand for. And that's why we still believe that Orengo stands out as a national leader, and given chance, given resources, he can do better than most of those guys you are telling us. So let's move to now, Alex. It's Stanley, and then we come to Alex for submission now. Stanley.
Thanks once more. And I'm happy that everything's going on smooth, and I appreciate we disagree to agree, and that's when we have a solution of us going forward. And, I was saying about this criticism of Christians and non-Christians. It's only God who knows who's a Christian and who is not a Christian. You might be going to church, but then you are not a Christian. The thing is, let us not dwell on saying, oh, we are Christians, those are not Christians. Who told you that you are a Christian? It is only God who knows who's a Christian. And people, I'm surprised to see even preachers, I mean, some priests and some church leaders in the synagogue saying, this is the chosen one, is a Christian. You are not, even Jesus doesn't know who is the right person. It is only God. They say in the Bible, it says it's only God. So when this, I don't understand. When I look at them, sometimes I don't even listen. I don't want to listen to what they say. Ruto says, look at my track record. We know through allegations that they understand, even who himself said openly that Ruto was rooting the government. That's why they split. Number two, Ruto is well known for opposing everything proposed for the good of our government. It's not that. There's nothing he has never supported. Nothing. So the only thing good Ruto is good at is giving people money. And this money, even the Bible says, Jesus was crucified for only 30 cents. So these are people who are given 30 cents and they're saying the government is not good. You heard what Uhuru said, that tuko kwa gari gurudumu inatolewa, badala ya you repairing the gurudumu unaenda kuweka kwa gari ingine. So are you, by the end of the journey, what are we going to anyway? You cannot even make that journey. I've seen so many people talk a lot of whatever. Okay, that's their opinion. Now tusiseme we are embossed a leader. You are not embossed a leader. Wewe uko na kura yako. You have your own vote. Sasa hata even if Raila says I want this one, you see he has been proposing for them. He just proposed. He don't emboss. So we use good terms. We don't. Raila does not emboss a leader to people. He proposed that this one is not gonna get as good fruits. So give this one. So if you choose that leader, like for example, you have talked about Obado, but killing somebody's daughter, what about ni mtoto wake? What about mtoto wake ameuliwa? Now you are supporting this leader. You know very well there are so many leaders in the government, out of government, who are alleged of killing people. So we should not, kama ni wewe ama ni mtoto wako, mama yako, baba yako, how can you feel? You know there are so many people. Look, Kenei, look at the speech is that gave, and then you tell us now, now we are good. Let us not deceive ourselves because of the money. Money is not taking us nowhere. Let us stand on the truth because we want our country to progress. Look at the money which they allege themselves. We don't know about the money which has been put out of the country. But they say, oh, 400 billion in Uganda. If that money comes back to Kenya, drugs free in the hospitals and dispensaries. 400 people, not even. So when people hear about 400, they think it's 400 shillings, 40 cents. Billions. That money can change. That's why Ruto alikupali walikuwa wameibia Raila kura. Hata Uhuru mwenyewe amekupali because they said, oh, we cannot let this go. Uhuru alikupali, tumeshindwa. But now people are wana masikio. They don't think, because what they think, they are just looking at the money. If I say this, I'll get the money from here. Can we not deceive ourselves? Later, after the fought, tukiwa na hiyo shida tuko nayo, ukumbuki wewe ndio umetuuza tukiwa na hiyo shida, sababu umepatiwa hiyo pesa umepatiwa. So let us not, kura yangu ni moja, useme nimewekewa leader. We don't. So David, let me tell you, sisi ukisema ni huyu yeye ndiye amemchagua na wewe uchague wako. So we don't say like Raila proposes that this one can work better with me so that we progress in our country. So you don't say, oh, now Raila is making a mistake. Raila is not making a mistake. He's guiding you to do the right thing. But now you are blaming him for what he's doing. Somebody else is here because of the money. That's why you see the speeches, as I heard some of you say. If you look at the speeches, Mora said that almost Ruto is MMC, is everything. Most of the speech, I can concur with Mora what she said. 3/4 of the speech in the rallies were held by Ruto. He did everything. He knows who has to speak what he wants, and he knows who does not. So let us not deceive ourselves. Unajificha kwa kanisa. Hata kwa kanisa wanasema unaingia na ngozi ya kondoo, kumbe wewe sio ni mbwa mwitu. Hata in the Bible they say the fisher when you go to fish unaweza
Henry, watu wanasema your audience is here, not you are facing away from audience. Why?
Okay. I'm sorry. I was facing the TV, and I'm using the phone on the other side. That's why sometimes you see, okay, let me just face this way. Maybe some people want to
They are thinking you are shy and you are blushing.
No. I'm just this is the TV. I was just facing the TV and using my phone on the side. The thing is, let us do the best thing to improve or to bring back our country from where it's going into the trench. And this is what Uhuru said yesterday. I think people have been asking why Uhuru is not telling us the truth, what they broke. He told them this is what the Ruto was doing. Look at the 5 year or the first term. Uhuru alikuwa amekonda sana. After the handshake, look at the Avia, look at the health of Uhuru, and before that, look at what they did after the handshake and before the handshake. So let us not deceive ourselves that now we have Ruto, now this is going to happen. Now where does he get all this money? He's doing all this, getting 10 helicopters, 20, getting all these lands, getting all this stuff within. Even if you do, you become doing business with everything in Kenya, you can't make that money. Uwezi, tuseme ukweli. Now I'm just requesting the incoming government, that's Azimio, people to be taken to court na tuone matokeo yako, sio kesi ya miaka 10 na mtu kama umepatiwa pesa ya project, kama ni nyumba iko hapo. There are valuers who can say this house took 30 million. You cannot tell us 300 million when a house has taken 3 million out of the 300 you put in record. Then you tell us, oh, now we are the Azimio, those who are there. As Martha said,
thank you, Henry.
Yes.
Thank you for that submission.
I appreciate so much.
Yeah, you are raising pertinent questions that we need to reflect on.
Okay, thank you.
And part of the reflection, now this one I want to talk in lot on for my friends from Nyanza.
Yes.
if you trusted Baba to enter in a handshake, you know, most people did not even agree with him, by the way. When he entered handshake, most of his supporters, they thought he has blundered. But that entry was a strategy to get himself on top. When he's asked, if you can't trust his strategy to implement what he's going to do. Because I had a chat with someone from Nyanza for quite a long. He was a supporter of Kidel. Nikamwambia, we as Luyas, we also wanted to develop the DAPK as a party. In fact, there's a time we wanted to tell Raila, let's zone, uchukue hii county, tuchukue hii. But to some extent, tukaona this confrontation haitatusaidia. And some of the seats we gave up, tukasema zile ODM imechukua, wacha, so long as Baba has enough members and implement what he wants. What if all of us stuck to our guns? Na tuseme, we are supporting Baba lakini DAPK, Western Raila as we feel, ingeleta issue. And so what I'm saying is that we are doing this thing on a compromise. Not that we don't also see great leaders in our background and we are saying they can do it, but we are compromising and sending one of us to represent us. And that's why we are putting Baba in front. And so the resistance should not be coming from Nyanza. If other regions are compromising to have Baba as the leader, that is the conversation we need to have. It doesn't mean that we don't appreciate democracy where we are allowed to choose the leaders we want in our own counties. But you guys need to learn from the two communities that have ruled this country, the Kikuyus and the Kalenjins. There's something in common if you look at it. And most of other tribes, we have been in opposition. And what we are calling democracy, others are looking at it, we are not united. That is how they see us. We are never united. And we are calling ourselves a Democrats. But for them, they know we are not united. That's why they have ruled us for long. And they will rule us as long as we are not united and moving in the same direction. So we can't call ourselves Jeshi la Baba. And when he gives us direction, we miss the directions. And we think like we can think better than him. So why did we put him in front? Why did we make him the commander of the troops? When the troops are commanded, everybody has to speak his own language. And sometimes some of us who are from outside want to speak more of Baba than those from inside. We get pissed off when a rebellion begins from Nyanza, and us who are coming to support, we look like we are more psychopaths for Baba. No, it has to we know why we want to get him on top, and we have to give him enough soldiers to make this thing work. Let's give him one term. If it doesn't work, then it's second term, tunasema, let's have our own MPs, because Baba whatever we entrusted him to do, he didn't do it. But right now, the rallying call is, let's put our troops together. And I asked someone yesterday, Maggie, if we have Gumbo as a governor, and we have Orengo as a governor, and Raila as a president, who can easily become the chairman of COK, the chairman of the governors? Is he someone who outside the circle of Babas, or one who is in circle? So this is the conversation we need to have. There is more than just being a governor. There is also strategy to take power and control of leadership. And so when you have leaders strategically placed in parties. That's why Gladys Wanga caught that docket in parliament, because she was strategic to the power and the handshake. And I can tell you, if Gladys Wanga becomes governor, chances are you will see her almost at the apex. That is how power works. You don't elect independent candidates and you expect them to rise in the rank. Watangangana too, because there are systems, and that's if you are seeing the deputy president telling you he's powerless to implement some of the things. So how do you think that your governor alone independently can implement bigger programs without aligning himself with the governor, the national government? We need to think in a broader way. Yeah? Okay, so let me bring in Alex. You had disappeared. I was almost forfeiting your chance to the next person. You have a question? Just super, because before Alex makes a presentation now.
Yeah, I got a quick question, Wekesa. Hey, everybody, thanks for this chance, Wekesa. Now, when you say Gladys Wanga will be at Apex when you're given the opportunity, I know I'm not anti, like Gladys, but the moment Gladys was the best candidate for me because I come from that region. But considering the fact that the lady got the ticket and the people who endorsed her, who were behind and supporting her, was this person called Magwanga, who was speaking a different language that the people wanted to hear. Now, when he joined that team, he joined hands with the person he was opposing for the last 10 years. And that is our current governor, Awiti. Now, looking at what Awiti has done to our county, there's nothing in Homa Bay. There is totally nothing. When they were doing audit, Awiti was quite sick. It came up with, like the finance office got burnt, whereby they could not even trace all the documents. The same person would also claim that he was only speaking the Dutch. Now, this is the same team endorsing a different captain who was in the administration of Homa Bay County as a woman rep. You see. Now, why did Gladys Wanga had to lose all this support? It's because of people. For example, the way we see Ruto being corrupt. Ruto coming to your area and endorsing you, you will have to lose some supporters. And that's why Wanga lost my support. And I said, in as much as I'm a resident of Homa Bay, I will not support the team that constitutes that administration of Cyprian Awiti, because it's rotten. It is not the administration we've enjoyed for the last 10 years. And it's the same administration supporting another captain. It's the same team, ni uniform ndo amebadilisha. You see? So promising or being sure that
in other words, let me ask you, does Gladys Wanga have her own track record, including the parliamentary committee she has led? Haven't you seen the proposal she has done and put her on a national scale? Because you are judging her in the shadow of Awiti, which is completely wrong. Awiti is not even a running mate. Awiti is there just to hand over power, and he's also a voter. You know, when you're looking for votes, you don't select the white and black votes. You take all the votes, but in terms of implementation of strategy, it is who you are. So let's look at the character of Gladys Wanga, not the shadow. It's like today, we are not looking Raila in the shadow of Uhuru. We are looking Raila, does he have the spine to implement the things we are saying? So tell us, if the dockets Gladys Wanga has been given, even the highest one in parliament, has she performed or not?
The reason why I wanted just to respond to this Gladys Wanga issue, the reason why that's the reason why I joined this platform. Now you find that like yesterday was the last day. What were the people? What were they doing in the ground? They were making people to line, using the money to bribe people. You see, to buy the loyalty. Now,
No,
another
kindly
thing.
answer the question first, because those are things we cannot verify. If you have a video, we can. We don't want you to make disparaging remarks. I don't know where you stand. Maybe you are a Kidero supporter.
No, I'm not a Kidero supporter. No.
Question. I ask you a very specific question. The dockets Gladys Wanga was given in Parliament. Has she performed or not? Don't tell me she was bribing. I don't know what Kidero is doing on the ground.
According to me, Gladys Wanga has not performed as we expected her to perform, because the markets she claimed to have built within the Suba region, she didn't do anything. The only thing she did was just building the structures, not even, like a women rep. I thought that she could advocate for civic education for our, women back home. Nothing was done like that. You see, now she comes up telling us that she built the markets. We go to the ground, we don't see those markets. The market has been concentrated in one region, and that is Homa Bay town. So Homa Bay is so big.
Let me ask you, is there any funds that are given to women rep in regards to what you're saying?
Sorry?
Are there funds allocated to women rep in regards to what you are saying, or she has gone to an extent of demonstrating leadership based on her own ability? Are there funds allocated to women?
The moment you tell me I built something that is not existing, that is where the integrity issues comes in. You are not truthful. Tell me what you've done, and if you go to ground, we are going to see what you've done, what you've told us. You don't say things that are not existing on ground because you want to campaign. That's why when I see her being supported by the Awiti team, I feel so annoyed. I feel so being taken taken for a ride, because there is nothing that team has done, and it's the same team supporting a different captain. It's like changing the captain of a team.
Okay, thank
I
you.
also have a question, Wekesa. Can I ask him one question?
Let me allow 3 questions. We have Mariah's WG Alex, and then we also have MB. So you answer all of them. I don't know Kamot Adikachini or some maybe comments. Okay, let's start with Mariah.
Wekesa and the panelists, how are you? Alex wacha kusema ati Kibara ni kama ya Chebukati, my friend. Sasa wewe nyoa, nimewacha kunyoa wewe. So my question goes to this gentleman. Have you ever asked the musicians from your area how much they know about her and how they benefit in any way? Because from where I come from, the musicians are saying Wanga has even moved motions in Parliament, whereby now they are enjoying the benefits of their arts. Thank you.
Let me answer that one quickly. Now, I come from an island.
You wait. You have to answer all of them, because we will keep people for long. Huh? Let's have WG.
I also want to ask. Can he also scrutinize Evan Kidero the same way they are scrutinizing Wanga, so that we don't listen from one side, even in question of integrity? Is Kidero more clean than Wanga? And when it comes to development also, what has Kidero done? Because he's been a leader in Luo Nyanza, even in Nairobi. What has he done that stands out, that can be held
like with him can be given to him as a credit, because we know his record here in Nairobi also.
Okay.
Alex.
Okay.
Alex.
No, Jasuba, you see, I don't know if you listen to what Wekesa said, because his thought process could have really helped you to understand the whole thing. Actually, you have deconstructed the handshake here. You have deconstructed the handshake, which is very dangerous. That the person that Mawengo was running against, they've made a handshake, now you are against him. I mean, now it's even more dangerous. There is room for handshake, okay? Don't deconstruct the handshake without your knowledge. We have, if that was the case, Raila could not have a handshake with the person that for 10 years, you saw what happened. So if your argument is that Mawengo made a handshake with Wanga, who is a project of Awiti, you're basically talking on terms of how the UDA and the Kenya Kwanza are castigating us. So handshakes are not evil. If they can be made for the better, we need handshakes. Second, I think that you must deconstruct Gladys Wanga based on what you think she may not be able to accomplish as a governor. If you use others to bring in, I think it becomes difficult. And what Wekesa said was this. They, from the Luya community, said, look, if we make DAP our party, now if you guys are refusing to make ODM your party, don't you think you are giving now the Luyas and other people from Kisi and Kilifi also the opportunity to elect theirs? So the danger lies there on what you're going to do. So I'm kind of afraid that if
You
you go
went
in
late.
that
Wait for 20 minutes. It's gonna be open.
Wait, kindly, can you mute? We are having
Oh, yeah, I think he was giving directions. Maybe it's at work. It's okay. Sorry for disturbing you at work, but I think the issue of Amabay and the people who are from Amabay, the truth is that people do not understand how Gladys Wanga and Kidero issue is heated. I at some point, I schooled in Sango Academy, and my mom was an administrator in Homa Bay. I understand the issue of Kidero and Wanga has become a boiling point of governorship, especially in Luo Nyanza. And Jasuba, I understand you. However, the danger is what Wekesa said. If you give us a leeway also to elect independents, Baba Vila alisema atashikwa kule chini na mtashangaa. Baba said it openly that ni kama mtamshika kule chini.
Okay. Can I just respond to the case?
MP alafu zao jibu hiyo sote. MP. MP uko na sisi wewe? You want to ask a question ama
Well, thank you for letting me in, Eric and Jasuba. I just had some few pointers there. Can you hear me? No.
Is it related to what Jasuba was saying?
I'm just responding to Jasuba.
Okay. Is it related to what Jasuba was saying?
Yes. Well, this is the thing. We should have a yardstick of measuring people. You cannot use a yardstick for Awiti to measure Gladys Wanga. Wanga has been a women rep. Has she accomplished her duties as a women rep? And when you are vying for a seat, you cannot pick and choose who's going to support you. If anyone comes and join your block, you will not tell them, hey, based on your tainted records, I will not accommodate you. We have to wait until when she forms the government, if she gets elected, and then at that point we can judge her based on the people that she has brought in.
Okay, now you can respond to all of them.
Okay, MB, trying to put to actually trial and error is what we don't want at this point. And trying to tell me like we should try to put her there and see what she can do. She had the NGAF funds, and then good part of that fund was to empower women. I come from a three-quarter side of the Homa Bay County, but I've never seen anything like empowering women taking place within that region. You see, number two, when I'm Moriasi, I'm responding to your question. Was it Moriasi? Yeah, Moriasi. Moriasi. To tell you, like, to scrutinize Kidero. I've not said I'm one of the undecided voters. I'm still thinking of who to vote for. You see, because on matters of integrity, both of them have issues. But what makes me feel not to support that team? It's a team that has just changed a captain. You see. Okay. Number three, there was a question of what kind of motion has she moved to the parliament. We people from the south and the north of Homa Bay. Now, we come from the highland. The other day, it's just the other day, end of June, when she came up, when we asked for ferry budget, ferry to be in Lake Victoria to help us all to facilitate our movement. That's when she brought it a month to August. You see, now look at it. How long has she been in that position? Even if the budgeting was done, when was it done? She brought it at the end of end of mid of July, and budgeting was done in June. You see, what is the purpose of bringing it later? Is it for political purpose? To win the support from our region that she has advocated for something to come to our region? We are not going to, like, for me, I feel like being politically swayed to go on her direction. You see, because these things, there was a budgeting in June. Now, in June, she brings it to us in July, almost end of July, something that we had written, like we advocated, we asked for years, you see, years since she was there. You see, because she wants to be the governor. And I know she's not supposed to be bringing that. And then she writes a letter to us from the south that she advocate, let us do. Okay, for me, I'm still undecided on who to vote for. But for Wanga, don't be so sure and tell people that she will be at apex. That's what I was responding to. I think I answered the questions. For Alex,
thank you.
Yeah. Sorry?
Thank you if you have answered. Thank you. We move on. I think also our viewers are getting sucked in Nyanza politics and say we are being unfair. Okay, generally we were supposed to cut across. Where are you voting from and what? And we've met actually two people, the issue of our debate. We have met Siaya and Homa Bay an issue. While we were just to mention why am I voting for this and then but anyway, it's okay. But going forward, we need to focus on because right now I can tell you for free, even if Alex sat down here for hours and talked to Jasupa and he has already decided it is Gidero, maybe it's too late to convince him. Unless
it's not Gidero, I'm undecided.
Yeah, if you are undecided, that's but you are hooked and decided. There are people who say that I'm single but focused. So you look single but focused. You are focused on Kidero. So maybe your undecided is 90-10%. But if we can convince you, then you can work for us. But what I'm saying is people are saying, and we have to appreciate that we are digging too much on one place, and we are not adding value to Azimio. If at all we are campaigning for Azimio. we have to look balance. Huh? So Mama, ni swali kwa
Yes,
Jessica.
yes.
We want to move.
Sikutaka kuingia, lakini imenisumbua sana. Watu wawili mambo ya Siaya na hii mambo ya mama. Nimesikia cho hapa whatever the names are. Kuna baba mwenyewe. Munaona saa hii vile Wakikuyu wanalia. Vile us Kalenjin we are crying. Kwa sababu tumekaliwa. Lakini nataka kukwambia. Kumbuka wakati baba. Kwanza wakati huyu Kidero unaongea. Huyu Wanga wakati ya baba, wakati ya Kasarani, hiyo mambo yote walienda through na 2017. Tukakuja mambo ya baba wakati alianza ile walikuwa naita movement. Wanga na huyu mama anaitwa nani? There are 3 strong women in Nyanza. Wanga sacrifice. Apart from hii kafa na sheep, amesunguka na baba. Alianza ile movement ya wamama. Ile ilikuwa kuna ya Ruto na kuna ya baba. So if you are looking kwa hiyo nose, hiyo mapua yako unaangalia hapo, we have to see white. Nani atatufend baba kwa hii miaka? Na nimekubali Wekesa na vile Alex amesema. Kabla singine they have good sons and daughters. But wamesacrifice kwa sababu wanataka security ya baba. Uhuru sahi analia. Kama si Raila alienda kuokoa Uhuru. Where could have Uhuru been? If you guys from Luo Nyanza or wherever you are coming from, baba maybe can go only for 5 years. After that, we want to see how strong you guys are, if not Raila. You know, kuna vitu ingine, nimesikia Wekesa si kutaka kuingia leo. Nilikuwa pisi kasini, lakini nimesikia vile wanaongea, we are not talking of you undecided one person. Don't spoil those people who are supporting baba na wanataka kupigia baba kura. Kama umetumwa, as well as for now you can decide and leave and let people enjoy. We want to elect that woman and we want to support baba. We are not ready. Kwanza Luos, you come here and choke. We are trying to work for Faba to be the president. Do you know the hate? Watu wako naye na tumejaribu Alex, munaokopa nini? Tell these people the truth. Baba could have not gone anywhere apart from other people. So if you guys are playing, it is only 5 years. So we are saying, see what Wanga has stand for baba from parliament. Nani alisebu Uhuru? Ile kamiti hiyo mama amepatiwa, amepigana na wakora. They are telling her, come baby, come baby. We don't see these small things. Kidero alichaguliwa Nairobi. The first thing alikuwa gavana ya Nairobi, alipatia Uhuru kiti, akasahau Raila. But anyway, mimi ni Mkalenjin. I have been here. Niki sacrifice Ruta. I know he's my brother. Lakini yale mambo amefanya, aisaidii watu yetu. I had to stand with Kenyans. But you guys, you can't come here and pretend and tell us, oh, we want independent to do what? Munataka kusaidia hiyo mse, si mungemwambia asisimame. We had able people who could have run for the presidency. Lakini sisi kabila singine tulihurumia baba na tukasema ametutendea mema. So please, I don't know wherever you came from. Kama umetumwa, you can go back. If you are a genuine voter, go and vote for that woman. Not because you are still young. You have future. You have children to come. Or you have it even already. Tutakutana after baba amemaliza. Tutajua ndume ni kina nani and who are what. For now, ni baba. And then after this, tutakuja kukutana na nyinyi kujua who is who in Kenya. We are really talking now. Imeisha, leo imeisha. Najua Tuesday watu wanaenda kupika kura. Msikuje kutuchezea hapa. Na Wekesa, ungealau hiyo nonsense ya Luo Nyanza. Tunataka Orengo anasaidia baba, hatujui vita gani itakuja huko mbele. Tunataka Alice Wanga, hatujui nini inakuja after Tuesday, and then you are talking, hey, we have independent, they are good. We have not, kama hamukufanya hiyo, kama Raila hajafanya kitu ama nyinyi Luo hamujafanya kitu kwa hiyo miaka yote, you cannot do it in 5 years. Thank you Wekesa, I will listen. Lakini today ilikuwa ni siku ya kutulia, ni siku ya kufurahishana, but not nonsense. Hatutaki watu wanakuja kuharibu wa mama wenye. Kwanza mimi naongea kwa sababu ya wamama. We are
Thank you,
for women
and
to be leaders.
thank you, and I've closed that chapter because our brothers from the lake are not helping us. They need to start preparing to start wajione wakikuwa serikali na hao ndio serikali.
We are
and there's a way, there is a way. Wait, Selina.
We have to talk the truth. Hii watu ndio sababu watu wataki kupikia kura. Hata ule chura mdogo anataka kuwa president.
There's a way power is handled, and guys, this in-house things muende muongele huko nyuma, but you need to come out as strongly behind Baba's decision. You need to look like your community ready for presidency. Isikuwe ni sisi tunawasukumia. You have to look like you are ready for presidency. Let's move forward. Magi, nimeclose your chapter. Alex, now make your presentation.
Yeah, asante sana. I think it was overdue. I think we had overstretched it. Now it became a monologue. But I think it also helped us expound and see that democracy, there's democracy in Luo Nyanza. People have divergent views, and there are people who truly want things for their county in a different way. People think that Baba Kisema, people just follow up like sheep. There's an aspect of Luo Nyanza that people have always missed, the vibrancy of ideology. And sometimes it eludes many people because we have been a bedrock of opposition. And now this panel is exposing us to the extent Mama Selina anakasirika na si kidogo. But sisi ni watu tunapenda ideology. Na tunaposema hivyo si ati tunachukia baba. Tunaweka baba, tunaweka baba majira. Ngoja niongee. Mama utaharibu point yangu.
Unawaka moto. No, Alex, don't play with our mind. Wakati kitu kidogo inaharibika Kisii, you charm to the eye. So atutaki hiyo. Tumekusikiza na umerekebisha Kisii. And that is why we went to rekebisha these people. Wakati kitu kidogo imeharibika unasikia kuama hata ODM. And then watu wanakusikiza, and that is where we are. It is too late. Sasa hakuna kitu ya kufanya. Kisu imekuwa tayari, wasee wametengenezwa, vijana wanatayari. Don't give us any excuse. Na kama ujui hiyo, mama amekuwa ready, mtoto ametoka, kichwa ndio hiyo imetokea. You cannot rutisha that kichwa ndani. The woman will die. So it is enough.
Hiyo ni maoni yako mama. Maoni ya ground ni kuwa watu wengi, we need to persuade them kama Jasuba, my word is, for the sake of Baba, let's vote Wanga. I know, and I've heard the people of Homa Bay, how they are crying about Awiti. And the fact that Awiti endorsed Wanga, and Awiti has done a lot that cannot be said in terms of bringing that county back. And I can witness to you, if you are truly from Homa Bay, before, when you could stand in Sophia, you look to the lake, and all the way from Sophia to the lake, that road, you could see vibrancy, you could see business, you could see commerce. Today, Homa Bay Tourist Hotel, which used to be one of the best hotels in that area, it's a church, perhaps sponsored by Ruto. And you can understand why you people are not happy. So we must put things in perspective and acknowledge the mistakes that have been done, so that even when Wanga takes over, and I'm sure she's taking, she's not going to be a walkover. She will understand that you people are bitter and you are hungry and thirsty for development. Development cannot be shown only in Bugunku Stadium and other areas. And Uhuru comes to Homa Bay and he thinks that, I don't even think he has ever come to Homa Bay anyway. I don't know. Just to think about it. Coming to Kisumu is not coming to Homa Bay. So I think hiyo tutawacha hiyo vile Wekesa amesema. I think we did one of the most, this was the most difficult campaign for Baba. The rest campaigns of 2007, 2013, 2017 was a walkover for Baba. If there was a figure that pre-planned election, and not only just planning in terms of winning election, but stealing election, buying institution, buying people, and becoming difficult to the end, and it took the wisdom and also the forces of everybody to bring him down, is Ruto. Ruto has become somebody that needed a clever way of dealing with them. And therefore, I want to thank Baba and his team, and also Uhuru, and also Mount Kenya Foundation, and everybody, including Mutembei, which was a home to some of the most progressive minds in terms of helping us understand many things I did not understand. Through Wekesa, I came to understand the politics of Western Province. Through PK, my friend, I came to understand how and why Kalonzo had to negotiate and why Kalonzo was important to us. We castigated here Kalonzo day in and day out. Today, Kalonzo has given us a bet to see if the Kambas and the Luos who are going to turn out. And I bet the Kambas are going to vote more for Baba than the Luos from the way things. The Kambas negotiated, they finished, they are ready to vote for Baba. And you are going to see from Machakos, it's going to be 95%, Makueni is going to be 99%, and that is the art of politics. We have learned how you can groom a young man to be your soldier and he turns against you. That is king. And we must prevent that in the future, giving so much powers to these young boys when they are not ready because they think they have become kinglets. So I think overall, I think Baba is winning the election. Baba has already won the election. Given his speech in Kasarani, Baba said he has seen Canaan. And I truly believed when he said, I have seen Canaan, it sank in my heart. And I say, this is it. Now the question is for Jasuba and others who are undecided, as they say, are we giving Baba the opportunity to do that which has promised us since he started fighting for Kenya? I think we should do that with all our heart. He gave the last plea on Saturday, and he told us what he intends to do. And he told us how far he will stretch and what he will do. I've listened to Baba all through, consistent, his agenda to us, Baba Care, free education, industries, so on and so forth. I totally believe in this man that he may not do 100%, but he will be he will set the pace for, I think, what will be called the Great Revolution, Industrial Revolution of Africa. And therefore, I'm not here to campaign. I'm only here to say, to reiterate, that Baba did his best. It is up to us to vote and to ask people to vote. For those who have still not, there's a young person who came here and say they don't know yet where they are voting. These 2 days were critical for you to understand where your voting station is. If you haven't done it, I think there was a message that was put there earlier, whereby you can check and know where you're going to vote, so that your firimbi ikipigwa on Tuesday. It wasn't the Rauka firimbi that we were enjoying on the platform and the catwalk on Kasarani. It is a true Rauka firimbi, so that for the first time we can vote and be listened to. So I'm giving my plea to our people, because we have been here every day and people have been thinking we don't have anything to do in life. Some of us have been consistent here because when we started listening to this thing, we were behind. And the UDA people could come distract us. And we never used to have coherency on how to tackle them. We came in, we've tackled them until recently people like Black have said they have come into our fold. And we must thank ourselves and Mutembei as a team all of us in the panel and those in the comment section, that we have done good. There is no online channel like Mutembe, which has campaigned for Baba more than Mutembe. Take it to the bank. I hope it will be honored because they did more than even the media. We discussed issues and we made people to understand what Kenya needs to be. Now, it is the last day on Monday in Kenya. It is no time for politics. It is time to ask your friend, have you checked where you're voting? Let everybody know exactly so when they wake up, they don't go to a wrong station. Jasuba to you and your undecided people until the last minute. Decide here now. Kura ni ya Baba, kura ni ya Wanga, ni 6 piece, si kwa sababu tunapenda, because watu wengine wame-sacrifice. We don't want to give people in Kilifi a leeway to start saying, oh, if Jasuba is saying this, then I can... No, we don't want to do that. We must give Baba the presidency and the capacity to do what he has told us, so that in 5 years, we will say Baba has been lying to us. That is my plea today, and I don't want politics. I'm only telling people, let's check where we are voting. Let us culminate what we have been doing. We go vote for Baba on Wednesday. We celebrate Kitu. If we go on the other side opposition and start, if Jasuba, you want to castigate Wanga so that Wanga can work harder, you're allowed. I'm allowed. I'm not going to be pro-Simba after Wednesday. But I've been for him because I know he has weaknesses. But on Wednesday, I'm going on the other side to make sure that Simba does what he said. But for now, we must vote for him and give Baba the capacity to do what he has asked us. Thank you, Wekes.
Wow, thank you for that insightful contribution. Let's have MB. MB uko na sisi?
MB is sleeping, man.
MB umetuangalia na utusikii?
MB amelala.
Amelala.
Okay, let's have Morayas.
Ameamka.
Let's have
MB.
Morayas, then we come to MP.
Yeah, habari zenu, the real people, the real TV, the real issues. Wow. You know, sometimes it's good to have such a time, and then we thank God for the opportunity. Hii sasa ni wakati tunaamshana ya kwamba sasa angalia where you are going to vote. That is the most important. Actually, I asked one of the friends, he said, even some people, you know, they didn't even vote to register to check where they're voting. Actually, this is how we are lazy sometimes. I don't know whether it's lazy or what. We are watching other people. So sometimes I don't know whether it's awareness or what. There are so many things we lack. But I don't blame anyone or whatever, but I look at it this way. There is the main area, all of these questions we are saying, they are coming from one line. We celebrate our constitution. We say it's 100%, but I say no, it is not 100%. If it was 100%, we could not have a problem of what we are talking now. Because the constitution also has issues. Because even if you want to go and move a motion or development or do something, you must have a law. And this law, you try to bring somebody, come in, please, we adjust this, let's do this. The person will say no. Those are you heard some people saying they get money behind the parliament so that you can come and pass something. So you see why? That's why the question of independent, who is who? So we don't want to be just begging people come. We want people who say, we are here for the development of this country. Tuko hapa tufanye kazi yangu ni kukuja kutengeneza sheria na kusikiza watu yangu ama what the Kenyans want. Because ni job. Ukifanyiwa ukiwa na kazi unafuata policy. Kazi inataka hivi because at the end unalipa. Kuna kitu moja hapo. Hii mambo ya Orengo na mzee Baba, I stand strongly saying, please never should you again compare national figures with watu wa kijiji. Please. Take that one. There is a time MPs were paid 50,000 a salary, 50,000 salary, and there is burial every twice a month or thrice a month. And this is the same guy who need to make arrangement, who need to come. Where are you going to get the money from? And that time, some people didn't want the members of parliament job. But when the salary increased, you see now, we see mushroom, everybody wants to do and die kwa sababu ya pesa. Lakini hawa wazee walikuwa wamekubali as their job and anaenda na kusimamia kesi hata umulipi hata shilingi. Even 1 shilling, anasema I will represent you. Not one, not the simple person, even the same leaders who are in power now. Please, if you don't know history, go and open your books. Because these people are alive, you can call them. Take the call. They will pick your call. Have a discussion with them. They will tell you about themselves. Just take them an interview if you are a smart guy. So sometimes they forget about that. Why I say that is that in any place, even your neighbor, even if you don't agree with what they do, sometimes this, what we call handshake, happens in your village. Even where you are staying, even if you are in a rent or you are a neighbor where you are, these things are common. And that's what the law says. Some things sort it out in a amicable way, diplomatic way, so that we don't have a lot of things to put up about. So these things are there and it's acceptable anywhere, any society. So that's where we are coming from. And that is the best practice, I think, which is acceptable anywhere. And you also have a right to disagree in any way. But you don't have to step on somebody's leg and tell, let's go. You are stepping on that person and they were saying, how can you walk? You have to release, then you say, now let's continue. And I understand you have some pain. Okay, that is the same way. But when you are stepping on that person, you are both of them, we are not moving. So for Papa to go there and look at this constitution, which has a problem. And if you listen today about the president, even that question came up. That 20%, which people disagreed on, and it was vital. And then they said, we recheck. When was it checked? When it was people came and tried to amend it and put it through. Even the implementation itself. So we have a problem with the constitution, however much good it is you may think. We need now leaders who are for that job. They want to do the job, make the best, so that tomorrow, when you have a chance, you can be able to do what so and so did not do. And remember, we are not going to stay forever, my friend. You are the next governor for that place. So if you don't make this house smart, how will you provide? You will not do anything. So make it, take the person there who will make a foundation for you. When your time comes, you will be able now to articulate, to make things, serve your people, and do the best according to the talent you have. And this is what we are looking for, and that's what we pray for that. And remember, as you are, look, see, we are going to understand that there are some people who don't want to accumulate wealth because they have understood that the wealth needs to be spent, to be used for development, support the people and others. Others are there to keep it, accumulate, they worship it, they want to do anything with it. That is their own way they have chosen. And but if you know very well, you are just a passing by, when Pitangia at the end, you are going to rest, you don't have to worry to as they say, it's not enough, it's never enough. So that word is never enough, but we are told, okay, money is good, but we will not take us anywhere. You see people who are billionaires, they will say, did he go with anything? No, he went without, everything is left. So for me, what I can say, take your vote. Where are you voting? Pray for everyone. Assist those people who have not traveled. There is a day today, at least they can go. And they go to vote instead of sleeping, maybe staying, and they have excuses, maybe transport or something. Some people didn't travel because of work. So there are so many small reasons which may hinder them not to be able to be there on Tuesday morning and perform that civic duty. So for me, that's what I can say. Let's be sober now. People, we don't want to blame anybody. Let us take the blame, every one of us, and move. And then we do what we are supposed to do. And then later after, we come and say, now we want to correct. This is what we do. At least when we have seen the right. But as we are in the dark, please, let's finish it as a team. And thank you so much. I've been away, but I've been in the background due to some reasons. I am ready. My vote is ready. I will wake up in the morning. I vote. Then we wait for the result. Thank you, and God bless you.
Alex ameenda wapi? Who is next? I think it should be MB. MB, can you tell us maoni yako? Okay, Calvin Ochieng, welcome. Chuka ushukani.
Hello. Habari ya,
Okay, Calvin Ochieng, welcome.
habari ya kila mtu. Hello. Hello. Hello.
We are hearing you, continue.
We are hearing you.
Okay, nilikuwa nataka kuongea about Homa Bay, kusupport Jasuba kidogo because sisi ndio watu wa Homa Bay. Mimi natoka Rangwe constituency. Rangwe ndio Kidero anatoka, na Wanga anatoka Rangwe.
Calvin, please, if you just excuse us, I think we have really done away with talking about Homa Bay, whatever. If you can just tell us maoni yako and advise people on what to do next, because it's too late. Even if you advise us now, we are not going to do anything. I'm so sorry in that regard, but just give us maoni yako. Wachana na hiyo mambo ya
Okay, nime-withdraw.
Yes.
Nime-withdraw.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. Sasa najaribu kuambia watu is only 2 days to election. Tupigie Raila kura, tuone vile change itakuwa Kenya hii. That's my take on. Who is next? MB bado unalala?
MB, why did you tell us?
Wekesa yuko MB.
Okay, Jasuba, take ushukani.
Yeah. All right. Okay, thanks. Okay, kwa wale wenye wako kwa chatting section najua mnanirushia maneno, but I had an independent view. Hiyo ndo nimesema kitu nataka nisikike, juu nataka development, sitaki kuizi maneno za sijui nini 6 piece. At least tumeona fruit zake for the last 10 years. Tumeona ni nini imetufanyia to a point that watu wana share bed in Homa Bay. That aside, niliona pingine ilikuwa ina circulate and it was about hired supporters in the Nyayo, and that reminded me today what reminded me about that clip was after the news there was this kind of thing going on in Citizen, and it was called the Mheshimiwa Burden. If you watched it, it was really like so bad, to a point that I had one person from my region, I call her my sister, Judith Kamaria, and then the other person, James Mamboleo, I think, who is from Western, and then we have our colleague from Bungoma. There were politicians who used money, hii maneno ya token. Sisi wenyewe tunakuja hapa tunasema there's somebody or this person has not worked for us. Why? It's us who are making them not work for us. We are really gullible, we are really cheap. They really buy our support. Sababu, for example, mimi mwenyewe nikikuja kuvai and I carry my 5 million, I will not use this 5 million, niwape, and then ikifika pale, I use the money government imenipea kufanya development without deducting my 5 million that I used to get into that seat, you see. So it's us. E-development should start with us. You see, now if you look at how they were complaining to a point that inafika mahali wewe tupee chai, and now this goes to 2027. Hii hii Raila ameshinda huko kwa county hiyo, tutang'ang'ana tu na watu wa huko chini, lakini huko juu tuko na Raila. Now sisi tunaongea tunasema ati nani hajafanya kazi enyewe. Before winning that seat, this person used over almost 200 million. Do you think he just walked on the street and got it? It is his money, his resources. Sometimes he borrowed it from somebody and he wants to take it back. Government imempea pesa, hiyo pesa lazima a slice kidogo ndo ajaribu kurudisha kulipa zile, So we as Kenyans, we really have to change our mentality when it comes to choosing our leaders, the leaders who you think, or the leaders who you perceive to be the real people to lead us or to take us to the next step. Why am I saying that? Mama Selina talked maneno ya hii, maneno ya nimeongea, but criticism makes us to make corrections to a point that tunaona usiposikia maneno ya watu wengine, there's nothing you're learning, but si kurusha maneno. That's one thing that I liked how alicriticize saidieni baba, hata sisi wengine tunasaidia baba. Lazima pia huku chini, sababu kwetu hii maneno ya maram hata iko. Wewe nyinyi mnasema hata nini? Mnasema hata hii tarmac road. Sisi hata maram road haiko. If you can remember those bush, the bush of Tambo, those are where we are living at. You see, sasa mimi mwenyewe nikiona hapo na nikuje Nairobi nione Nairobi vile iko tarmac, ama niende mahali kwingine nione vile iko develop, nasikia vibaya. Unaona? Ndio maana nikisikia hii maneno ya 6 piece, nitasema yenyewe to some point it makes sense, because baba atataka jeshi to fight, like to legislate, but ikifika development,
Jasuba, kindly don't go back to there.
I'm not there. I'm just away from there. I was just responding to something small.
Kindly.
Now, the main point
us, which strategies umesema baba ameshinda, which strategies are you using for baba kushinda? That's assumption. It took the president kutoka Nairobi aende Nyanza to ask people to have a turnout. Now, when you are running through the issue and telling us baba shashinda hii, that complacency is what we don't want. Let's mobilize people. Ambia watu.
Wekesa, let me just try to correct you on one thing.
I have listened to you, and let's help this debate. This is a last-minute call, and the things we are contributing here. If you are in UDA, let them help the UDA camp. If you are in Azimio, let them help the Azimio camp. Let the local politics remain local. Right now, we are mobilizing for the national vote. I also come from a background. I have a background of local politics, but I will not come and play them here. That one is petty. So let's mobilize for the national vote. We want Azimio to win with majority, or if you are on the other side, let UDA win with KAA win with majority. Kindly. Makiadi, thank you for coming. I have to sign out because tomorrow I'm working. It's only Tuesday that I'm off.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa, for holding the studio for that long.
Many slides too hivyo. Sawa.
No, kindly let's have some order.
Jasuba, nimesikia umepiga story ya Homa Bay sana hapa mpaka. Sometimes when you make your contribution, look at the comments. They will guide you on the mood of the house. I think we've had these discussions of local politics for a very long time, and people I think most of the people feel it's time to move on from local politics and strategize on how we are going to win this election on Tuesday. So si kukukatizia, lakini I would want us to confine ourselves to what is moving across your screen, and that is the topic for today. What you saw today with Uhuru Kenyatta making a plea to the Mount Kenya region, and also perhaps you could tell us how you feel about the coming election, how prepared you are. Do you have your voter card ready? And are you prepared to vote? And who probably, voting is your secret, so I don't want you to tell us who you're going to vote for. But that is what we will be discussing today. So I don't know how far, Kuseo, I can't see you. Kuseo, your camera. We might have to tape that camera again. Daktari, are you there?
Yes, 145.
Ajua hii kamera ya Kuseo kila wakati huwa inaenda kwa ceiling and we can't see him, and today he wanted us to learn a few tips on how we are going to make our voting decision success. And so as we wait for him to come back, let me give it to I think Jasuba umeongea, and you keep on changing names. Is it Samir today? Is it Jasuba? Is it
Sikuwa nimemaliza lakini ni sawa. Jasuba.
Aya, sawa. We will come back to you. Hakuna watu hapa studio. We'll have another time, another moment to speak. David Odera ulikuwa umeongea. Unmute your microphone. Huyo inakaa ni kama ameharibikiwa na network kama namna gani. Megi, habari ya masiku? Good to see you. Umepotea sana. About 3 months sijakuona.
Hapana.
Ulienda Kenya?
Sivyo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while since I saw you hata kwa comments nikashangaa kwani ulipotelea wapi. Okay, good to see you, good to see you. Okay, David, umepata microphone. Unmute uongee. Iko bala hapo. Let me look for a video first of all nicheze kabla tuendelee because I think David
unipata.
Hebu ongea tusikie.
You're not getting me?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here. Are you getting me?
Yeah,
okay,
go ahead.
Whatever I was trying to, okay. Yeah, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. As per now, I don't want to talk much about Ruto, about yeah. The only thing I'll urge our supporters, because Makedi, you've said that voting is a secret thing. Mine is not secret. I'm voting for Baba, and I'm urging my fellow supporters who are supporting Baba, who are supporting Azimio, by I think now 3:15 by tomorrow.
Leo iko shida ya network hapa inaonekana. Oseo, good to see you again. I was looking for you under your camera na umepotea tena. Let me do this. I have the 2 documents that you sent me. I'll upload them and then I'll give you an opportunity to do your presentation. Bob Papa Karibu, good to see you. Let me play a video here before we move forward.
You let me make a general comment
if you make a general,
for what is going on, you see,
if you make a general comment, I'll lose what I'm trying to do right now. It won't take a minute, so just give me a minute. Let me just run a video here real quick, and then we can actually move forward. There's a video here that I felt we should be looking at. Just give me a minute.
And Azimio 1 Kenya presidential candidate Raila Odinga has committed to accept the election results, assuring the country that he is ready for any eventuality.
This as his main rival in the August 9th elections, Deputy President William Ruto, also committed to a peaceful election where the voter will have the final say.
NTV senior political affairs reporter Kennedy Mureithi brings details of the two leaders' day in church where they sought God's blessings in the task ahead. And it's not just those two leaders who were at church seeking counsel from above and, of course, spiritual intervention. The other, that is David Maure and Wajakoya, were also doing the last round seeking, of course, some intervention ahead of the election, just a day away as we seek to sort this particular story out by Kennedy Mureithi. He has been following their activities this last Sunday before the election.
Cometh the day, cometh the hour. That time a politician is expected to reap from what they sowed during the campaign period. The presidential candidates attending church service, seeking God's blessings for the task ahead. For Azimio One Kenya presidential candidate Raila Odinga and his running mate Martha Karua, a special interdenominational service was held on their behalf. For Deputy President William Ruto, it was a rush for blessings from different churches as he attended service at the Jesus Teaching Ministry in Kayole and at the Jesus Winner Ministry in Moisambu. Both leaders are calling for peace. Odinga continued with his message that the interest of the country is bigger than his presidency.
We will accept the outcome. If we win, we will celebrate. And if we lose, we will also congratulate the winner. That's what we say. That is what democracy is all about. What we want is just the IBC should ensure that the process is good, free, and fair.
Raila's running mate Martha Karua and his spouse Ida Odinga, believing in the prayers said upon them.
Prayers are always good. Yeah.
You feel energized and
we feel properly armed for the task ahead.
Prayers is dedicated to three things. First one is the issue of tribalism, and second one is bloodshed. Let's have these peaceful elections, and thirdly, to slay the corruption.
Ruto and his entourage also preaching peace in the two churches.
Proverbs 16 verses 33. Neno la Mungu linasema kura hupigwa kujua yatakayotokea. Lakini, that's the most important part. Lakini uamuzi wake wa hiyo kura inapigwa uko kwa Mwenyezi Mungu.
Let us commit to peace. We have committed to peace through our leader, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and we encourage all Kenyans to equally commit to peace.
In Nyeri Mathira constituency, Ruto's deputy president nominee Rigathi Gachagua also received blessings in church. The two top presidential contenders who are committing to upholding peace have, however, called on the IEBC to carry out a free and fair election. Kennedy Mureithi, NTV.
Okay, I think I'm still getting your documents loaded in. So if you could
can
allow...
make a general comment as we look for the documents.
Sure, go ahead.
You'll start with the general summary for the entire country.
I still have to load them up, so just give me a minute. You can just go ahead and make your comment.
The valid and invalid papers those ones are going to be at the tail end. So after the general summary, then we go to the process, the flow. Then we'll conclude it with the valid and the invalid because they come at the end of the counting. So
Okay.
anyway, my general, yes.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
What I wanted to comment is that you see, most of us, we come here and say this. Let me say hi to Moriasi, Joe, Yasuba, Maggie, and Bob. Of course, and Richie. How are you? You see, if we were a bit structured, maybe sometimes some of us, before we come here, we go behind they call it behind the what? The curtain or what? Because today is a critical day. You should know where to focus. All issues are important, but have some kind of priority. Prioritize. What is the number one thing which must happen? It is the presidency. Now, we have had months and months talking here. You had all the time to talk on those, what you call them local issues. The ones they used saying people on the ground are saying this, people on whatever are saying this. But this is not the time to talk about people on the ground. You put the issues according to their importance. You see, when you go to the voter, the most immediate person is the MCA. So be it. But at this time in point, don't waste energy on issues which can be sorted somehow, so long as you get the top thing. Assuming, for example, you get the wrong MCA, which you not even have voted for, but you have taken too long to decide and to discuss the issue, the important issues. What you need to know is that those issues can be sorted once you get the top right. So right now it is too late to correct the ground. If it is the way it is, unfortunately, you'll have to have it the way it is. So we put emphasis at the very top first. At the very top first. That is basically what I want to say. And then, of course, the dynamics are in play. The least that should happen is that the top should go as predicted, as all of you want to be. And most cases, some of us, when we say, like I said here yesterday, when you say, Baba, you remember in the referendum, when they released the referendum document, we were told, you guys, you read this thing, the voting will be done in was it 90 or 60 days? Now, what did some people say? No, kama baba amesoma hakuna haja. Baba akishasoma hakuna haja. So this time round, as most people have said here, this thing is so close. You don't want sleeps you can do without. You don't want us to sleep in a manner that you could help. So what we need to do is to make sure that, since I've just said that the top said Baba as the president, at least the corruption issues will be sorted according to the promises he has given. The 10-point agenda, all those promises would be rolled out. And remember, they are not being rolled out without the grassroots. Let's say my MCA is the wrong person. I feel that as we at this time in point. Remember, what is likely to happen is that if you get the right MCA, it means Baba's work would be easier. But if you don't get the right MCA, what you are losing is that Baba's work will be more difficult. As simple as that. So let's not over concentrate on lower issues. At least with 1 day to go, as it is. So let's make sure that the issue of turnout is there. Now, the latest campaigns have been very, very encouraging, very encouraging. And the danger of that is the so-called overconfidence, which is likely to set in. And some people, be careful. We should not be celebrating too early. You can see, for example, what President Uhuru was doing. Now, his main issue, which he repeatedly talked about in Central and in all Baba strongholds, is turnout. turnout. Please, please, please make sure you vote. Now, some of us get too excited. They think when he says that, it means he kitu imeshafika. Then there lies the danger. You become complacent, and now then maybe the turnout may be affected negatively. We do not want that. The secret to this from across the country seems to be lying in turnout. In turnout. Thanks. Let me give somebody else a chance to contribute.
Okay, as I continue to put your documents in order, I think I've got, you sent me, was it four documents? There's only one, the one that discusses about the process is what I'm looking for. I can't find it, but I have sent it to my laptop. So when I get it, I'll let you know.
Essentially, there are three.
Oh, so there are three.
No, the ballot papers is treated as one document.
Okay, so three for the ballot paper, and then
process flow as one, and then the summary as one. So start with the summary, then you go to the process flow, then the ballot papers.
Okay, I'm trying to arrange them in the right order, but if I miss one, you let me know. Let me go to Bob Papa first of all. Bob Papa. Bob Papa, go ahead.
Jambo sana Makiadi. Nawasalimia nyote na Magi, Muriasi, Jasuba, Mama Selina, Mora, and Jose. Thank you very much. Now, I just have a few words. And the few words are that one, I want to urge the Mount Kenya voting bloc. This is the time you need to choose between backpedaling on progress in terms of development, and there's only one choice that is good for you, and we need your support in Azimio. We need to move together as a country. Don't be lied to. Remember, all that Raila Amolo Odinga has done is to wish you the best and to work hard in terms of the constitution and all that, BBI. It was all for the benefit of this country so that we all see each other as equals and surge forward. So I urge you to come out and vote Azimio. Secondly, to the rest of the country, this year it is we need to make a choice on how we are going to fight corruption, and there's only one choice that can not necessarily eradicate it completely, but that can change the trajectory of this nation by putting behind bars corrupt individuals who are pegging us back. So that choice is Baba and Martha. Now urge you out to come out and vote. Lastly, I am not going to talk much on any other issue apart from I am appealing to anybody who is in Mombasa County. Tomorrow at 1 o'clock, I'll give my number to the private chat, and any moderator would give you my number. I'm looking for anybody who wishes to join me tomorrow, anytime after 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. I will be moving around 4 polling stations after I have voted on the voting day, and I'll be distributing water and meals in the dinner meal for at least six of our agents in 4 polling stations. That is 24 persons. So anybody who wishes to join me and assist in that noble cause, you are free to get in touch with me. Thank you very much. Let's come out and vote Siafu style. Thank you.
Okay, a few minutes, Mora. Karibu.
Hey, I was here earlier, but hey, Howie, I think this is a new group of panelists. My big thing is I'm appealing to the undecided voters. Please join the winning team. You will never go wrong when you join the winning team. And for those who have already decided who they're voting for, more power to you. Make sure you vote right. You put the right marks in the boxes. Make sure you do the right thing. Let's get Baba to State House. Baba has actually struggled for so many years. If it was maybe one of us, me or you, maybe we would have given up. But Baba has a spirit. I mean, Baba was determined. At least let him also test that State House that he has fought for so many years. Another thing that I'm gonna say, the panelists, I mean, we've camped here. Mama Selina, thank you so much for fighting, for being here. Every time I log in, Mama Selina is there. Mama Selina has been a fighter in this Mutembe TV channel, and everybody else, Bob Papa, Kusero. I mean, you guys are great. You've done great work, and it's bearing fruit. We're gonna put Baba in State House, that's for sure. And then we need also to elect people that are going to support Baba run the government. So just electing Baba alone is not enough. So let's also elect people that are for him. I mean, as much as we can, let's elect people that are in Azimio. I mean, we can elect independent candidates, yes, but when they get to parliament or they get to the Senate or get to the county assemblies, the independent people can vote either way. They are swayed. So let's elect people that are like-minded to like people that are supporting Azimio as much as we can. That will make Baba's work easier. That will make Baba's policies go through. But if we elect, let's say we elect like from one region, like let me say like from Kisii, if we elect all independent candidates or a majority of independent candidates, and when a motion comes, they bend towards the other side, that will be so frustrating for Baba's government. So let's think before we vote. If we are voting for Baba, vote for something that is going to help Baba run the government. Other than that, I appreciate everything that everybody is doing to ensure that these elections run smooth. And please, Kenyans, no violence. Let nobody lose their life or get injured because of voting. If you die, you die, and the candidates that you are supporting maybe wins, they continue living. So just be careful what you say when you are with people that are not supporting your ideal candidate. Just take care of yourself, and let's have a peaceful and a successful election. Thank you.
Okay, Kusel, let me try this before you come in. Let me see if I can share. There's one document that is really giving me a hard time. Let me try. Probably we will start with that one if it allows us to display. I'm still having trouble finding it. I have seen that I've sent it to my desktop, but I can't. The one with the voting process. Let me see. So this one is one of those. I don't know which.
Those are the ballot.
So that's the ballot, and then that one.
Well, no, where have you gotten this? That one seems to be the wrong one.
Okay, let me delete
No,
that
the summary you displayed is an older one before the cleaning, I think.
Okay, this one.
This is okay.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's use what we have right now, and then I'll look for the process one. When I get it loaded in, I'll let you know. So I have three documents here. I don't know which one you want me to start with.
Why don't you use the one without the cross?
No, there's a reason
Yeah,
why
that
the
one.
cross is there.
That one.
So I just want to know, I just want to read your mind on what you want me to do. I have 3 documents. There's
No,
how
the
to
other
make
one.
ballot paper. There's
The-
this
the-
one,
No, the other one.
and then there's this one. I have
No,
that.
let's start with the other one. The previous, the one which is a summary of the voting country, the entire country.
That one, right?
That one.
Yeah, they for some reason I can't have the image fully displayed on the screen because of the settings of that document you sent me. But I
But
hope
it is
our
a
viewers
PDF.
can see. Yeah.
It's just a PDF.
Yeah, I don't think I can enlarge more than it has been enlarged. So I'm trying to see. There's no way I can get that image to be more visible than that. I just hope we'll.
Can anybody read them? Like Rift Valley is 5.3.
Yeah, I can read that myself.
I can
What
read.
about
I can
the
read
other?
too. I can read.
You can read, eh?
Yeah,
And
yes,
you
I
can
can.
see that it commands 24%.
24%. I see a total of 2 million plus da 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 da.
No, I'm saying, take number 1, for example. The
Yes,
highest,
I see.
the
Yeah,
highest
I see.
voter population
Yes,
is in the Rift Valley.
yes.
And this Rift Valley, you know, sometimes when they are looking at Mount Kenya, they put Nakuru in Mount Kenya, but this includes Nakuru and Laikipia and Trans Nzoia. Sometimes they put Trans Nzoia in Western, but this figure here, the way IEBC has done it, they have grouped Trans Nzoia, Laikipia, and Nakuru all in Rift Valley. That is why you see it is reading 5.3. 5.344, and that according percentage-wise in the entire 22, you see down there you have 22 million. It means 24% of the 22 million, 24% is in the Rift Valley region, which is 5.3 million votes. We can all see that, eh? Yes.
Yeah.
Then it is followed by Central, and as I've said, Nakuru is not part of it there. And Central, as per the latest IEBC, has 3.1 million, which controls 14% of the entire of the entire country, which is 22 million.1. Followed by Nyanza at 3.0, which also controls 14%. And in this case, this is Luo Nyanza, including Kisii, Nyamira. That is where the 3 million votes are. And that controls 14% of the entire register. Then you go to Eastern, which is also 3.0, and that is 14% of the entire votes, 22.1. Then Nairobi is next at 2.5. Nairobi represents 11% of the entire country voting population. Then Western at 2.1 controls. Now this Western, we need to indicate that it doesn't have Trans Nzoia. Trans Nzoia is not treated as Western in the IBC setup.
Kuseo, how many votes? How many votes are in Trans Nzoia?
Well, I may need to slip to. It is less than is less than 1 million. I think. Okay, I'll give you in the course of the presentation, because I have it on another. I have region by region. I mean county by county, so to say. So that's Western, the entire Western, Busia, Vihiga, Kakamega, Bungoma. That is 2.1 million. Then you have Coast. Coast is 1.9 million. It has, I think, 5 counties. Then Northeastern at 866. So now that is the voter map for the entire country, and the relative strength in percentage terms are shown in there. So, for example, the other time I remember when they did some polls at they did some polling in Mombasa, and they were saying that I think Baba had it was 50 what 62. Was it 62 or 56? Now, if you were to do it mathematically, you can actually work 1.9 in cost, 56% of it. If you work out, then you can see the potential vote if you have 100% turnout, which is also very unlikely in any event. So that is the voter map for the entire country as it is today, and the strength in the various places.
Okay, so what next do you want me to display?
If you have the process flow, then we can go to it.
I still haven't loaded in the process flow. I'll let you know when it's ready.
So then I can go to the actual voting.
Okay, is that what you want? Okay.
Now you are saying that you can't do, because I doubt whether people can read this. Can you see where the tick is on the first one? Mora is there.
Yeah, I see the tick, yes.
Now, basically what we want to see here is basically how to mark a ballot paper. Now, the first one there, you realize that the ballot paper will have somebody's symbol, it will have somebody's image, the photograph or the picture, and then their names. Now, Makiadi, yesterday I had asked you here about Azimio's symbol. You didn't answer.
You know, I don't think they have a symbol.
Well, I'm telling you, these ballot papers are placed for a symbol. A place,
but they'll
be using orange.
I thought they have the candidates. I thought they have candidate symbols.
They use blue.
Azimio, Baba's symbol is what? That's the question.
I thought they say blue.
No, blue is the color.
Yeah, that is what mother was saying. Ukienda unaangalia blue, you tick. Blue is Baba na Mama, yes.
No, there must be a party symbol, Mama Selina.
Party symbol.
So Azimio ni ya watu wawili. Watu ya ODM wako na orange, watu ya Jubilee wako na yao, watu ya na Kenya tuko na maua, lakini Baba na Mama ni wa
ODM is an orange.
Mami, that is in order. What you are saying is in order. What we are saying, if you look at that ballot paper, the ballot paper is going to look exactly like what you see there. Now, Azimio being the letter A, I believe it will be the first one even on the ballot paper.
Yes.
Because of the letter A. Oh, AZ and because of the letter A, it will be among the first. But alongside the candidate, now let's say Baba's name is there, there is also the party symbol. Remember, for UDA, the symbol is going to be wheelbarrow. Now, that is why yesterday I was asking Makiadi that have you any idea what the symbol for Azimio is going to be?
Yeah,
so Marcelina is saying it's going to be a blue.
That's a very good question. I know the coalition color is blue, but then I understand that there must be a party symbol on the ballot box. So if I might be wrong, but I think Raila Odinga might have the orange for ODM. And then Martha Karua might be running with the flower and Kenya, but I'm not sure. Maybe somebody else can.
I hope it won't be a blue orange.
But guys, for sure, Azimio has like 26 different parties, and each party maybe has its own symbol. How are we going to expect?
The candidate is Azimio. Remember, Baba is in Azimio. He's not in ODM.
Oh, he's not in ODM. Okay.
Yeah, Baba and Martha are in Azimio. And I believe when they went for the nomination,
hold on,
there must have been a party symbol.
So we're being told here that the symbol is R.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're being told. Kimani is saying it's R, you clowns.
So
a blue R. Is it a blue R?
Maybe R blue.
Iko R inakuanga na rangi kama ya
dhahabu kwa kofia.
Yeah, that one. That one is the symbol.
And
actually, they could put a kofia with the big R.
Orange. Somebody says it's a red. It's a orange R that looks like Arab writing. So I think you've seen it. Ile inakuwa kwa kofia. I think umeona mtu amekuja hapa na Jasuba ako wapi? Jasuba I think alikuwa na kofia imeandikwa R. That one is the symbol ya nini?
Okay.
Ya kina Raila. So
Then
si mambo ya machungwa, usiende kutafuta machungwa, usiende kutafuta maua. The R symbol. Ndio hiyo sasa. Haya, sawa, usiendelea.
Then that explains it. Now if it is the first, like I hope it will be the first one on the ballot paper, then it will be the symbol R, the way you are saying, then the picture. What I'm not sure about is whether both the running mate and the candidate pictures would be there. I remember at one point the question was put to IEBC, but it was not answered. So I'm not sure whether it will be there. But if it is there, good enough. It will mean that Martha would be there, Baba would be there. Then of course their name.
But Martha say kuna picha, kuna blue. So he say ukifika hapo kuna picha ya baba na kuna hiyo blue.
Oh, it is one picture. Is it? Are they running mate and
picha mbili ya mama ya baba and then mama, lakini aliambia watu unaenda tu unaangalia picha blue, usitafute Martha mama ama Raila, but ukiona blue unatiki hiyo blue. I hear you saying that.
Now
I ngoja tu dakika moja. Bob Papa.
Okay.
Hebu tueleze wewe unaweza kuwa unajua hii maneno.
Yeah, I think I've tried to look for one of the, was it a demonstration of press conference that the deputy chair of IEBC, the lady who almost looks like Mora, she had displayed the presidential ballot paper, a sample, and that sample had on the left there is our president's picture, Raila, and there is Martha's picture. The presidential ballot paper has got two photographs.
Okay.
And then the
one that
symbol
was
and then the
circulating
box
in the
for
media.
ticking.
Is it like the one that was circulating in the
Yes.
group? Okay, then it should be.
No, there is one that I remember she displayed one time during these short press conferences, and I'm yet to confirm whether it is the real one, because I know it is. There are two pictures. That decision was never overturned.
Let's do this. Find me, Bob Papa, you have my number. Find me a ballot paper sample ya Raila Odinga na Martha Karua. Nitumie kwa WhatsApp. I'll display that.
Hey, man, Richie, the symbol
let me try and get a sample.
An orange. It's an orange R, and the background is blue.
Correct. Send that symbol and the ballot paper sample to me. I'll display that so that our viewers can understand what we are talking. Some of us look like we are not sure about that. So some people are saying it has 5 stars with an R, but the R is orange, but with a blue background. So let's see a real copy of that, and then we can display here. So I will say malizia hiyo kwanza ndio tusonge. I think the process you sent me are not very clear. The picture that you sent me is not very clear. You might just need to explain. I don't know. I can't help you with the size of the picture, because however much I try to display it, that's the much I can do. So I don't know.
The displayed ballot papers at the top, those are the various markings which are considered acceptable by IEBC. Now you can put a tick. You see on the extreme end, you can put a tick there. You can put a marker there. Now what is important is that your mark must be within the box. That is what is so critical. That is what is critical. Some people, maybe somebody might think that they have not put a very good tick, so they end up putting another one. That there is no problem so long as everything is within the box. Now, there are cases whereby you may need to use a thumbprint for those who are using thumbprint. Similarly, you put the thumbprint along in the line for your choice, but again, it must be within the box. It is quite common that when you are putting a thumbprint, chances are that it might touch the lines because a thumb is fairly big. Some people have fairly big thumbs. Sometimes even when you are putting it, you may mistakenly be touching the boundaries of the line. So that a thumbprint is also accepted so long as it is within the box. Now, the other one, of course, is the X. Similarly, you put the X within the box. If you think you put a small X, you can still put a bigger X so long as you don't go outside the box. Then another one, which is also accepted, is a dot. If there is a dot in there, it is also accepted. Again, not outside, not with just one dot in one box will constitute a valid vote. Now we go to the next one, the one which has X's.
This one is okay now. Inaonekana hii vizuri.
Say hiyo ni sawa.
Okay. So those are the markings which are acceptable. And as I've said, the whole idea is that they must be within the box. Nothing should be touching the boundaries. I'll explain to you why as we go along. Now, the next one are to do with I think, Rich, we can move to the one with the big X. That one. Now, there are three different kinds of markings here, which tries to explain to you what bad markings are. And any of these, any ballot paper which is marked in this manner would not be acceptable. Now, like we all know, like yesterday I heard somebody commenting, I don't remember who it was, that some confusing agents would tell somebody that when ukifika huko, kama utaki Richi, weka big X. If you put an X in fact that you are putting a no, you end up voting for Richie if you had not intended to vote for him. Now, in some places, there are some agents who like confusing voters. They know that it is so and so strong, it is Richie's stronghold. So they tell you, instead of voting for Richie, they'll rather get away with a spoiled vote. So they tell you, ule unateka, weka tick. Ule utaki, weka X. Now you end up with that first kind of ballot paper, which you see there. And that again will be an invalid ballot. Now the next one is the issue of the thumbprint. That was the middle one. It's the one I was talking about. You realize somebody tried to put a thumbprint, but couldn't quite get it inside the one box. It is touching all manner of boxes, and now you can't tell exactly who this thumbprint belongs to. Again, that would be an invalid ballot. Then the next one, on the extreme side, is where the thumbprint is between two candidates. Okay, yes.
Also, let me interject, please.
Yes.
Makiadi, can you block that fellow called Henry? He's misleading people on the comment section. And he's talking about something totally different from what Jose is saying.
Yeah, I think Henry, you are a regular visitor here. I know you very well. So tafadhali, let's watch what we are doing, what we are posting.
Let's deal with the last ballot paper. The last ballot paper there is a clear indication where somebody was struggling to vote for their candidate, but they have ended up putting it touching two lines. So the two candidates can actually lay claim to that ballot. So again, it ends up being unacceptable. I think as far as marking ballot papers is concerned, I think that is where we end with that, Richie. So unless you have any other issues to discuss, then we move on to the other process.
No, I'll say I was trying to Google some symbols here. Some people suggested that we can Google this, and so I went to an extent of trying to check if we can find
the one for Azimio.
Yeah, for Azimio. I don't know if you guys can see my screen.
Oh, yeah, actually.
So there are some symbols here. There's this one right here on the extreme right. And then
I think that one iko na Kiswahili word may be the one.
Azimio la Umoja. So there's this R, that's the R that people are talking about. But then the background vile Mama Selina amesema inafaa kuwa blue. So that we are clear. It is an R with a blue. I don't know if it has the stars. But I can't find a good one here to display. But at least people now understand what we are.
At least they'll get it.
Yeah,
his picture is there. His name is there, so
yeah.
we can't go wrong.
So it's blue R Azimio la Umoja with the stars.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that maybe we can proceed with the process flow and then we complete.
Yeah, I'll upload that when I get that document. I'll let you know. So you can go ahead and make your remarks about what you had to say, and then we can move on to somebody else. We'll come back again.
Now, I just want to say that as you enter the voting place, you are like the first person you touch base with is the voting clerk at the identification place, where they use the KIMS kit to biometrically try and identify you. Once you are identified without issues, you proceed to the ballot clerk who is issuing the ballot papers. Normally it should be very fast. And once you pick as you come in, you'll find them already using one of the booklets with the ballot papers. Now, sometimes you may find that the ballot papers have been stamped, but I had some people saying that should be discouraged. You should only stamp those things when the voter is standing in front of you. I'm trying to talk about the ideal situation. I do not know how the various polling stations are going to do it. But what should happen is the moment you stand in front of the voting clerk, one of them is issuing the ballot papers, it should then be handed over to the one with the stamp to stamp them. Then once they are stamped, they are given to you, you proceed to the polling booth where there is some privacy, and you mark them the way we have just described. Once you have described them, you proceed to the ballot boxes now. The ballot boxes are going to be identified by color and by in writing. So the presidential one is clearly marked presidential, governor, senator, like that. But then the ballot papers colors are matching the lid, the ballot box lid. Like the presidential one is white, so the ballot paper you are going to be dealing with should be white. Just to make sure that once you go there, it is not advisable that you go and mark your ballot paper for the president, you go and vote, then you go back. No. Once you are in the ballot polling booth, you're supposed to mark all the 6 ballot papers with your choices. Then when you go to drop them in the ballot boxes, you go in one go and finish. By the time you drop the last one, you are free, you are good to go. Of course, then before you go, once you have finished the last one, you will be required to dip your finger in the ink, the indelible ink. And then that's the end of it. So on a good day, when things are moving faster, the voting process should not go more than 6 minutes for one person. It can even do 4. But basically, that is procedurally how it goes. So when you go in there, you are going to find quite a number of people in there. Now, the agents are going to be there. They are also going to be the media. You have the media, then you have the observers, all monitoring what is going on. Now, assuming now the closing time, which is 5 o'clock, has come, they'll close the polling stations at 5 o'clock. They'll do it the way the banks do, whereby if you are people who have not voted, it's like you put a barrier and lock them inside. So those people who are entering the polling station late would be blocked outside. If you are locked inside but you have not voted, you will be given time to vote, even if it is after 5. Now, once the last person has voted, the next thing the polling station, the presiding officer will do is to confirm the turnout. The turnout, Richie, are you anywhere near that process flow?
Jose, I think I'll have to restart my laptop.
Why don't you do this? Why don't you do this? Take a photograph from your laptop and then project it from.
No, my
as a WhatsApp.
Yeah, my OneDrive is not working. I have to resync it again. It's not syncing.
Okay, then let me just complete. Then I give people a chance to do their bit. So after the last person has voted and the polling station has been closed, remember the agents would be there, the polling clerks would be there, and the observers, and of course the media. Now, what is the next thing they do? The next thing they do, I'm assuming they'll follow the procedures. They'll check the turnout. How do you check the turnout? You remember when you are identified, your name, your details are archived. It is like counting. Every time we identify a voter, we archive it to say who has turned out. I think that is good enough for those who can see.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, good.
I can see it. So you see now when you enter into step 1, it is the voter identification. Now there is the electronic identification through the KIMS kit, which takes place. In the event that there are challenges there, then it goes to the manual. But remember, following the last court ruling, the electronic system is supposed to be used alongside the manual system. So at this stage, you are just identified with whichever method that works, and once you are identified, you are archived. Archived means that your details, your names are removed from the remaining people who have not voted, or using the manual register, your details, your names are cancelled. Now, from there, you move on to the next desk, step 2. In that step 2, you get the ballots issued, and then before you take them, they are stamped the way it is shown there. They are stamped the way it is shown there. Then from there, that is, move on to step 3. Step 3 is now in the booth, the voting booth. In the voting booth, I was suggesting that people should note that you are better off marking all your ballot papers in one go. You spend your 2 minutes in there marking all the ballot papers. Then from there, you go to step 4 and drop the ballot papers in marked and mark the marked ballot papers into the boxes, and ensure that you put them in the right box. If you get mixed up and you put your MCA ballot paper in the MP or vice versa, that will be an astray vote, and it will be a spoiled vote in the end. Now, after step 4, of course, then straight to step 5, where your finger is dipped into the indelible ink, and then that is it. Now, unless somebody has anything to ask, Makiati, there is something I forgot to mention regarding the step 1. Maybe just return it briefly. In step 1, where voter identification is taking place, yeah, that place, it may well happen that in the electronic register, you are not there. And then in the manual register, since it is a replica of the electronic register, chances are that you will not be there. Now, under the circumstances, yesterday I suggested here that those who still have their voter card, there is something called a voter card. As much as all you need is your ID to do the voting, if you have the voter card, you can carry it. In the event that you are not in the manual register, you are not in the electronic register, it simply means that when they were creating the electronic register, somebody did not do it well, so you got left out. Now, in the past, before the electronic registers came about, we were using what I said yesterday. They were using the black books, which they don't normally use these days. But if you are sufficiently proved that you are a voter, despite the fact that you are missing from the electronic register or the manual register, with the voter's card, you can actually convince these people, especially people in the rural areas, that I add this in. Sometimes people even used to have a number in those black books. So if you have all that details, and even the last time maybe you voted, and you may well find out that during this time when they were cleaning the register, you remember there were some illegal transfers. Maybe in the process, you even got deleted. So if you voted the last time, and you know, those who voted the last time, you realize that your ID has got a mark. The ID is for those who had voted. I remember one time when I voted, my ID was pressed with something which looks like a stamp or a seal. So if they can prove through other means that you are a voter, but you are missing, then they will use that form. You see where I put form 32. That form 32 is the one where they need to capture those extreme cases. So you are entered there, and then you are allowed to vote. Eventually, the people on that form 32 would be put in the ballot box together with at the end of the voting. So in the event that they are trying to check the turnout, then it will be seen where it came from, despite the fact that it could not be archived. It was also missing from the manual register. So that now that we can now remove it, then we talk about the turnout. Now the first thing after the voting process has ended, you start by.
Also, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
And I think what Henry was trying to say, and Bob Papa actually got that as probably a misleading statement. It's a concern that many people have raised. I have had people tell others that if you are going to vote for Baba, just put a tick. Make sure the tick is, the check mark is within the box.
Yeah.
And then go on with the process. Then if you're going to vote for Ruto, put a check mark in Ruto's box, and then put an X in Baba's box. Is that the case, or that's an extreme joke?
Let me tell you, you can do that, but the best that you can get out of that is a spoiled vote. So long as you have more than one mark, which are not in one box, it is a spoiled vote straight away. Now, what? Let me tell you why I was bringing up this point. There are certain areas which are known to be for Ruto, so to say, or for DP. Now, there are some confusing people. It depends on the level of understanding of the voter. In other words, he doesn't want Baba so much that when you tell him, huyu mwenye utaki weka X, some people got away with it. I remember in the lower seats, the MCAs and the MPs, it happens quite a lot. And those people are paid quite a lot because they know each other. They know who is voting for who. So when unachagua Richi, Richi amepita. Huko weka ticks. Na huyu Magi utaki, weka X. So he's busy spoiling Richi's votes. And that is the agenda he has there in that polling station. Sometimes they even give tokens for people to make sure that you think you are being encouraged to vote for Richi. Huko tuvotie Richi. Na kwa nani weka X. Kwani is busy spoiling votes for Richi. Anyway, I hope people are getting more and more enlightened these days. Maybe that such cases are few. So I was talking about the turnout. So the turnout would be determined from the KIMS kit. Remember that archiving that takes place. And of course, based on what the recent court ruling, we expect the KIMS kit to match with the manual register. Now, once that is done, then we are ready to go. And of course, if there are any additions, it will be Form 32. Now, having done that, the next thing is to reconcile the ballot papers, books. You remember the books which they keep plucking out? They need to agree with the ballots which are in the boxes. And since they are serialized and numbered, it should be a very easy thing to do. Now, they do all that before they check how people voted. Next step is step 3. Of course, when you are reconciling the booklets, you check where did you start? You start with how many books? How many did you issue? How many are left? That should balance at that level. Then we know that there has been no additional foreign stuffing of ballot boxes and the like. The next thing now is to go into the voting process. We want to find out, are there valid votes? Are there invalid votes? Which will all constitute spoiled votes. Now, the way we have described how the ballot paper is marked, that is what they will use as a guidance. Now, there are cases whereby sometimes you come across a thumbprint. You remember the thumbprint that was shown there. Now, these are sometimes people who have challenges reading. Now, if you find that 90% of the thumbprint is on one candidate, now the agents and the observers may have to decide whether that is valid or not. Sometimes there are contestations towards that, depending on how. You remember yesterday when I was saying that some people wanaweka tick na hasira. Sasa ameweka tick vizuri huku, lakini vile ameweka na hasira imeenda mpaka inaguza the other side. Now, if you find strict agents, they may insist that is a spoiled and invalid ballot. So again, the observers, the agents, and the IBC officials have to agree beforehand, before the counting starts, whether that constitutes a valid vote or not. Assuming only 2% of the tick is in the other person's box, it is debatable. Now, the observers and the team who are managing the elections there may have to then decide, okay, this one, if 98% of the tick is in Richie's box, by all means, you can see the intention was to vote for Richie. Now, after that is done, you have separated the invalid and the valid. Now you start separating them according to candidates. Now we remove a box, you see them lifting it, then they put it for Richie, that side, for Maggie, that side, for Bob, that side. They do that until they finish the entire box. Once the entire box is completed, then you go now start counting each candidate's bunch. You know, remember during the separation, they put for candidate 1 here, candidate 2 here, candidate 3 here. Then now you start counting for candidate 1, how many are they? Now, once you've gotten the number, of course, then you feel that, assuming it was the presidential one, then now it is time, you have done it for each candidate, it is now time to fill form for 34A. And if it is done well and everything has gone smoothly, of course, then there is now the signing. Then they all sign. I'm not so sure whether observers are also supposed to sign that form. Maybe if Nyumba is here, he can tell us, since he has been a presiding officer. It will be signed by the respective agents, then the returning officer, and then, of course, then I suspect the observers, because they are there in their official capacity. What I do, the media normally, I don't think they're allowed to sign. Media, no.
I think they have a report, because they have to hand over the report when they finish polling station. So if it is not the same one, but they have to sign a form so that they will go and compare.
But the report is on the entire election, isn't it?
Yes.
Now I was talking about the polling station, because there will be observers present there. So let's say they have finished counting, they have done form 34A. I know that the agents are required to sign, the returning officer are required to sign, but what about the observer?
The observer never do anything. Anyway.
Kusero, observers are observers.
Yeah, they're
They
just
don't.
observers.
They don't
do
sign. They don't
anything.
sign
They
anything.
can't sign.
But they have
Well,
their own report. They have their own forms to say polling station they had 500, maybe this, blah, blah. And then they will go and compare with their own.
yeah, okay. In this particular case for this election, I'm told their report will be there on 11th.
Putting up the an, maybe he has information.
Oh, jina imekuwa ngumu. Surest ama ni Sarils ama nini? Hiyo jina bana.
Really, hi guys, how are you doing?
Sarils. Okay, go ahead.
So I conclude, then I give him a chance. I mean, you want to ask?
No, I just want to ask something in relation to what you're presenting.
Okay.
We had some issue like where like the presidential votes were exceeding the MP's vote against the governor's vote, MCA, and blah 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 blah. In that case, do we if we maybe during the votes balancing, is it proper for the IBC official to go ahead and release the results? Because if the irregularity has been identified at that point, like they did in the previous years,
the IBC will go ahead and release the results. It's only that they'll take note of the same. Remember, the IBC officials at the polling station, the way I've walked you through, by the end of it, they count, and everybody, all the witnesses are witness the numbers found. So you may well actually find that the presidential votes are more or less compared to let's say the governor or what have you. But remember, at the polling station, you only have on the Form 34A, you'll be dealing with the presidential papers first. Now, what you are saying is likely to be discovered as you go ahead, especially at the constituency level and that kind of thing. When they are doing the Form 34, what do you call it, Form 34B, that is when it will come to light. But it will be subject to further scrutiny and investigation. So it will be noted as much.
If the voters are 700 and maybe 650 vote for presidential candidate, and maybe 500 vote for governor and go down, as long as it will stay in the 700. But the other ones, the president would have 1,000 votes, and in that polling station is 700. So people are asking, where did they get this extra? Because in the polling station, their polling station with 700 is maximum. There are some polling station with 500. So they were doing that because they know people will not follow. But if the president is 650 and the governor is 500 or 550, and then the member of parliament, because it depends, people may vote for president and the member of parliament and MCA, as long as it cannot go beyond what is in the polling station.
I believe what he's asking is this. He's asking that the total votes for the MCA position is less or more than the total vote for the president. You see, all the MCAs, the total number of, when you are doing the balancing, they should not be more than each other. The balance, if there is differences, that is a warning call.
But Ose, let me ask you. I think that is beyond our scope here.
Yes.
I think that is beyond our scope. We should at least work within our scope, and which is to make sure that our viewers understand how the process goes, how the process flows in the polling station. The house on how the IEBC is going to tally the numbers and all that. I don't think we have any control over that.
Yeah.
And some of these issues come out during the audit processes, and maybe if one candidate fails,
at the tail
exactly,
end.
Exactly. So let me give you a minute to conclude on that, so that we move on to the next person.
Now, having done that counting, and Form 34A is filled, basically we are ready for transmission. And you remember the signing makes frees the returning officer now to transmit the results. Now they'll transmit the results to for example, the media and the agents would be free to take photos the way we were saying, and to take their copies of the Form 34A, and then of course the transmission will go straight to the back office at Bomas, if it is, and basically that is it. At Bomas, they'll now proceed. That's another process which we can't do now. They'll go now tallying. The tallying is itself as another stage of the process. But I think, as far as I'm concerned, that is the end of the voting, what I'm calling the voting process.
I think one important thing that Jose pointed out here is make sure that your ballot paper has been stamped. If you walk away from that place without, I mean, if you go drop your ballot papers without having them stamped, then those also, will they be considered spoiled votes? What are they called?
It is a bit tricky because you see, IEBC are the ones responsible for that stamping. The only thing is that it should be stamped when you are standing there, so that you do not have pre-stamped ballot papers in the wrong hands. Otherwise, you know, somebody could be tempted to pre-stamp this thing. So by the time you take the ballot books, they are already having the stamp, which is wrong. Okay. It means that if you have people with wrong motives, you never know when the voting is over. They go now start stashing the ballot papers, and that can actually, when you are doing the turnout balancing and reconciliation, you will actually end up with figures which are not matching. Okay. Because most stashed ballot papers, they don't go through the electronic verification. And that is now how your dead voters and duplication, more than 15 times votings were taking place.
Okay, sure.
But as far as we are concerned, I think that's the end for us with regard to the voting process.
If you have more information, let me know. I'll give you another chance. And there's a person who wants to know our candidates for Nairobi. I think the president, as you know, is Raila Odinga. The governor is Sigade. We go with the senator to be Sifuna for Senate. Women rep, Esther Passaris. And then I think we have all the other candidates. We have, I think, 16 candidates, Azimio candidates for MPs. So those are the main seats that you should be aware. Sifuna Senate, Esther Passaris, Women Rep, Governor Igade, President Raila Odinga. Sure list. Hey, man, unajua mi ulimi ya R na L. Ngoja kabla ukuje nitakupatia micheze kibao.
So I think I'll end there. Next time we'll do the transmissions and tallying.
Yeah, sure.
Transmission and tallying.
Let me play a video here, 1 minute, then you can come in.
A woman will not forget the needs of her children. A woman will always remember about health services. A woman is the chief nurse in her home. A woman is around her children, whether there is food in the house or not. There are some things a woman will never forget. If a child has no school fees, they will be milling around the house, around the mother. I am that mother. I am standing in this place for the women of Kenya to show their contribution and to ensure that their views, their perspectives are taken into consideration when deciding important matters of this nation. It will be the collective wisdom of men and women of Kenya. Vote for Azimio for a prosperous Kenya. On the 9th of August this year, that vote will mean something to your children, your grandchildren, for the future of this nation. Azimio inawezekana.
I think when you look at that video, you've seen that symbol. Sijui kama umeiona ama ni mimi. I think I've seen that symbol.
A woman will not forget the needs of her children. A woman will always remember about health services. A woman is the chief nurse in her home. A woman is around her children whether there is food in the house or not. There are some things a woman will never forget. If a child has no school fees, they will be milling around the house, around the mother. I am that mother. I am standing in this place for the women of Kenya to show their contribution and to ensure that their views, their perspectives are taken into consideration when deciding important matters of this nation. It will be the collective wisdom of men and women of Kenya. Vote for Azimio for a prosperous Kenya. On the 9th of August this year, that vote will mean something to your children, your grandchildren, for the future of this nation. Azimio inawezekana.
You've seen the symbol right there next to the ballot.
The background is white, is it?
No, it should be blue. Blue.
The latest one is blue. The one you have just, which has
Yeah,
just gone out.
it should be blue. It should be blue. Now, let me move on to Swirlist. Huh, man.
Hey, hi, Richie. Surrealist. So that's the good pronunciation. Hey, hi, Maggie. I Kuseo, Bob, Mora, and President Juliet. How are you doing, guys? You're really doing some wonderful job here, and we are really proud of you guys. I don't know where else to start from, but let me peg my argument on the last video that has been playing. Just seeing the photo of Martha Karua, it's really like a son of a woman. I really get inspired. And by the fact that I know who Martha is, I've seen her in her struggle and all the stuff for civil movement, civil liberation and all the stuff. I think we are now renewing hopes for people like us who moved from Kenya to come and settle on these places that we live in. And I would first start with just urging my fellow youths that we don't have any chance left. And if we miss this chance of not electing Baba and Martha, then Kenya will take 100 years still struggling to resurrect itself from what we had resurrected way back when Moi was plundering our country. So like Kuseo has said, we have some characters who will be at least trying to influence the voters. We have a lot of ignorance, like Raila used to always say. We have ignorant people that can be swayed even the last minute to spoil the vote for even the Azimio. So that's why I really find this section of you guys educating the voters on what not to do and what to do and what to look forward for really so useful. There are people who will be given money by the opposing side just to come and spoil votes for the Azimio. And this thing, because Mutembe is watched all over. Me and my family are watching. Some are watching in Kenya, I'm in US, we are watching it here. So I think it's really helpful for the Kenya as a whole. And I think those are the things that I wanted to submit, because I've just arrived when you guys were doing presentations, so I've not been able to get the direction where this conversation was going towards to. So I'll be here and waiting to join you more with some contribution. Thank you so much.
Okay, shukran, Surrealist. I hope I got that clear now. Let me give Mora, no, let me begin with Maggie a minute, Mora a minute, then we go to Juliet. Maggie.
Thanks so much, Bwana Richie. Bado nitasema tu furaha sana sana tele tele kwangu, because whatever is happening this time is totally different from before. It has never been like this. I've never seen a baby well awaited for like this before. I don't know whether we were not waiting for it this way because we were not the winning people, but we were. But actually, we have never been excited like the way I am excited today, because there is total calmness in Nairobi. I speak with Nairobi people all the time. There is total happiness. Everybody are just so happy to welcome the unborn baby, which is coming on 9th. And we know that it is going to make a difference for our country. That alone makes me so happy. And the video you have just played for Martha tells us a lot as the mothers, that surely what is happening this time is for us as women. And we know that we stand a chance to make mountains move in Kenya this time. Wale tuko hapa, mimi najua we are not in our country, not because our country is so bad, it's so good, but it was being led by corrupt people who really did not want to give any woman a chance, because they always took us as those people who belongs to the kitchen. But your kitchen matters proved to us, yes, we belong to the kitchen, but we can do more even outside the kitchen. And we are going to do more, given a chance the way now we are being given that chance. I thank the people of Kenya so much. I thank Mutembei TV. I thank everybody who is really having that concern for making us reach the Canaan. We are this time reaching the Canaan, and our prayers are being answered by God, which I know. It is God who is doing all these wonders, not us. Thank you very much, Richie, for giving me that chance.
Okay, Miss Mora, thank you, Maggie.
Hey guys, I really don't have much to add. Hey Richie, I just posted something in our WhatsApp group. It actually has a clear picture of Mama and Baba like on the ballot box. I don't know if that's helpful, but anyway, I echo Mama Maggie. The calmness in Kenya is on another level. We've never seen this during elections. And we thank God, and let's just keep it that way, Kenyans. Let's love each other. At the end of it, it doesn't matter if it's Raila or Baba. I mean, if it's Baba or Ruto that becomes president, we will still coexist. Let's have that at the back of our minds. We are all Kenyans. Let's vote for our favorite candidate. If they lose, we are still Kenyans. Whoever wins, let's hope whoever wins is going to be a president for all of us. Let's not castigate each other. Let's not have like animosity towards someone that voted for Baba because I voted for Ruto. Let's, at the end of the day, we are all Kenyans, and we have to love each other. We belong together. There's tomorrow. There's tomorrow. After elections, there will be Kenya, and there will be tomorrow. Thank you, guys, and let's keep peace.
Asante, Ms. Mora. I think the sample ballot paper you sent me, I don't know, I might be wrong, lakini nilisikia Gachagua alisema hataki picha yake iwekwe hapo kwa ballot paper. So it might be just Martha and Baba. Then when he goes to the DP right now wanaruka hiyo. Gachagua ni kama alisema hataki kujiona hapo kwa sample, unless I'm wrong.
Why? He's not proud of his face.
I have no idea why. Even I think Ruto does not want to see Gachagua on that ballot paper, but maybe Bob Papa will tell us later
But
on.
that's his beloved running mate. Come on, guys. That is so funny.
No, I think they tried to look for a good picture of Gachagua. Unfortunately, zile zote alipigwa ni zile za kukula mchele. Anyway, Juliet, karibu. Good to see you.
Greetings, Richie, Mackendy, and everyone else. Bob, lovely to see you, and great to be in your program. Decided to pop in, and yes, niwasalamie at least, and encourage Kenyans to vote peacefully. I can see we have 2 days to go, and I just love the peace that is around the country. We thank God for the responsibility, the maturity that Kenyans are showing in terms of allowing good kind of democracy. And what I want to suggest is, because I know somebody will put me into a space to declare who I would like to put, and I know Bob and is it Bob? Let me say Bob Papa and Oaz, and I know Black will be wanting to know who I would love to support in my candidateship. But let me say this first of all. You know my position when it comes
Are
to.
you going to tell us? I hope so.
Wait now. Let me finish first. Thank you very much for that question. But yes, so let me start off by your topic here, election countdown, 2 days, as I was saying. Great to be seeing what's happening. I want to appreciate Gunia Arts Project, in particular, Lolani Kalu, Mrisho, Paul, and many others, and all the marches that have happened in Kenya, youths, young people, you know, and just celebrating every single person that has taken it upon themselves as a patriotic Kenyan so that you're able to come together and show maturity. And in the few places where we've seen a bit of roughness, I ask those people to really be cautious and safe and be respectful to their communities, be respectful to good democracy and good leadership. And that is important for us to observe that and just understand that your voice is your vote. And for every Kenyan who has registered to vote, it's absolutely important. I believe this is a great time for Kenyans to begin to enjoy electing great leadership. You've heard it before. I have said it time and time again, and I have insisted in this platform and others that it is absolutely important to involve ordinary Kenyan citizens to have ground level playing fields in our country so that we have greater democracy that we desire and we are able to transform our country. So with that, I'm going to move on to the next thing. I want to suggest to Kenyans, while you're voting, elect good MCAs. It's critical to elect good MCAs. And I know that I follow politics and I watch great leadership. I'm avoiding to name names here, but I know that some people have talked about the importance of electing good MCAs on the ground and electing good MPs on the ground. And that is very, very critical. So I want to emphasize the importance of this MCAs. For me, I always say, because I want us to promote good habits. Let me talk about good habits and respectful habits. That is what will nurture our country. That is what will bring our country forward. That is what will bring the position of what we aspire. And there is a young man I met, and this young man is in Kibabii University during my rounds. And one thing that captured me was one of the things, and I asked him, did you come up with this? And he said, yes. And he said, born before you, who knows that one? Born before you? Okay, so born before you expire. Okay, that is what it says. So what I want to suggest to that kind of enhancement, I want us to think about such youths and inspire our youths so that we are able to elect great leadership in our country, so that we are able to remove corruption, and corruption destroys a country. We have seen what it has done to Kenya. We have seen what it is doing to our people. And I plead with every single Kenyan, every single voter who is a registered voter to come out in numbers, to come out and elect your MCAs, to come out and elect your MPs, senator, so that and governors as well, and of course elect your good presidents. And I'm hoping and I'm praying that we are able to select leadership that will bring our country back to what our standards should be. That is what we really need to be looking at. And of course, I'll not hesitate not to say that on the presidency, I still feel that irregularities happened. And on this occasion, there is always winners and there is always losers. So I'll leave that one there. The next thing is Uhuru, last please to Mount Kenya. Okay, I'll pass. But one thing I want to say about President Uhuru, I want to congratulate President Uhuru for one thing, and that is something that I want to congratulate him, especially when it comes to diaspora. It is in his term that we have been given the mandate when it comes to diaspora vote. So in his government, whichever way anybody takes it, it is in his government that the diaspora has had the position to actually vote. So, Mheshimiwa Uhuru, asante sana. On behalf of myself and my family and many Kenyans, it sees the memorable memories that a diasporan will remember. So, Mheshimiwa Honorable Uhuru, I want to celebrate your government. Yeah, I want to celebrate your government. And I'm hoping that in future, I know I campaigned very hard to say that the diasporans need to be able to elect all their leadership, their leaders, just like in Kenya. So that is me, because I'm very patriotic when it comes to inclusion, and I want inclusion not just at the top, but inclusion to the ordinary mwana inchi. I will not hesitate not to say that. So Uhuru and your government, and I also want to appreciate the people who have fought for dual nationality, for Kenyans, diasporians to be able to be involved in every aspect, that is economically, that is politically, and of course, the social welfare of Kenyans. You know very well that the social development when it comes to diasporans, the remuneration that is sent back to Kenya even has overtaken tourism. And because of the presence of diasporans, let's celebrate diasporans. Never forget that they are your children. Never forget that whenever ukisikia diasporan, si kumuonea kila siku na kuona tu money comes from the trees. There are things diasporans want to come back home. We want to build employment. We want to build all kinds of things. Why are people running away? I talked about this story here in Mutembe. I think I was being interviewed by one of you. So why are people? We want a leader. And that is why I'm saying when it comes to elections, voters are the people who decide what leadership the country will take. So, if you are a Kenyan, please, on the 9th, elect a leader from the bottom of your heart, where your spirit flows, so that we remove and send back home leadership that is not worthy in our counties, so that we are, with me, I'm very liberal, for those who know, and I love good leadership. I love good governance. So let's elect leaders that will improve our agriculture and address food security, youth entrepreneurships and employment. Let's elect leaders that will create jobs and industrialization and manufacturing sector in our towns and city. Let's elect leaders that will promote talents and youth. Let's elect leaders that will fight corruptions. Let's elect leaders that will improve women's rights in every sector. Let's elect leaders that will help us fight the social inequality that we see amongst our different counties, and the leadership that will allow us to learn from each county. Let's elect leaders that are good and are watu wako na amani. Unaona? So that is why I'm saying that it starts with MCAs. Voters. So when you're looking at which MCA you will give that vote, Richie Makiandi, I want to appreciate your presence, because you asked me a question on health. And I remember when I was talking to you, that is when you asked me that question. Let's elect a leader that cares about our health sector. We don't want a leader that every single time ati tukienda hospitali, ati ukifika pale in your local dispensary hakuna madawa, and you're sort of fighting. So I want you to reflect. A leader that improves good security and good policing. You have campaigned. We have seen all sides. Yeah, I know that I was even in that campaign, and I still insist that I was excluded. And regardless of what has happened, and you know what has happened, yeah, because the truth is known. I always say the truth speaks for itself, right? So let's elect a leader that wants to improve our ICT and technology. You can see in places like this Mtembe's TV, at least in okay, somebody's saying I should finish. Okay, in 2 minutes. So let's elect a leader that is wanting to improve ICT technology. Kila siku mnasikia youth wanasema hatuna bundles. Some leaders have promised bundles for God knows how many years. So what am I saying? Elect leaders that want to improve our society, leaders that want to promote goods and technology, goods and services and trade. Yeah, what does that mean for Kenya? It means better money and better service, better trade partnership internationally with us. And of course, leaders that love to promote peace and nurture peace and good clean water. You can imagine 60 years. I told you in this very, very station here in Mtv TV. Nikawambia kuna places in Kenya, you go right now, hata bado maji watu bado wana struggle. 60 this year nikawaambia 60 years of non-delivery. So nitawachia so finally somebody who is raising standards for the poor and vulnerable and equal access to justice for the poor and all of us. Wacha niwachie hapo. That will leave you with something that I believe that is absolutely amazing. And I think Kenya decides. We are the people, we are the voters, and I believe we can send home those that we don't want here today. Okay. So asanteni. Richie, asante.
Where is your vote?
Hold on, Kusea ngoja.
Huh?
Ngoja. Let me give direction now. Mora alikuwa ameinua mkono juu. Go ahead, Mora.
Yeah, I mean, with all due respect, Miss Juliet, it's really good teaching. You're teaching us really good things. But we only have 2 nights to election. Tonight and tomorrow night, I think we should focus on educating our people on how to vote. and let's try to get as many people who are undecided to vote for Baba. I mean, everything you've said is very legitimate. Everything you've said is very important. But it's like the last leg. It's like the last wrap. You've seen how the Kenyans are running in Europe. It's the last wrap. Let's get to the gold. Mama said, give Baba the gold medal. So thank you so much for everything you've said. We've listened. It's all so good. But yeah, let's just focus on making our people aware of ways to vote and how to vote so that we don't lose any votes. We do not want any spoiled votes or stray votes. Thank you so much, Juliet.
Yes, thank you for that question.
Okay, hold on.
You want me to address? Okay.
No, hold on.
It wasn't a question. It's just a statement I made.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think it was just a remark. I don't think it needs any response. But then Kuseo, I don't think you have a question for Juliet.
I have a question, and we'll be very disappointed if it is not answered.
Okay, 1 minute.
Yeah. Give us a hint where you are voting, so that we can know what going forward. You know, I know in future you'll be appearing. Give us a hint. Where are you voting?
So my vote.
Yeah, oh yes.
Richie, should I be answering that one?
In just 1 minute.
Thank you so much. So I want to reserve my vote as kura yangu siri yangu for now, so that I give equal opportunity and equal accessibility to all. And I feel that's the right direction. On behalf of our party, I also feel that I will let and allow members to also vote for whichever side they feel like, and I think that is the best thing for me to say at the moment. But in terms of my position as a person, I believe kura yangu for now, siri yangu, and I feel that's the best way for me. But one thing for sure, I want to leave you with love, and I want to appreciate the people of Kenya. What I want to see is beautiful, peaceful election in every aspect. And as you can see, I'm wearing the flag of Kenya here. So I want to leave you with that here tonight and say, thank you, Kenyans, for representing us. Thank you, Kenyans, for being who you have. And one more thing before you go. One of the most special things perhaps you don't know, and I will tell you that because it's important, and I feel that it's important that you know here tonight. I have been watching the elections very closely. And you know, mi napenda kuongea ukweli yangu because I voice out for the people. One great thing, did you know that Kenyans are very active when it comes to coming to speaking about politics? Despite the fact that it's a low number that turned up, it's very important that you understand that. And we are watching. I'm watching. And many people and many well-wishers are watching. So I'll leave it there. But let's celebrate the good. Let's correct what is not right. And for the first time, if you have registered, tokea tu uvote, hata kama hutaki kuvote. Mora has insisted we tell people how to vote. And the easier way to understand, you walk into your polling station, unaingia tu polling station yako, calmly, follow the guidelines that you're given, and mark a tick into your leader. So you have all the, you'll be given up in Kenya, you'll be given your local representatives elections, but outside Kenya, you will be voting for your president. And all you do is you put a tick and you'll be directed pali utaenda kunini kupiga kura.
Juliet,
So,
you have not
Juliet,
answered, and
Juliet,
your answer is going on.
Juliet, with all due respect.
No, hold
please.
on,
Don't spend
Miss
more
Mora.
time not answering. You
No,
see,
Miss Mora. No, Kuse.
move to somebody else.
Kuse. You know, somebody when you ask a question, somebody has the right to reply or not to. I mean,
I have replied. Did I
it's
not
okay.
reply?
It's okay.
Kura yangu, siri yangu.
Let's.
Is
Yeah,
that not an answer?
that's a good answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I want to move the debate forward. Thank you, Juliet, for your remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Richie. And it's a
Yeah.
good night for me. Asanteni.
Yeah, asante. Say, I just want to ask a question here. I think Bob Papa, you might also have an answer to this. There was this question that was taken to the, I think, High Court. I don't know if it's a rumor or it's just me, but it was about having the deputy president candidate and the president candidate both on the ballot paper. What happened to that question? To that case?
There's so many.
Richie, I thought what you showed us is what the ballot paper looks like.
No, I'm asking because there's a person who says here that we are trying to attack Gachagua when we say that he did not want, Ruto did not want this Gashagua's picture on the ballot paper. This, I think UDA went to the High Court, if I'm not wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. UDA went to the High Court. Yeah. Ose, go ahead.
You see, from what I know, they are there, but not through any legal provision as such. I think it was just through consultations. There is no legal provision that it should be there.
No, but the High Court said it is okay for you to have the president and the deputy president candidates both on the same ballot paper. Their pictures. I'm talking about their pictures. Their passport size.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You see, IBC had consultations with the presidential candidates earlier, before even that case got even to court, and they were the general knew was that there is no harm. So if the courts have done as much, then it means now it might even now become a legal requirement, a regulation.
So it means if you decide just to have the presidential candidate on the ballot and minus the picture of the deputy candidate, then it's still okay.
No. It will not be. If the courts have explained themselves as much. If the courts have said it is fair, it will now become practice going forward. It will be you will not be able to drop your running mate from the picture. No.
Bob
it
Papa,
will become good practice going forward.
Bob Papa, do you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, I just want to check that issue, because the last time I checked was that the High Court had ruled that the running mate image appear on the ballot paper, but it is not actually UDA that, it is UDA and IBC itself that appealed that decision. But I was just trying to go through the net to check whether there was a ruling. There was supposed to be a ruling 2 weeks ago. So maybe I'll confirm in due course in a few minutes.
Oh, okay. Unless somebody else has an opinion on that, Mora or Maggie. Sijui kama mlisikia hiyo kesi. If not, I'll go ahead and play a video, and I think just to warn our viewers here, you should brace yourself for this video.
I have a quick question before you play the video.
Go ahead.
Actually, what's the point of having both the president and the running mate on the ballot papers? Because we know who their running mate is. So it's just like over here in the US, you just have the president and the running mate is assumed. So I don't know if it's really necessary, but.
Richie, can I say something on that? In our context, Mora, let me just tell you, in the Kenyan context, it adds value in this specific election. Why? Because of the women factor. To that extent, it adds value to those who are having women running mates. And then secondly, in terms of if you have a good match, or in terms of running mate and the main candidate, it also adds value for those who are just hearing. Maybe some people are just hearing Gachagua, they have never seen him. It will also provide an opportunity to see him face to face. So it adds some value, though not so much. I think it is significant, especially in this election. Because remember, the running mate has been a factor in our campaigns.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well said, Ose. Let me now play this video. I think sometimes it is good to understand our history, and therefore
Born on 7th January 1945, Kenya's political history cannot be complete without mentioning Raila Amolo Odinga. Son to another political icon in Kenya, the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Kenya's first vice president, and Kenya's founding father, the late Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. His fight for a democratic Kenya is in sync with his political journey. After completing his university education, Odinga's political destiny shaped up following the most unlikely of circumstances, a failed coup against former President Daniel Arap Moi in 1982. He was placed under house arrest for 7 months and later charged with treason and detained without trial for 6 years. He was released in February 1988, but when he was just about to enjoy his freedom, he was rearrested almost immediately after his release in September 1988 for spearheading pro-democracy activism. A few months later, in June 1989, he was released, only to be imprisoned again on July 5th, 1990. Together with Kenneth Matiba and former Nairobi Mayor Charles Rubia. Upon his release in June 21, 1991, he fled the country to Norway, alleging government attempts to assassinate him. A time that saw the birth of the Forum for Restoration of Democracy, FORD, a party which fought for multi-party democracy in Kenya. A year later, he returned to Kenya to join FORD, then led by his father, the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Kenya was a one-party state dominated by KANU, led by former President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. But the struggle for a multi-party state continued, and in December 1991, the then President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi repealed Section 2A of the Constitution, thereby making Kenya a multi-party state. Months before the 1992 general election, FORD split into two. FORD Kenya, led by Raila's father Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, and FORD Asili, led by Kenneth Matiba. Raila Odinga became FORD Kenya's deputy director of elections and won the Lang'ata constituency parliamentary seat. When his father died in January 1994, the late Michael Kijana Wamalwa succeeded him as FORD Kenya's chairman. Raila challenged him for the party's leadership. He resigned from FORD Kenya to join the National Development Party, NDP. In the 1997 general election, Raila finished third after the then President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi and Democratic Party candidate Mwai Kibaki. He retained his position as the Lang'ata MP. After the election, a political marriage took place between Raila Odinga's NDP and Moi's KANU. He served in Moi's cabinet as Energy Minister from June 2001 to 2002.
Na huyu ni Mzee Uhuru.
In 2002, at the end of Moi's 24-year rule, Moi endorsed Uhuru Kenyatta instead to be his successor. Raila, with a number of KANU members, including his running mate Kalonzo Musyoka and the late Professor George Saitoti, opposed the step, leading to the birth of the National Rainbow Coalition, NAC, which teamed up to support Kenya's outgoing president, Emilio Mwai Kibaki. But it was to be followed by a split within the cabinet over what was termed as betrayal by Kibaki. Raila opposed the proposed constitution right after the election of Kibaki as president, culminating to the referendum in 21st November 2005. The government lost by 57% to 43% margin. Kibaki sacked the entire cabinet, Odinga's LDP was thrown out. Another movement was born, the Orange Democratic Movement, ODM, its party symbol an orange, which stood for the no vote in the constitutional referendum. He took up the fight for a new constitution ahead of another referendum in 2010, campaigning to its victory.
This freedom has eluded us for more than 40 years. Each time we came close to attaining it, it slipped from our grasp. Each time we missed it, ever greater repression seemed to replace the justice we sought.
August 2007, ODM split into two, with Raila Odinga heading the Orange Democratic Movement, ODM, and Kalonzo Musyoka, ODM Kenya. Odinga's party held a delegates conference where he secured majority of votes and became the flag bearer of ODM. The general election was held in December 27, 2007.
Why Kibaki?
Kibaki was declared the winner on December 30, 2007 in a disputed election leading to the infamous 2007-2008 post-election violence. Thereafter, a power-sharing deal was reached, with Kibaki becoming the president and Odinga the prime minister. Immediately after, Odinga's relationship with his closest ally, William Ruto, was effectively become the deputy president-elect, took a nosedip. On his third go at the presidency in an election that saw the highest voter turnout, which is over 80%, he lost to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. For Raila Odinga, the family man, a father of four and a farmer,
This is how I get seen from all the pressures of Siasa day to day, yes.
he will have a lot to tell. But for Raila Odinga, the politician, the presidential seat is one which has been so near, yet so far.
Haya, comments fupi tukiendelea. Ose, unajua hiyo vita yenye umeona polisi mama hapo wakipiga bunduki ilikuwa mwaka gani, and where was the venue? If you followed Kenyan politics for a long time, can you remember? Bob Papa, do you remember that? Ose, umemute mic.
Well, who is next?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Just a few
I just wanted to say that.
Okay, Bob Papa. It's okay. Let me hear Ose speak and then I'll come to you.
I just wanted to say today, when I was listening to what has happened after the elections, and we all ran to churches and to God. So I remember once upon a time somebody said, "Kila mtu kivyake, lakini God for us all," isn't it? So I was just like, if God was a human being, if God was a human being, and you know, both groups who are coming, if this matter lies on God, God for once must have to be biased, Ama? Because somebody, I remember the DP gave a speech which was more or less suggesting that they own God. He was all more or less saying that God, you see, mimi ndio nimetoa sadaka mingi. Last week nilitoa, leo nilitoa, nikatoa. Now on the other side, it was the same thing. The prayers were that tumefika. God, this time round, wewe tu kila kitu, in God, everything will happen. Sometimes I remember where I used to be, after people have prayed and prayed for some time, then what they want does not happen. Instead, they get the opposite. Then I heard somebody now lamenting to God in silent, or okay, in a quiet room, that God, why me? Why me? So God must really be having a lot of challenge. If God is a human being, I don't know how God is going to handle this, because everything is at God's feet now. Thank you.
Aya, sawa sawa. I think for those who know about that story, I don't know say kama unakumbuka stories fighting for Ford Kenya between Raila Odinga and Wamalwa Kijana. I think that was, if not in 91 or 92 there. That was Thika Stadium. Yeah, Thika Stadium, exactly.
That one I remember.
That is it. That is the video. That was Thika Stadium. Yeah, exactly.
And who had locked the stadium?
I don't know who was fighting who, but that was the video that I just played.
I saw George Nyanja going in there with a lot of force.
Yeah, but you know, some people like Ndindi Nyoro wakikuja hapa kupiga kelele, unashangaa ni siasa gani wanajua, you know. People who know nothing about democracy fight for democracy in Kenya. Na ndio wako juu ya magari wanatukana Raila, mzee aende nyumbani. People who anyway, Bob Papa, karibu.
Just a minute. No wonder Baba is supporting. See, Nyanja was from Limuru, Kiambu. No wonder Baba is supporting Kiambu. George Nyanja was the only, is it Ford Kenya MP from that region?
Yeah.
And Kumbe, it started a long time ago.
Yeah. Bob Papa.
I think if you are mentioning Thika Stadium, I think it was Makiadi.
Yes.
Makiadi.
Bob, you have an issue with your side, with your connectivity.
I think the Venezuelans are with Bob again.
But he has been here for a while. Sasa Venezuela wanamshambulia dakika ya mwisho bwana. Hatuja kusikia Bob Papa, hebu jaribu kuongea kitu umesema tena. Haya, sawa Bob Papa amekoma.
Aite Kinoti to deal with them.
Alex, sijui kama wewe na Joshua nani amekuja mbele ya mwingine.
It was during that time of and
Bob Papa, hebu jaribu kupanda juu ya miti. Bob Papa.
Aite Kinoti. Kinoti knows how to deal with Venezuela.
Ameenda kupanda juu ya miti. Tafute internet huko juu. Anyway, Joshua, wewe na Alex, I don't know who came before the other. I was playing a video nikaona mmeingia, I don't know. But Joshua, you are here, both of you are here. I don't know. Alex, enda first, then we go to Joshua. What?
Joshua enda mbele yangu. Joshua, you can talk.
Joshua, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Makedi and Alex. I don't think that today much somebody from somebody. But I think still we can still persuade some people. There's something if you're bad or they have not decided fully. Still we can reach to them. I've been calling friends, especially from Mount Kenya. One-on-one, I've been calling them and try to persuade them that we have some people who are strong diehards who are Ruto, but I'm persuading them. I did yesterday like 50. Today I'm also doing like another 50. I want to ensure that at least I call them one-on-one, you know, and I ensure that I talk with them softly, humbly. I know some wengine walisema kuwa they're not voting. They've been disappointed by Uhuru. I don't know what were they expecting Uhuru to do to them, because I think Uhuru has done much in Central. So I don't know what somebody wanted Uhuru to do to him, because Uhuru has done much. Uhuru has tried as a human being, and Uhuru explained himself that my first term, I couldn't work because I had somebody who was like a hyena. Alikuwa kama fisi, who was next to me. Nikigeuka huku kiti imeenda, nikigeuka hivi tayari imeenda. So Uhuru has been explaining this thing well, that indeed I tried as a human being, but nilikuwa na fisi. But now una realize somebody doesn't want to hear this. Anaona kama Uhuru anamchezea. Uhuru doesn't need anything. There's nothing Uhuru will lose after this. Hata in any case Uhuru will be present tomorrow. Uhuru still remain. Alisema jana kuwa atabaki hapa Kenya. Kuna mahali anaenda.
Uliona package yake?
I don't know. I didn't see the package. How much is it, Kuseo?
It is so good. Eh? In fact, I think it will even be like he's just a president.
So Uhuru has been appealing to Kenyans that kindly vote in Raila. There's nothing Uhuru will lose. So Uhuru is still appealing, and he did it yesterday. Maybe tomorrow atafanya, but I don't think that there will be any impact. So the only thing that now remaining is only turn out, we vote. We ensure that we do it the last man. I've been talking with people, country people have already organized themselves how they're going to transport even those who are in hospital. They said that I talked with somebody, my friend, telling that even wale ambao wako hospitali tena wanachukuliwa wanaletwa, wanapiga kura, wanarudisha hospitali. Kwa nyumbani kijiji, atafutwe, aletwe, apige kura, so that we can do it. You know, sometime wanasema kuwa Nyanza hakuna voter turnout, huwa iko chini. Maybe I think maybe it's just perception, but I think this time they're more than serious. Kama last time walifanya, but I think this time they're more than serious. People wamejitokeza kuwa they want to vote. So whatever Uhuru has been doing, Uhuru has come out clear, and he gave us a direction that however much I'm leaving, but I want to leave this thing to somebody who I trust, somebody I know that is going to lead this country in the right direction. Uhuru has tried his level best as a human being. I'm a struggle. Just want to wish him well. But now you realize that people like Ruto have an agenda of implicating Raila. They want to bring Uhuru in so that they can destroy the presidency of Raila. People can see that Raila is a project of Uhuru. But we're telling guys that it's true that Uhuru is going home. Ruto pia aende nyumbani, wapumzike. They have messed up this country. We are crying. The cost of living is high because of them. Both of them. Ruto cannot run away. Both of them, they pack and leave. They have to pack and leave. So Ruto should not pretend that he's very holy, and then they're also using the issue of Christianity. If you now go to social media, they're trying to put Raila as somebody who's evil, and Ruto is somebody who is more Christian. Those are the only thing that they can now put in Raila. The issue of Uhuru being with Raila, and another thing that Raila is not a Christian, he's anti-Christian. They don't have any agenda because they have tried to get any corruption deal that can touch in Raila, hawezi pata. Matakarua, msafi. So the only thing that they are now coming up is the issue of is being supported. It's a project of Uhuru, and at the same time, Kua is not Christian, and that's not agenda. We are voting in Raila, as a Democrat. He has stood with this country since. I've watched the video that Makiadi played. I think Raila should just be the part of the history. He should part of the history that our kids are learning in school. It should be part of, because even if you watch the episodes how we struggled since 1982, it can form a good history in Kenya. Very good history up to now. So Raila should be part of the history that is being learned in school, so that the kids can understand how the history of democracy.
Haya, Joshua ni kama amepotea. Alex.
Papa huko just came, they were just born recently.
Joshua, are you back? Joshua, can you hear us? Aya, Papa, finish your submission, then we go to Alex. Bob Papa, umemute. Bob Papa, inaonekana microphone yako iko na shida. I can't hear you. Aya, sawa, Alex.
No, Kuseo, I was watching you from behind, and umeweka hiyo the percentage of the voters, how Rift Valley is 24, then 14, 14, 14, then mpaka kule chini kabisa northeastern. And I saw a certain analysis that if in Nyanza, we are about that 3 million, and also we are about 14%. If our turnout is not coming to 80%, because you like figures, and the Rift Valley decides to make it because they are the underdog, and they decide to get above 87%. And then Central still stays at 66%, as the current opinion polls are 66%. We are going for the second round. So what will prevent us from going to second round is simply the turnout in Nyanza. So if Kisumu, Homa Bay, Siaya, and Migori are not turning out over 82%, obviously Kisii traditionally and Nyamira turnout ijaipita 75%. You need to know that. The best we have ever done is 75%. And that is why Kalonzo was throwing that competition and telling you that between you and Ukambani, who is going to have the biggest turnout. Ukambani has already shown before that they can have a turnout of over 85% and vote Baba up to 93%. Was it Machakos or Makueni? So the key of not going to the second round, you forgot, is the turnout in your counties. So those numbers were right, but the turnout, if Ruto decides that his people 87% and they vote for him man to man 90%, then I think we are going for our round two. Thank you very much.
No, Alex,
no thrift. I'm saying no thrift. Somebody has told me. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I wanted to point out.
Yeah,
Rift Valley is a bit confusing because They include the Kajiados, the Naroks, they
Yeah.
include Trans Nzoia, they include Laikipia, which are not really strongholds for DP. So even if he can manage, call it even 90 in his North Rift, still he may not get, it's unlikely to get the numbers.
From what you analyze,
remember in the latest opinion polls,
yeah,
Baba is leading in Trans Nzoia, he's leading in Narok, he's leading in Kajiado, even in Turkana, Baba is leading, although it's almost 41, 50 what? 40, I think 43, 50 something in Turkana.
Which opinion polls are those, Kuseo?
The ones that were in our group. You remember in our group there were some opinion for all the counties. In fact, I've done a compilation. Tomorrow we can just look at that for the sake.
Oh, okay. Then my encouragement is to make sure that the only way we stop this thing from, because these are underdogs and they are prepared. They are angry, they are mad, they are coming man to man, and that's why we were told not to say Giniwasekao.
Exactly.
We should not say that. We should not be confident. I'm not saying being confident is bad, but we must say it to the man. We must vote. We have no option. Right now, it's not time to say that, oh, Kajiado, what? We must vote. We must make sure that Nyanza produces in the 3 million that we have. We must get to 2.7.
So that would be very good. And then I wanted to hear what you say about Nairobi. 2.5 million
I think
votes.
Nairobi, after the rally, what I saw, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know why my friend Nani was afraid. Mr. What was his name? He's just dropped. I don't know why he was afraid. You could see the two rallies. There's no comparison. Joshua, there is no comparison in those two rallies. You could see where Nairobians are.
But the question is, traditionally, the best has been around 1 million only. And remember, there are 2.5 million votes here.
No, I think whatever reasons, the way they were doing their demographics in Nairobi, because I followed up, and I think there's a time we were discussing about the opinion polls, and I told you, look at the demographics. They are taking between 18 and 35, and then the people have not learned, and the people, I mean, you understood their demographics, how they were skewing them and bringing them, especially Tifa, by the way. So I'm one person who believes that the opinion polls of Nairobi, I don't trust them totally and completely. I trust that from what I saw the last rallies, what happened in Nyayo and what happened in Kasarani, Ruto has nothing in Nairobi. If the best Ruto can get in Nairobi, from my point of view, I don't know. And Makiadi should come out front here and tell us, because this issue of Sakaja being fronted all the time, opinion pull up, it looks from my point that the lawyers are not, it's like this country, whereby you ask people about Trump when he won the first time, Clinton was always leading to the last minute, but when our white people went to vote, they voted for, for Trump, unless there is something. But from all things said and done, I think Nairobi is Azimio.
I agree with you.
And
if you look at the opinion polls, it means that Baba should get at least 1.5 million at worst. If you go,
that is for me, I put it 1.6 actually. When we were looking at some maths with a friend, I put it at worst 1.6. That's what I looked at. That's the figure I gave Baba in Nairobi.
If you assume that the turnout is 2 million or 2.1, that would be very good, isn't it? That would be very good, isn't it?
Can we it's one day. Let's not assume the day is here. So let's wait and see what we have done on our
What
side.
do you expect as the turnout of in Nairobi? What was the last election? What was the turnout?
I cannot tell you. I can't.
About 74%.
So for the 2.5.
Jose, don't go into the opinion polls right now. We have an election in 1 day. Let's discuss how we are going to turn out that vote right now.
If I go by what Alex is saying, it means that the turnout will be like around 2 million, 1.92 million. So 500 people may not turn out to vote.
Those are just assumptions. We have an election.
Not assumption. We are being realistic.
Those are just assumptions.
Nairobi, everybody are going to vote.
2.5. Can we work on 2.5?
Everybody are going to vote in Nairobi. Maybe mashambani nyumbani huko, but Nairobi, nobody abscond.
And Makiadi, I wasn't bringing numbers. I was just reacting to what Usea said earlier and putting into perspective that it wasn't just numbers we were doing. We were also trying to encourage people that our turnout is important. We can't assume that those numbers are going to come out without us just going physically and going to vote.
And I think Baba should have a trophy for the best turnout county.
Okay. Point made. Mora, 1 minute, then we go to Demba.
Hey, you guys, you have to realize this is an election like no other. All those people in Nairobi, they are going to give it the best shot for Baba. All Baba's followers, I'm of the opinion like they are going to come out and vote. I have no reason to believe that Baba will not get like about 1.7 to 1.8 million votes in Nairobi. I have no reason. Because, some people in the past, people say, oh, even if I go to vote, I want to party Baba iyo uongozi. But this is a different time. This time, people know iyo uongozi ni ya Baba. So I'm sure we'll get a higher turnout in Nairobi than before.
Okay. Demba karibu.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. I really appreciate to see you right now, and I appreciate to see all those who have been talking. Kuseo achana na opinion polls.
It is because we are trying to see where we are coming, where we are going. In reality,
no, we are past that right now.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that we were rated 60, and at that we are headed for 1.6, going 1.7 ahead.
We are past opinion polls right now. We are at the point where we are saying, whom are you going to vote for and why? And get out and vote. Analyzing opinion polls at this point is in some situations.
Not if when we are ahead, so we can afford it because we are leading.
Right now we have a day. We have a day to an election. You don't want to get tagged down with the opinion polls that these people came out. We need to get out the vote, and that for me is more of the focus. We need to get people out to vote. We need to get each person Filimbi movement. So everybody should be having a Filimbi, and if possible, the two Filimbis. So ile Filimbi italia hiyo siku asubuhi ni nyingi sana, so that you can get everybody need to be gotten out to vote. And because at the end of the day, it's a ballot that is going to determine who becomes the president. And I want to say that other than the previous elections that you've had, this one, in my view, looks like is going to be very peaceful, just like 2002. And because it's calm, life is going on even after the campaigns, and you see people are getting out there, people are their businesses are going on. And I liked what the president said. He reassured the country that there's still a government. The only time the government will move is when another president has been sworn in. So that means there's still a government. He was trying to send a message for those people who are imagining that because we are in a period, a lull before the next one, that they can take advantage of that situation to try and cause chaos. So it's also worth noting. I think he made lots of emphasis in the part that he said that let IBC do its job. You know, he was. If you listen to his body language and even the way he was expressing that, he said, let IBC do his job. One of the things he noted was that you should not take unnecessarily long time to even get the results and announce the winner. So let IBC do its job. That is what he said. And he also highlighted that those politicians who are thinking that they are going to involve the people's role up to this time is to go out and vote. He was giving an indirect communication in my reading that there are those who probably imagine that they are going to call demonstrations. And the Rift Valley PC has said there's no demonstration that will take place in Rift Valley. So he's told them that you guys go vote, go home, because politicians have used that to either cause chaos and even destroy property. And he said they are going to be very, very observant. The president was saying that they have already made deployment of security across the country, so nobody should fear to go and vote. I think that was very, very important communication. And it reinforces the statement that I said here, that when time comes, then now you know what government is in power. And that government that is in power is the one that is going to count the vote. So let's get out and vote, and of course confirm that it is Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. The country is pregnant and just about to see the delivery of a new Kenya and Raila Amolo Odinga. The country is blue, and I'm aware that the KKA will not stand after 9th. There's no KKA. So after 9th, we'll see a very big shift. There'll be tectonic plate shifting in Kenya Kwanza. And of course, we will be rebuilding a Kenya that is free from corruption, free from these many things that we've seen. And of course, we need to start seeing people, like someone saying, heads rolling. The corruption laden team, we need to start seeing some of them, accounting for the ills and the money they have stolen from Kenyans. So I am very, very optimistic. I'm very, very at this time I'm looking and reading and looking around Kenya. The news is very positive. There's this thing they tried, Kenya Kwanza tried. They tried to bring in the idea that they were going to be killed. That didn't work. They tried to bring in the idea that they were trying to create some level of tension, but that tension was not, the fire, the embers were not lighting.
There is nothing they have not tried.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody was picking that. They tried the idea of hustler and the familiar. It wasn't going anywhere. They were hoping it will raise some level The last one that they tried was the idea that now they have been isolated and some people are going to be killed. So they were hoping that will create the tension that they were looking for, at least to propel them. But it didn't even last 2 days. The next day it was rubbished and that thing died a natural death. So their cards were all out. Now I'm seeing them trying to attack the civil servants, the chiefs. They are now all over, trying to indicate all the chiefs are being bought and stuff. You see, now that is setting up. That one is also not very good to those civil servants. They don't care about them and their families. They're trying to create animosity so that people can, go and attack those particular people.
About crying in church.
Yeah, which I don't think is an ideal thing to do. But thank God, right now Kenyans are wise, and like the president said that he agrees with Ruto that Kenya has a shortage of fools. We are brighter and wiser, and the campaign period is over. People are back to their businesses. I was looking at some of my friends. They are just back to their, nothing. The tension they hoped will propel them is not buying. So I am very optimistic, and the Azimio government is coming. I wouldn't want us to right now start looking, this place, this place, this. Kenyans everywhere should have a high turnout, and everyone should be part of this change that is coming. We need not start looking, they are this turnout here, this turnout here, this what. Those ones at this point in time, I don't think it is a valid discourse. We need to get out people to vote. That for me is the focus. Overindulging with the opinion polling at this time, in my view, is also reinforcing the idea of apathy in some people. We have a lot of things to vote for. Let's have a positive vote, a vote for the positive things that Baba has said, a vote for the Azimio manifesto that has been clearly spelled out by Baba, a vote for a change, a vote for a fight over corruption, a vote for the future of Kenya. I think that should be a positive vote, that everyone should be part. At least one day it will be said I was part of that history. I imagine that all those people who are there when Kenya was gaining independence speak about it. Those of us who saw 2002, we speak about it. We were part of that. And those of us who saw 2010 Constitution, voted for it, you feel good that you are part of that. Now, this is the final liberation. Let's be part of it. I think that's the positive statement we want to send there, at least for most of us Kenyans. And Makiadi, I want to stop there for now.
Okay, thank you, Demba. I think we have only one panelist who has not spoken, and so
Makiadi, I will not take over. Just give me a few. I'll come back, then take over.
Okay, let me play a video here. Then I can bring in G to make his submissions.
Discussion I touted a little bit earlier on. Let's take a look at the weekly series House of Cards. Now get this. Presidential frontrunners, former Prime Minister Raila Odinga and his main rival, Deputy President William Ruto, just yesterday exuded confidence ahead of the Tuesday polls, with both leaders promising to respect the outcome of a free and fair election. But what mighty assignments awaits either of the two leaders that loses the polls to manage their political bases and take up the momentous task of opposition official leader? Now, our senior political affairs reporter, Murimi Mwangi, looks at critical timelines to the unveiling of the next president and official opposition leader and explains why exactly the Ruto corresponding political histories have the entire country on edge.
Flamboyantly and under intense pressure to reassure their bases of their political might, Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition's presidential candidate Raila Amolo Odinga and Kenya Kwanza's William Samoei Arap Ruto on Saturday made their final pitch for the country's top job.
Freedom is coming. On Tuesday, the people of Kenya will prevail over the deep state.
Watoto wetu wote kuanzia nursery kupitia primary, secondary, tertiary mpaka chuo kikuu watasoma bila malipo yoyote.
Yet without any doubt, one of these two men is poised to lose at the presidential contest and to brace up for the next big assignment against the next government. The momentous task of the official opposition leader. But just how soon is this expected to play out? According to Article 138, subsection 10 of the 2010 Constitution, Electoral Body IEBC Chairperson Wafula Chebukati has a maximum of 7 days within which to declare the result after the Tuesday polls, a timeline that takes him until latest the 16th of August. At the said announcement, a presidential candidate can only be declared president-elect if he or she garners at least 50% plus one vote of the presidential ballots cast, of which the said winner must scoop 25% of the presidential votes in at least 24 of the 47 counties. But the said declaration is not the end of the long wait. Article 140, subsection 1 of the Constitution directs that an aggrieved party, in this case either a losing candidate or any Kenyan, can challenge the outcome at the Supreme Court within 7 days from the said declaration. A timeline which, in the context of Chebukati's August 16th deadline, takes us to Tuesday the 23rd of August. The Supreme Court has 2 weeks to hear and deliver a verdict on the said petition. In this case, by latest, the 6th of September. A verdict which can either affirm the winning candidate's victory, as was the case for President Uhuru Kenyatta in 2013, or nullify the result and order a fresh presidential poll within 60 days, as was Kenyatta's nightmare in 2017. Elaborate constitutional timelines that now cast a fresh spotlight on Ruto and Odinga, both of who have historically been in winning and losing political formations in the past. This will be Odinga's 5th and most critical stab at the presidency, having come closest to the coveted house on the hill in the bitterly disputed 2007 polls that heralded the post-poll chaos. Incidentally, Odinga and Ruto were at the time in the losing coalition that disputed the poll outcome.
My learned friends...
The Supreme Court too is not new to Odinga, having unsuccessfully petitioned his previous rival, President Kenyatta's win in 2013 and 2017, when he finally convinced the apex court to have been unfairly beaten at the polls, before subsequently quitting the repeat presidential poll. Ruto, on the other hand, first witnessed a presidential loss in 2002, then as the KANU National Director of Elections, when Uhuru Kenyatta, then a protege of retired President the late Daniel Arap Moi, lost to opposition candidate Mwai Kibaki. Kenyatta conceded defeat. By the time of Kibaki's disputed 2007 re-election, Ruto had moved to the Odinga-led Orange Democratic Movement as one of the 5 members of the party's apex body, the Pentagon, that led the mass action to denounce Kibaki's victory. He would subsequently fall back to Kenyatta's shadow in 2013 and 2017 as the duo faced off with Odinga.
We have actually said that if this is free and fair and we win or we lose fairly, we will accept the result either way.
Lakini mambo ambayo sitafanya ni yale yalifanyika miaka 5 iliyopita. Mambo ya kuchanganya upinzani na serikali na kutengeneza kitu ambayo Wakenya hawaijui.
With the stakes higher than ever before for Ruto and Raila, The Tuesday contest is no doubt at the center of a global spotlight as Kenyans pick their fifth head of state and identify their next leader of the official opposition. Muremi.
Haya, G, karibu.
Hey, poa sana Rich. I think the possibility, because I have heard people talking about voter turnout. I don't know, maybe I'm the one who get it wrong, but possibility of a runoff is almost zero because there's no like a third force. Regardless of the voter turnout, that has nothing to do with. It will have nothing to do with the runoff because the 50+1 is for the vote. Even assuming the voter turnout is 30% all over the country, there's still going to be no runoff. Because my understanding, and I could be wrong also, my understanding is it's 50+1, 50%+1 of the votes cast. So I think there was a gentleman, that was Alex or someone was talking about, or if there's no voter turnout, it's not 70%, then we might end up with a runoff. I don't see a possibility. The only way we can have a runoff if we have, like in 2013, we had Musalia factor. So if we have someone running, a third force running, who can garner like 10% or so, because the only person strong now is Wajakoya, and we believe he's gonna get maybe 1% of all the vote cast. So that leaves Ruto and Raila with 99%. So it's very easy for one of them to get 50+1. I don't see a runoff on this one. Zero possibility. Then the other thing was 20. We know the fact. To 1997, when Raila was running, he never conceded. 2007, never. 2013, never. 2017, he didn't. And I have heard Mutahi Gunyi say again and again, if a tree give you orange the previous year, and give you another orange this year, don't expect that orange to give you bananas. It will be the same. So my prediction is, like I had said yesterday, and I don't depend on opinion polls, because I have you guys, people talking, oh, opinion poll says this and that. But this is not the first time we had opinion polls. Like the one for Infotrack, where I had all the staff and the owners come from one village. They have been putting Raila ahead from the time memorial, always. And he ended up losing. Like in 2013, they ended up putting Raila at 53% and Uhuru at 42%. And that was their last whatever. So I personally don't believe in opinion polls. And if I was to believe, it cannot be Infotrack. We did one here, the one we did during Trump. Someone was talking about the one for Trump and Hillary. And don't forget, the opinion poll are right, because when it comes to majority vote cast, Hillary was ahead. She won. It's only that the only problem here is that for you to be elected, it depends with the electoral votes, the electoral college. But the Kenyans one, I think they were cooked. Infotrack, especially Tifa, we all know the owners. So I personally don't believe in those. I personally do believe, and I was talking about this the other day, I think Raila will get his 44%. Period. But in 2013 and 2017, like in places like Western, we only got 10% or so. I think Ruto is going to get almost 50%. I'll give him a 40. Based on the fake opinion polls that I don't even believe. Now, places like Coast, Uhuru never got anywhere more than 20% in the entire region. I think this guy will get more than 40% at cost. And in some counties, he might end up winning. Now, places like Narok, there is no way whatsoever Raila can beat Ruto in Narok. Remember, they have a big chunk of Kipsigis. Where in a place like where John Ngeno ran, is a member of parliament. So I still don't understand why people believe so much there's possibility that Raila will win. I see it as zero. And the same thing will repeat itself. In 20s, he'll go ahead and file a petition. He'll start demonstrating. Remember, the US government has already sent signals and they said, and have advised its citizens, even though they went ahead and withdrew, the message is already out to its people. Be careful. Watch out, Kisumu. Why? Because according to their own intelligence, the Raila will lose real badly. And what will happen? As usual, the same that happened all those years, 2007, 2013, 2017. And he'll file a petition as usual. He'll lose, he'll not concede, and he'll run again. I have had people saying, oh, hii ni risasi yake ya mwisho. I had that the first time in 2007. He will run again in 2027, and he'll lose again because a lot of Kenyans don't trust him. As we talk today, I know a lot of people who's, as we speak, you went here, you bought a plot, you build your houses, and people don't pay because someone told them, hakuna kulipa nyumba, hii pesa wako nayo ni ya wizi. And so I don't think anyone, other than few people, that the 44%, and I think it'll be less because with Musalia, with Wetangula, there'll be a lot of changes in Western. The same case with places like Ukambani. We didn't have Mutua the last time. We have Mutua on that side. Are you saying that Mutua is coming with nothing? People like Kingi, Aisha Jumwa, those are very influential people. Mvuria, all these people. I had someone talking about Turkana when Anok is the governor. There's no way Raila can beat this guy. Raila can beat Ruto. So I don't see, and I say we only have 2 days. We'll meet here probably 2 days after the cast, the vote.
Makiadi, what happened? Did you chase him away? I was still listening. Did you chase him away?
Makiadi, how can you allow that man to
my hands are here.
Makiadi, you are really not expecting something like that.
Let him talk.
Hold on, Maggie, hold on. Bob Papa, hold on. Julia, talk.
Yes, I was telling these people, please, at this time, tusiwaka haina haja. Haina haja maji Makiadi. Me, I was just patiently listening to Guy, and I can promise him I was not going to pick a fight with him at all. I already promised myself, Maggie. Good to see you, Maggie.
Okay,
Hi,
let me react to that
Good.
now. You know, unfortunately, nyinyi, you are not being fair to me. Kwa sababu mimi niko hapa
Makiadi, kabla hujanini wako tu niulize Guy a question.
Ngoja. He's not here.
No, he's
What
not
happened?
here, but I know he's listening somewhere.
No, hold on.
Alicompare Nyayo na Kasarani jana.
That was a strategic takeoff.
No, let me do this.
Because it's strategic takeoff. What he has done was strategic.
Thank you.
Hold on. Let me say this. You know, as the moderator, sometimes here you are limited to what you can do and what you cannot do. Because if you want me just to throw somebody out and then let you talk the same language, sometimes you know, it becomes a bit unfair. But then I want to say this. I've been here for about 4 hours, I think 3 hours. Julia can take over. And then I'll step out, nikunywe kopo la maji, then nirudi. So kwa hayo machache, Julia, make your submission and then you can continue. Asante.
Okay, I don't know. I hope you didn't chase.
Makiadi, I don't want you to go away. I want you to listen to something small.
Okay, go ahead.
Kindly. You know, Makiadi, you allowed that man to continue spreading falsehoods. The fact that you allowing him to speak, and I mean, your hands are not tied to when somebody is telling us about where did Uhuru, Raila Odinga say that hiyo pesa ni ya wizi, ya kwamba watu wasilipe nyumba, and you allowed him to continue the same way. You have just done the same thing that Jeff Koinange was doing when David D continued to lie about opinion polls. So we are going to hold you accountable for that, and we will start doubting your legends.
Because I was in the wrong, I'm going to suspend myself for the next few minutes and let Julia take over.
Self-quarantine.
Yeah, I'm going to self-quarantine myself. Makosa ni yangu, basi wacha ni step nje for a few minutes. I'll be back.
Okay, don't take off for too long, Makiadi. Unaona watu watafanya nifunge studio wakiendelea hivyo. So, me, Bob Papa, I didn't hear anything wrong that man said. I think you'll be surprised at my reasoning tonight. He didn't even mention Baba. He said that that people are annoyed because some people are not paying rent in Nairobi because they are saying the owners of those houses are thieves. He didn't mention Baba. And that is coming from a situation, I think, in some parts of Nairobi, where it is said a certain community decided to stop paying rent to a certain community because they think that that certain community stole money to build those houses. So whether that is true, we can call that propaganda, because none of us can substantiate anything. We don't know who is not paying rent. We don't know whose house is not being paid rent and for what reason. And me, I always say, if your rent is not being paid, then go to the police and report to the police. Madam, may I finish? Go to the if your rent is not being paid, go to the police and report to the police that your rent is not being paid. That's my argument. Then I don't see anything wrong with him kutetea Ruto. I don't even know why we are overreacting. He said, according to whom Ruto will win, and that according to him, Ruto will get a higher percentage than Uhuru in Ukambani, in Coast Province, in Western Province. So that is according to Guy. And according to you, you may have a different view. So me, I think if he comes back, I think we need to look at this way, that everybody is entitled to their own opinion, and he has not done anything wrong by what he has said. That is what he thinks. He's looking at that. He's been hopeful. He's been optimistic that his man is going to, that's what he's feeling, that his man is going to win. He's been optimistic. Me, the only question I would have asked him, he said that, he said a thing. He said, yeah, Guy is here. The only thing that I would have asked Guy is that he said that he doesn't believe in opinion polls, but according to the opinion polls that he doesn't believe in, Ruto will get about 40% or 50% Western Province. That's what Guy said. So that's a question I wanted to ask him. Guy said he doesn't believe in opinion poll, but then he says, according to the opinion poll, which he doesn't believe in, Ruto will get 50 or 40% in Western Province. So maybe Guy will substantiate that. I also want to, I'm okay when Guy says that Raila had 42 or 44%, or I don't know, 46%. So Raila has a traditional 44%. So I want to agree with you there at that point. Raila has a traditional 44%. But the only thing that I can give him to argue out with him is that I'm so surprised that he's ignorant that Ruto no longer has the 80% in Mount Kenya region. He won't even get anything close to 60%. He doesn't have that. And now, maybe after telling you this, Guy, I'm here, Guy. Mimi nimetoka Mount Kenya region. Leo nimeshinda na watu nikiongea na watu wa Mount Kenya region, family and friends, and I can tell you it was 50-50. 50-50 of those who are on the side of Ruto and those who are on the side of me. I'm giving you a very genuine survey because my family will not lie to me. My family will tell me point blank, sisi hatupigii baba, na wengine wanasema point blank, sisi tunapigia baba. Some were even telling me they are only going to vote because they won't vote against Ruto. And then they were asking me, Julie, MP tupigie nani kura? Mimi nikawaambia, mimi MP, I don't know whose MPs you are having, and because mimi sijui wale MP mko nao, nikawaambia kama uko Mount Kenya piga Jubilee, Jubilee, Jubilee. That was my advice. So as I came back this night, I have a good statistics that hiyo giu unaiba Mount Kenya haiko for Ruto. And let me tell you, you'll ask me a good question why these people who are supporting Ruto keep saying that 2017 we called Raila Kimodo Kegoroki. In fact, Kimodo Kegoroki is not even an insult. It's just like saying Kimodo Getugu, kana kenene. You know, hiyo si matusi. And Give will ask me why we were not supporting Raila in 2017. We did not support Raila in 2007. We did not support him in 2013. We did not support him in 2017 for one reason. He was vying against our own. Hiyo tu. For one reason. Hiyo tu. Hakuna sababu ingine. So if you keep asking us, asisaizi mnajifanya ati mnapigia baba kura na mnakuwa mnampigia 2017, I will tell you why. It is just a simple reason. Those times that we never voted for Raila is because he was vying against our own. And now you are telling me, Guy, you are trying to lie to these people here that everybody in Mount Kenya region, everybody, like they did for Uhuru, will wake up on Tuesday in their normal senses, everybody, to go and vote for Ruto the way they did for Uhuru. For what reason? Haya, hapa umesema ati people are mad because some people are not paying rent. That's what you are saying. Very good. I understand you. And I have heard that thing. And I think it may be half true or not half true. In fact, I don't want to say you are lying. I don't want to say that. Because there could be some truth in that. But pay attention. Kuna watu wametoka Kiambaa Church Rift Valley. Pay attention keenly. How walikuwa Wakikuyu? Molo, how walikuwa Wakikuyu? There are people who suffered in the hands of Gachagua and Ruto. Let me tell you, Guy, we can try and forgive this wickedness against our people, but we cannot forget. We will never forget. And the name William Samoei Ruto will ring in our minds. We shall tell our children. We shall tell our grandchildren. We shall tell, if my great-grandchildren find me here, I shall tell them, huyu ni mnyama. Because in 1992, this one happened. In 2007, this one happened. Now, because of technology, I will be playing for them the clips. And I'll tell them, this man was taken to The Hague because of 1-2 reasons. Sasa wacha kutuambia hapa maneno ya nyumba. Ati sijui Kibera mawapi. Hiyo ni kitu kidogo. Watu tuambie maneno ati people demonstrate in Kisumu. What is demonstration in Kisumu compared to killings in Kiambaa Church? What is that? Nyinyi watu wa idiot mnanga haya mkiongea maneno kama hiyo. Msifungue mdomo kusema. Don't compare that. Ati mnakuja hapa kutuambia maneno ya reli. Railway line can be replaced. Railway line ni chuma. Yenye tutaita mchina akuje arudishe. But maisha ya watu, and that so-called leader of yours has the audacity to talk about peace in this country. Na hata hajakanyanga huko Kiambaa Church, even to apologize. Even he has the audacity to walk around contributing money at anajenga makanisa. Hata hajarudi huko kujenga hiyo kanisa ya Kiambaa. As you continue to talk about violence in Kisumu, I will remind you what violence is, so that don't talk about it again. I will remind you, talk about Ukumu already, I will remind you what is losing life, relatives, people you know, because of one person who thinks he has the right to take a life of people. Alafu unakuja hapa kutuambia ati watu hawajasahau, Wakikuyu hawajakasahau maneno ya Kiambaa, Wakikuyu hawajasahau maneno ya Molo. Wachana na Wajaluo, tuongee na Wakikuyu. So I won't tell you, Guy. Sasa kama after telling you that, na nimekwambia maneno yangu and the relatives I know, na mimi nimetoka Mount Kenya region, uendelee kufanya hesabu yako tena. Uniambie kama hiyo hesabu yako inaingia. Be realistic. Don't like, these people are mad, they are raising up their hands here because they hawakuelewi, lakini mimi nimetoka penye umetoka na ninaelewa penye watu wanafikiria. So that is what I'm thinking. Me, I'll preach to my children, I'll preach to my grandchildren, I hope God will give you the chance to see my great grandchildren. I will tell them who you see mtu si binadamu. I'm not talking about a community, I'm talking about an individual. You are referring about a community. You're talking about Kisumu. No, I have nothing against the people of Rift Valley. I know the Kalenjins are very peaceful people. I know the common Kalenjin man wants peace. I know that. My best friends are Kalenjins, na wanapenda amani. And I do not even think the violence that we hear in Rift Valley is orchestrated by common Kalenjin people. It is wicked politicians who go around financing that violence. Like your boss. I'm not ashamed to say that. So sasa ukiendelea na hiyo hadithi yako atikula sijui yako na 42 sijui yako na 44 sijui yako na nini, tuambie Ruto wako ako na nini Mount Kenya, ako na nini? We'll be back here, Ruto. I'll be here moderating. I hope I get your number. I'll give you a call to come back here. I remind you. I'm sorry Themba. Karibu Themba, endelea moderation. Makedi ametoroka. These people want to ask key questions. Wako na maswali, you get a chance to reply to them, including mine. Watu wote wako na maswali, and because they will have questions to give, Themba, karibu.
Naona kuna Miss Mora kuna swali, Matoa kuna swali. Acha tusikize maswali na Maggie pia. Hai.
So, Guy, I stepped away. I didn't really hear everything that you said, but let me tell you one thing. This election is between Kenyans and Ruto. It is not even between Ruto and Raila. Just put that at the back of your mind. Kenyans are tired. We are tired of all those gimmicks that your Ruto is playing. This election is between Kenyans and Ruto. Kenyans versus Ruto. But we'll put Baba in State House.
Yeah, Mato.
Remember, I haven't been here today. This is the first time I'm coming in. And it's this man, G, that actually made me come in. G, are you a Kenyan? Because I am. Okay, because if you are, then you don't know which Kenya you're talking about. If you do not understand the day that people started killing each other, the day that we lost people, is because of what you're trying to bring up right now. Is what people started saying, watu hata lipa rent, huyu Kimondoke Mugoroki akiingia watu hata lipa rent, Kibera and everything, and we lost a lot of people. For you to bring up that kind of talk at the time that you're just about to get election, dude, I don't know if you are a Kenyan and you are disservice to Kenya, and I am so sorry. I'm a very mi nakuaga hapa mtu mwenye niko very honest na kila mtu na nakuaga na cheka sana, but man, you've made my day be so bad today when you start talking about rent. If you do not understand that that's what killed people in Kibera and in Kiamba and all that, you should never as a Kenyan to try to bring that kind of a discussion again over in anywhere that people are talking about their community and their country. Please be careful what you're talking about. Now, I will be easy with you because you made me mad. Let's talk. Unasema Raila atashinda. I don't know. Wacha niulize them, but let me ask the moderator. I've already said my contribution si time yangu, but I'll get you to kiongea story numbers if I can get you and if I will be allowed. But that's something as a Kenyan should never, ever come from your mouth, knowing how many people we lost. People talking about mtu akiingia sijui watu hata lipa marent. You're trying to kuingiza emotions zile already tushapitia. Dude, you should be ashamed of yourself. I'm so sorry. Namba mkiniacha nitamuuliza hizo namba mahali ziko, lakini si kwa time yangu nitanyamaza I just came to react on that one. If you ask me, naweza muuliza numbers, I have them written here. Nione atasema zinatoka wapi hizi namba zake, anasema.
Maggie.
Gi, nimepata, wacha ni ulize huu Gi maswali moja tu. Uliona hiyo closing remarks jana between Raila and your man? How did you see Nyayo Stadium? It was just a handful of people. And the difference was so big. Did you see Kasarani, how big it was and lively? Instead, your people were crying. Fall, they don't even know what to do. It was forcing your man even to go to Kiambu. Maybe he could found some refuge there. He could not. He went up to, I don't know, Nyeri, Muranga, somewhere like that. Do you want to tell me that that is a person who is going to defeat Raila? Please, give us a break. And at the same time, you are taking us behind the Kisumu people. All right, maybe that is what happened. That is what the American people announced, but they have apologized. Are you really listening to news? Are you really reading those news carefully? It has been apologized for that they made a mistake of saying that there is going to be demonstrations in Kisumu. They meant it was going to be a demonstration of happiness. They did that personally in writing. So you are still behind. If you want people to demonstrate killing each other, we are not ready for that. Kenyans are not going to shed any blood this time. Thank you very much, Mr. Themba.
Okay, again, Mara.
I just have one question for Mr. G. Are you forgetting all the bad things that Ruto has done to the people of Kenya? The death of Kenei, the death of Msando, the death of Jacob Juma, the money that the Kimwarel and Arol Dam money, the stadiums he promised the kids, the land that he has taken from people. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Even the land where Western Hotel stands is government land. I mean, are you forgetting all that? You want us to be happy and elect him to State House? For real? You are out of your mind. I am so sorry. I think you're in the wrong panel. Sorry.
G, you want to respond?
Of course. And I'll start with the first one with Miss Mola, because I think Miss Mola, you are so biased and you don't, because when you talk about lad, I'll give you an example. You talk about Western. That's a plot like a 50 by 100. Why? I've never heard you talk about chunks of land owned by some families in coast. Why do they? At least you can. We have a money trail where you can say, Ruto bought this land from this one. The money, there was exchange of money. Some of these guys, we don't even know how they got that land. So you are concentrating on a 50 by 100 plot in Western Hotel, and you're not talking about 1,000 and thousands. Your candidate was mentioned in molasses plant. That was the government owned, and he got it literally for free. This is the same guy, and I remember one of the investors remember the Dominion land. The guy came to invest to create job in Nyanza, and Raila wanted money from this guy. And this guy say, I'm American. If I do this, I'm going to jail. This is the same guy who went to, so for you to invest, to be an investor, you're going to Nyanza to create job for the people. But you have to bribe this guy. That's according to the guy who, I can't remember his name. And you all remember that story of the Dominion land. If you go to a place called Mumias, this guy went and borrowed 300 million, and he never denied it. When Baba was asked about that man, he said, no, it's not me, it's my company. So how did the company go? Mumias is not a bank. How did you go to borrow money from Mumias? And that's how Mumias collapsed. Remember also the issue of the maize scandal when he was the prime minister. Same. So And we are not even talking about how he had been, because most of these governors, almost all of them have been mentioned. What did he used to do with them? Come to Karen, I'll wash you, you get out of here as clean as white as snow. And you don't want to talk about that one. The only talk about, I have people talking, oh, Keba, Keba. There are people who were killed in Naivasha, right? A whole family who killed them. And even the Keba you are talking about, because I was in this country when the whole process was going on, the weakness, most of the weaknesses were brought here in the US. At least 6 of them that I know were born and raised in Nyanza, Siaya. And we asked them, what happened? So you have your own story. You believe it is Ruto. That's fine, according to your own fact. I personally believe the person responsible and who should be answerable in what happened to Kemba is Baba. Why? What did Megona say? Megona said it was 41 versus 1. I have evidence. If anyone have a question, and he wrote a book. If you have any question and you doubt me, take me to court. Take me to court. Come, baby, come.
Oh, he left.
No, thank you, Hemba. He shouldn't even be here talking. Thank you,
My
Hemba. I
God,
appreciate it.
he is
For
a
the first
coward.
time.
He's a coward.
No, I haven't removed him. Actually, I don't know. Why has he been removed?
He's a
No, for the
coward. Who
first time,
removed him?
I appreciate kama wendo umemtoa mwenye amemtoa. Thank you.
No.
We shouldn't have people talking like that.
Listen, good people. You see,
Unajua vitu vijinga kama huyu unawacha ongee because he
you
doesn't
see,
know.
let me tell you something. In a platform like this, when someone is even saying all those lies, you know so well those are the things they have been saying for 8 years. They mean nothing.
Yeah.
He's just here to express his frustration. The thing is going. So you don't even need to be upset about what he's saying. He has no facts. He doesn't even know who is the chairman of Kenya Kwanza. He doesn't know. So you just I mean, I don't know who has removed it. G, you can come back. Yeah. Did you?
I think he has network challenges because even the first time I thought Makiadi removed him, but I think he has network challenges. That's what
No, I think when he feels the fire is too hot, he removes himself.
Yeah.
Because he has no facts. It's just propaganda.
It's just okay. I mean, you allow him to ventilate. You know, Kenyans, we are that time when you need to be a little tolerant. There's a frustration in someone who is feeling like this thing is actually going, and that accommodation. I want to give you an example. You know, I in this panel used to be very accommodative of Black, even when people wanted to send him away. Right now, Black is part of Azimio. So we don't need to be so, kind of, just try to be accommodative. And sometimes some of these things they're saying is just, of course, you know it is not true. If you engage him just without emotions, it's something that he's likely to see even the cells, because some of the stuff that he's saying cannot stand water. And I hope he comes back. You know, he's highlighting issues of land and stuff. But the families he's talking about, none of them is running for a position, right? So he needs to appreciate that if we are talking about Ruto, because Ruto is running for a position. If he hadn't been running for a position, we wouldn't be talking about it. So I don't think he's out of place. You just need to listen and engage him. Once you engage with him. I mean, Black, there are times people are saying he needs to be thrown out of this place. But I told him to come and let's talk, you know. So sometimes I think we don't need to be so, I don't know. We don't need to, I hope he comes back. G, wherever you are, come back. We'll listen to you. I mean, that's what it is. We are in the tail end of something. We don't need to to be so. But moving on, I think we can listen to someone else. Julia had talked. Maggie had talked.
I had talked. I think I don't have anything. Okay,
Maggie, had you talked?
I was just replying to Guy because he was really trying to annoy us here, comparing. Okay, then the thing is, what you can see about Guy and UDA people is like balancing negative things, you know, like saying at Goja Mwone Kisumu, unaona, you know, Goja Mwone vile kutakuwa Kisumu, ama just trying to balance, you know, but really that reality then, but we can't balance what happened in Rift Valley with anything else that has ever happened in this country. After, you can't even talk about Kongo Areli, ama you can't balance that. You can't balance what happens in the lives of people to even property. That is one. Another thing, it just saddens me then, but that people like Guy and those who support, you know, even me, there are things I feel they are not fair. Like genuinely, I feel the amount of land that the Kenyatta family has, something should be done about it. You know, genuinely, I feel like that, and I feel like maybe you should go back and look at the land laws and all that. You know, you know, sometimes you got to be genuine with yourself, even if that person is your tribesman. So I think even that's why I was talking about the common Kalenjin man, that I feel even them, they don't like that violence. And genuinely they feel that this should not have happened in our land. And if you talk to the common man, that is how they'll talk, because they don't think that is right. So G standing here, trying to justify that is really saddens my heart, just in the name of supporting a certain politician. It's sad. It's sad that you can imagine that you can have such a Kenyan in his normal senses reasoning like that, you know, reasoning that he stopped talking about this person and Kiambachech and all that. And also, you see, Ruto really, there's a time I asked Black that it is good to talk about Ruto. I mean, just say you are supporting him, but don't justify the negative things he has said. He's talking about a 50 times what plot of land that is the Weston Hotel. You know, it's like there's nothing wrong with grabbing that land. You know, it's like there's nothing wrong with that because it is 50 times what. You know, you heard what he said. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong. You know, he's saying there's nothing wrong with that. You know, so me, I think it really saddens somebody that we have. Me, if I was supporting Ruto right now, or if I intended to vote for him, I would not stand here and justify the negative things around his life. I would not do that because I would be very ashamed of doing that. So me, I don't know. Guy, I think Demba, you can help him if you want to help him, to talk to him. Lakini mimi watu kama hao nimenawa mikono. Naomba Mungu anisaidie hata nisishughulike nao. I'm like, I don't need to waste my energy. That is it, Demba.
I don't know. I mean, you see, when G comes here, you know, there are several things you need to appreciate when he's coming here. Number one, probably he doesn't have a platform to express. The other side, it is too hot that they don't have a place where they can even talk like this. So he's first of all solace is coming here. Number one is to annoy you people. Number two, he says, obviously, when he's on the contrary opinion and he sees that you guys getting agitated. I mean, let me ask you, when haven't we, I mean, for since we started this discourse in this platform, we have explored all those things. We have talked about them. They have come up with the same kind of agenda. We have talked about it. There's no amount of convincing right now that will make him see the sense that you see. If he hasn't seen it for the last 8 years, if he hasn't seen it for the last 8 years when Ruto has been talking about it, the last 4 years, I mean, 4 months or so campaign period that we have had, he has not seen it. So no amount of convincing will make him see it. What we do in such a situation, tell them, okay, fine. We move now to more positive thing. Okay, you are voting for so and so, because the question is, whom are you voting for and for what reason? So that he can express it, and then of course we move on to the next, because no amount, even if you start giving him the numbers, Matoma Kandet, Even if you try telling him where he will get, he's a UDA guy. Do you expect him at any point to say that now Baba is going to win? He's not gonna see that. So you just allow him put his what he has to say, and then of course we move on, and we have he becomes happy that he has already at least said what he has to say. Personally, I see a situation whereby at some point in Kenya, the Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission has to do a lot of work, where Kenyans can ventilate whatever you feel about whichever person and whatever person. And then, of course, after that, because that's what happened in Rwanda, Rwandese had to sit together and face each other and say what they feel about each other. This is what we feel about you people. This is what we feel. Like, for example, right now, you see the UDA guys who are saying that they're going to campaign. They never stepped in Luo Nyanza. They never stepped in Siaya. They never stepped in Homa Bay. They never stepped in Migori. Is it because that those people are not as Kenyans as they want them to be? In fact, they were even suggesting that Uhuru going to launch any project in Nyanza, it was taking things from central Kenya to take there. And that's what Gachagua was telling. So what is the feeling of the people in Nyanza region when they are being told that development was taken from one side to take to them? Now, these are people who are part of Kenya. And so you're imagining that when something is being launched in Central, the other places, it is not being taken from there to Central. But when it is taken to Nyanza, Nyanza is because something has been, that's where UDA had taken us. And that's where they are actually imagining that they are going to take us. And even their behavior during the campaign tells you how they are likely to behave when they get to power. That they do not want to associate well. Tell me one day or where you saw someone from Luo Nyanza being involved in campaigns, or even Kisi, who was being involved in national campaign. Owalo was part of, I don't know, the strategic committee. He was never anywhere in a rally. One of the organizers, I don't know who was organizing in charge of the Nyanza region, this Migori governor, Obado. He was never seen anywhere. That shows how you are treated in a Kenya Kwanza government. There'll be that kind of discrimination. Is that what you want to see? That's why we are saying that moving forward, even post this, that's what G knows. When he comes here, it's going to rattle. So you kind of give such people, treat whatever they say with the disdain it deserves. Even giving it a comment, even trying to convince it is an exercise in futility, because that's where his mind is. So he ventilates, then we move on. So I truly believe that post 2022 election, we will need to sit down as Kenyans, and I think we have safe hands in Baba and Martha, who are going to unite us as Kenyans, even as we are having those conversations, so that we can start afresh and re-engineer ourselves and know that yes, some of these things that even G is mentioning, the problem is not necessarily him. It is a system issue. It's something that has been created over time. It's something that even he didn't create. It was planted. It has taken time. He has been socialized to the point of believing that this is how things should be. So I think beyond just getting irritated by G, but he's telling us a lot about probably a people in UDA who that is their kind of socialization and thinking, you know. So when he comes here and he speaks, he's not speaking for himself. He's speaking for, there is a people around him that think that way. And so we need to appreciate that even as we are going to this vote, there are Kenyans who some of them don't think that Ruto is actually a corrupt person. And for them, they think that we need to balance this corruption. We need to, if he steals Weston, then Weston is too small. There are other people who have stolen big things, you know. So, and that is a generation and people that we need to look at. And that's why I'm saying beyond this, we need a conversation as Kenyans where we can define stuff, you know. Getting upset as Kenyans, I think, will not solve much because they will bury their eyes, but you never know what they are thinking, and it will still be something that is waiting to happen. So I don't think there's a comment from Mora before I bring Stone PK.
I mean, he's trying to bring some incitement, and I think it's too late for that. And for the people in the comments, they are trying. Some of them are, of course, supporting him because they don't have the guts to come here and like talk like he was talking. But I don't think they're getting anywhere with that. We cannot incite people at this point, and he cannot definitely. He doesn't know where the mountain is at this moment. So let's just keep our conversation going. If we can, let's stop engaging G. It really is just distracting us. That's what I'm thinking right now. It's just a distraction for us, so we don't talk about anything else, so we don't talk to our people to go out and vote. He is trying to distract our agenda here. Thank you.
Stone PK, karibu.
Asante Temba. Sijui kwanza ni kule njaro kwanza nivute pumzi. Acha nivute pumzi Temba. Yes.
Mato, karibu.
Asante Demba, I really appreciate. Personally, I wasn't gonna come in today. I was just gonna listen to you guys. You know, I'm always there listening to you guys and everything. Good conversation. I had to say something about G because last time when we had the post-election violence, is the same discussion that he was trying to bring up. Yeah, watu wameamua watalipa rent, Raila akiingia, and that is what made people from Kibera, watu wengi, to start these fights, and it cost people's lives. Kenya, we don't want that thing anymore. Of course, we are not going to have it. But then when you have somebody that's talking like that a day before we vote, you know, you can trigger something that does not even make any sense. And we cannot allow that, Demba. I mean, we are a place, Mali, we've already reconciled with some things. We did lose so many people. And those were not just toys. It was lives. We cannot have something like that. Somebody that speaks like that should, you know, Matiang'i should know about him. Because you're inciting people. We will not do that. We will not have another fight in our country. Never, ever, ever again. We will live as Azimio la Umoja declaration of unity. We will not care about who you are, Kikuyu, or who will pay rent. Come any landlord, please, chukua rent yako. We will live as a one Kenya that is united. And especially with just 2 days to go, 1 day to go, it's very wrong to let somebody like that speak like that. I'm so sorry. I wanted to sit down with him and because I wanted to show him the numbers. And probably then, but you're very right saying that we don't even need this to prove anything. You know, maybe my numbers, I think it's too late. They will show themselves in about a day or something. But other than that, I am urging all the Kenyans not to listen to people like this, but to go out and vote. And please, vote blue, give it a chance. And I know we will be victors. We will be winning, not us. Raila and Mother will be the next president and vice president. And you will see a whole good Kenya that does not care if you're a Maasai, if you are a Kikuyu, if you are a what, if you voted for them, if you did not vote for them, you will be there. Sasa, ukiwa ni mhalifu, shida yako. Cheza kama wewe. Because you will be answerable. And that's the Kenya we want because we are moving from a third world country to a first world country and we are not taking anything. And we are going to be the hub of Africa. We are going to be the capital of Africa. according to the Hansard in the East African parliamentary seat. Go look for it if you can find it. I wish ningeweza kuipata ningewatumia hapa. I have it on my phone. Yes, Kenya is promoted to be there. We will move forward. People like G, I have no business, especially a day before. I don't have that business for that. I'm so sorry Demba. Nimekuja nikiwa mkali leo na unajua mimi ni mtu wa kucheka. But nashukuru sana, nitawaacha muendelee. Kesho ni kazi, but I will be here when you start the 24 hour. I will be here. I'll support for as much as you guys need me. I love you guys. Mama Maggie, nice to see you again. Mama Mora, Miss Mora, Julia Stone, thank you. Na Bob Papa amenihepa leo lakini thank you. Nitawaacha lakini nitakuwa nawasikiza. If you need me, sema tu mato atatokea.
Stone PA, karibu sasa.
Thank you bwana ndugu Temba na dada yetu huko Julia, naona Megi, naona Mato anaishia. Mora, how are you? And Bob Papa naona ameingia. Mjambo nyote. Now yeah, this journey imetu exhaust kweli. So any silly comments and this any silly thing mtu akifanya afanye akiwa mbali kabisa, because anaweza shikwa na stima saa hii. We are all very electrified. So ukiona moto, yani watu huko kwetu tunasemanga tunaasha moto ya blue, yani blue flame ile, hiyo ni noma. Now I want to begin by commenting on Uhuru. You know, people, when I say people, I'm talking about the KK, the Kenya Kufa group. They are so bitter about Uhuru's two blows, actually, the killer blows that he has thrown the last hours, actually. He chose to address his people, but as at Mutembei and the other stations, we had predicted it, that his approach would be very different, subtle and lethal. And that is exactly what he has done. He has done it the traditional way. The traditional way is that Mudhamaki does not go shouting on the road, shouting in the market like a madman. If he decides to talk to a group he finds on the road, he tells them let's sit under a tree, and they say it in Kikuyu, Toshire Tanyoba. So they sit and they talk and a very low tone, and they talk in parables, such that even if you are there and you don't belong there, wewe utakuwa tu unaona watu wanafanya kichwa hivi, and they say it again in parables and in very few words. What do I mean? Uhuru has chosen last the nail. He told his people, you elected me, you gave me authority, I am your leader. I did not give that to myself. You blessed me. I have done it. I've helped, and he enumerated all that. I don't want to go through the list. But most important, then he told them, if you believe that you have all this, I've done this, and you are the one who sent me to do all this, why would you not believe me when I tell you that this is the way? Because what is the job of a leader? What is the job of a head of a family? He said, I think one of the best qualities of a head of a family is leading or showing. Kumulika, ninamulika, njia ndio hii. And those were his words. He said, if you trusted me all along, and if you believe that you are the one who sent me there, and you believe I've been your Mudhamaki, now I want to leave you in some very safe space. And the safe space is XYZ. All right? And that's it. And then he said, of course, you may you may take a cow to to the drinking water na inaona maji na ikatae, hiyo utajua ni gonjwa, ni ya kufa. That is very strong. Ukiona unapeleka ng'ombe mpaka kwa maji na ikatae kunywa, hiyo inakufa. Hata usichinje, imeoza, ina ugonjwa mbaya. So hiyo ni kumaanisha watu wale wako upande ya mlima wamekataa kusikia sikio la kufa alivaji, sikio la nini Pemba, sijui sikio la something alisikii dawa, sikio la kufa alisikii dawa. Alright, so that has created a lot of bitterness, and it's because it has resonated very well in the mountain. When we say it has resonated very well, the mountain does not have to vote 100% to Uhuru. Okay, what Uhuru needs is his bigger majority, his people, and he was calling them my people. I would not want you to feel or to be in the same space that you had for XY years. He was referring to the Moi era. He enumerated how the mountain, particularly, and these are things that we must say. The truth must be said. I know in Kenya we like sugarcoating. The truth is that Kikuyus walikandamizwa mbaya mbovu kuliko wale wengine wote by Moi regime, and that is true. It's a fact which even our young people should be told. Yeah, that mountain ilikandamizwa mpaka kahawa ikakosa bei, majani ikakosa, anything that supported, mpaka mabiashara zikakufa, akina macharia wakaangaishwa. Anybody who had business, they know what happened. What was that? If I kill you economically, I become power over you. All right, but God is so great that they did not perish. So anybody who had that kind of an agenda for you, sincerely, do you think ati anakuja akikusmailia akikuchekesha, you think anakupenda? Yeah, in Kikuyu there is also that proverb which says kuchekeshwa si kupendwa. I'll grin at you like this. It doesn't tell you that at my heart nimekupenda. So Uhuru has done excuse me, Uhuru has done his bit, and that is it. I would do the same. I would just tell you, nimewaambia, nimewaguide, nimefanya kila kitu, and then naosha mikono nawaambia sasa shauri yenu. He even reminded them that one of the things which I regret, and I believe it will be done by whoever I'm handing over to, who you know, the BBI will come back, which was meant, it was meant to help people according to their numbers, not only the Kikuyus. Okay? When we say 1 man, 1 shilling, it doesn't mean one tribe. It means Kenya. So wherever you are given equity based on numbers, whether it's Nyanza, whether it's Utaitani, yeah, so that money follows individuals, it follows people. I think that is one of the things that people will regret for having rejected. And he reminded them, he told them the benefits that it was bringing. So for me, I think Uhuru has done it. And if they can't, those who can't hear, hao ni wale wanaambiwangwa tu, sasa unawacha hao waingie ukule, wataingia, watajua hawajui. Then, of course, there are other, these repercussions, the KK, because having seen that, having seen Kasarani, having seen already what people have done, people have gone quiet. They are now talking in whispers. This is very dangerous for somebody who is losing, because you don't know what people are saying. You go for a meeting, unakuta, they are not even half they are not even half of your people. You start calling numbers, people are not picking your calls. That becomes very stressful. And that's why me, as Stone PK, I'm appealing to Matiang'i to ensure that he protects DP Ruto heavily. He should beef up his security, because anything can happen. He may hurt himself. So we need really to be very careful, and then he can be released after the 10th, after he votes. Yeah. So wacha nipumzike hapo. I'll come as we move. Thank you, Temba.
Julia, unaweza cheza video?
aliambiwa vizuri atuoli.
Yes, ni tuma iko kwa group.
Miti zikatwe.
Wacha nikutumie.
PK.
In the meantime, wacha
Vizuri atuoli, miti zikatwe. Nimesikia wamekatana wakijua what is gonna happen. Na umesense hiyo.
I'm very worried.
Yeah.
What is your worry, PK?
Bwana, huyo mtu akaanguka kabla tupige kura, unajua tuna postpone election bwana.
There's a possibility.
You remember this king of Nini of Tanzania who nyonged himself before he was captured?
Oh yeah. By the way.
Yes, it is dangerous.
So he should be arrested tomorrow.
Yeah, or even home arrest and awekwe achungwe tu.
Alafu apelekwe akapige kura arudishwe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nini sasa
someone in the comment section. Someone in the comment section said like they saw Ruto's family at JKIA airport this morning.
Really?
Yeah, I saw it earlier today.
Yani hata waipata piga kura. Oh my God.
But if you are in their shoes, okay, let's be realistic, okay? I think this time, Ruto has really worked hard to get this thing. Let's appreciate that. Ametoka mbali. Nalikuwa Stone, I think he saw it. He saw himself as president. What do you think? I think 5 years ago, alijiona any president.
Exactly. And you know, I think we took it as a joke.
Yeah, we took it as a joke.
Man, we took it as a joke. This man, alipoanza kurigi zile majubuli na nini, he knew. You look at the elaborate plan alikuwa ametengeza hiyo. Venezuela, then you have IBC in your hands. He was surely going to be. Then you bust that last minute. My good God.
Alafu, this guy, Stone Pika, I keep saying, alipanga, 2013, unajua, if you look at Uhuru, when Uhuru died on 2002, I don't even think Uhuru was serious on that thing. He didn't even care after losing. Hiyo kitu haikumpea stress, ati nyinyi mlikuwa mnasherekea ati Kibaki tosha, ati you are thinking that Uhuru was feeling akiwaru, ameshindwa. Hiyo kitu haikumpea stress, and that is why it was so easy for Uhuru to jump ship in 2007. You see?
Yeah. And you remember how quickly he read the inaitangwaje acceptance speech quickly at Serena. Very quickly.
Kumaanisha Uhuru has not been dying to become president of this country. So 2013 when they vied with Ruto, ilikuwa maneno ya ICC, na Uhuru akaona maybe we may escape this thing. I mean, so Uhuru was like, okay, twende. Alafu then Uhuru was like, maybe kutakuwa na peace Rift Valley. Lakini Ruto alianza kupanga hii maneno 1992. And 2013 he got the opportunity. And he said, this spoiled brat will make me president. This son of the president, this spoiled brat will make me president. Lakini sasa, you people analyze his calculations after that. After 2013, sasa, let me ask you, if I want something from you, PK, you people, nini ni mama, Maggie, na Mora, niambieni tu kweli. If you want a favor from a person, especially a man, how do you treat him? You treat him nicely.
Yeah.
And with respect.
Yeah, you treat them really well. But I think what Ruto did, he miscalculated. He underestimated Uhuru. He took Uhuru's quietness for granted. So when he got the deputy presidency, that's when he confirmed like he can be president of Kenya. Now with his eloquency, with his, Ruto can be very crafty. Ruto actually can be very smart, and Ruto is eloquent in his plans, but he underestimated the power that comes with presidency in that country, because the power in Kenya that comes with the presidency also comes with the power in the intelligence apparatus of Kenya.
Yeah.
So He underestimated all that. I mean, at the beginning, when Baba started his campaigns, what all we had Ruto say is like, wanibie kura, mimi ni mtu wa kuibua kura, you know, all that, and then like,
hata kama akifanya Uhuru
yes,
electoral commissioner,
our like the chairman of IBC, they cannot steal my votes. Who can steal votes from me? And then anacheka ile kikale yake, you know how he laughs.
kicheko kingine kibaya,
Kicheko ingine,
because
ina annoying, you know, like
this
like,
person, you see, you know why, Mora, this person for 5 years he's co-president, he's doing this, he's stealing tenders, he's doing this, and he knows his boss knows, and his boss doesn't do anything.
Yes, that's the impunity now. He did everything with impunity, and he was doing it in a way, you know, it will be hard. Even if Martha Karua says she's going to fight all corruption, she's going to have people like pay for what they stole. Do you know it's gonna be so hard for them to catch Ruto in most of the things that he has done? Why? No. Because he was using people. He was not going directly. So if they'll catch other people. Wait a minute, Maggie. They'll catch people that he used, but it will be so hard to pin him on everything that he stole, because he's a deputy president. But since he started the campaigns, he has tons of money. How did he make that money? Just ask yourselves, how did he make that money? He's paid, I think, 1 million shillings a month. How did he make all that money? He was very, very smart. He was given all those, I don't know how many ministries. He made sure all the procurement officers in those ministries were his cronies. He arranged it so well. They helped him steal. So whoever signed all those checks, signed the money out, those are the people that are going to be answerable. In most cases, it's not going to be Ruto, because I remember something like a little thing like supplying eggs to Moi University. Supplying eggs to Moi University. Ruto made tons of money. A tray of eggs was going for 3,000 Kenyan shillings. A tray of eggs. Isn't he using someone in there to release that money? Yes. So, but he is very, very crafty. But we are beating him, and he's not going anywhere. And in my own opinion, I don't think after this, Ruto will ever be president. Please take care of him. Who is supposed to provide protection for people that are on suicide watch? We need to have him. We need to have him on suicide watch.
Each and every money he's stolen is going to come back. Don't you see 200 million has been taken by the government? It's the same thing. The same thing is going to happen to Ruto too. Don't joke with Kenya. Kenya has got the most intelligent people in the entire world, if you don't know. So Ruto, that's why he was fighting so hard to be the president, because he knows when he's the president, nobody is going to interfere with him. But now that he's not going to be the president, he's just going to be a local person like me. What can the government do? They will do everything for that money to come back to the government. And that's why even Martha and Raila, they are always saying about there is money in the country. Those are the monies. The Chago has returned his, the 200 million, so the rest are also going to come back, because we have the most intelligent people. Intelligent Kenya is...
Sorry, Maggie. Anasema kitu. Maggie was saying something.
Whose video TV is on? Someone yako PK.
Sorry.
You have your TV na nini inaendelea huko on the background. Endelea Maggie.
Oh, I was telling Mora that in as much as you may think that Ruto is not going to return that money. He will. Because Kenya has got the most intelligent persons in Kenya. In fact, that is the special area Kenyans have, which so many people do not understand. Me, I know. In fact, in the entire world, Kenya hakuna mtu atawashinda na hiyo. So that is why Ruto was trying so hard for him to be the president, because he knows that if he would have been the president, nobody is going to question about his money. But now that he's gonna be as a local person like me, what do you think cannot happen? Those monies are gonna be returned back, and they will be in use. This is what the monies that Raila and Martha has been saying, that there is money they are going to pay the school fees from standard 1 to the university. So we are, and we hope that the monies Ruto has stolen from us is going to come back to us without any question. And even those people who has stolen from us, the Gachagua's money has been returned to the government. So what about the Rutos? It is just going to be the same. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Julia, you saw the I sent you a video of Uhuru being happy and singing. Yeah, play it.
I'm sorry, I know this sounds crazy.
Thank you very much.
Stone PK.
Hiyo unaonaje hiyo? Hiyo ni blues kali sana hiyo. Na Mdose ako easy. He's not like an outgoing president. I remember kwa hiyo interview alikuwa anaulizwa unaenda, akawauliza wapi? Aliwauliza Kikuyu, hala wapi? You know, it reminds me of Mugabe, and everybody was saying, oh, when will you tell your people goodbye? Akauliza, where are they going? Uhuru alishindwa, sasa mnasema niende wapi? And you know, he was so forced.
Wao wanataka waende wapi?
You know, I think even journalists wanabona some of these very funny.
Yeah, because
and then
where do they want him to go? This is his Kenya.
Then number two, this is a Kenyan. Hata aliwaambia ala, I have a bed, nina viti, Ishaweri nina nyumba. Sasa why are you so concerned? Imekuwa ni topic ati ninaenda wapi, nitafanya nini? Akasema hata ile kitu nitamiss, labda ni wafanyikazi wale tumezoeana nao. Otherwise the rest of you we will be meeting. Tukikula kambuzi, tukienda harusi, tukienda. This man, I think alimaliza majournalist kabisa. And I think that is where Kenyans should go. We should stop this panic, creating unnecessary panic at when a president is leaving his term of office. Is like ni kama mwisho wa dunia, and there should be a lot of excitement, restrictions. He is not supposed to say who is support. Yani, he stops being a Kenyan, he stops being a president, he stops being a father, he stops being a leader, he stops being hata church. Utasikia mtu anaambiwa usiende church sasa juu si president. Hey man, Kenyans, I think we need to really fast forward our ile kuchanuka, tujue kwamba presidential yetu ni 2 terms, it's a contract, na kila contract huwa ina mwisho, na ikiwa na mwisho unatoka una hand over to the next guy. There is no hulabalu, you know, hakuna hulabalu. And I like the way Uhuru has handled that last that press conference. Thank you, Themba.
Don PK, what did you feel when he said that I'm still in charge?
I got very excited. You know, I got confidence that we are winning. You know, that is what assured me. Before, all along, I've been in a lot of stress. But when he said that, then I said, Allah, there is no way anaweza kuwa na hii confidence imepita hata ya nini. He knows what we don't know.
Alisema, if you look at his body language, IBC should do its job. Now announce wasikalishe watu. 2, I'm still in charge. And we have deployed security everywhere. Na yule politician should not involve mwananchi in anything. Mwananchi kazi yake ni kuvote aende nyumbani. Hizo ingine politician kama ako na shida aende kotini ni haki yake. No, those were very strong communication he was giving out there. Anybody who thought that amekuwa lame duck, ile nguvu anasema ya kwamba saizi, na unajua center ya command imepelekwa Rift Valley. So he is saying that we are still in charge until another president comes in.
Which is true because Kenyans are behaving as if Uhuru is not the president. This man is the president.
And the good thing, Stone PK, the 2010 constitution imesaidia sana. We are not in a panic mood. You see, even if we decide tunarudia uchaguzi ama tutafanya next year, ama we have a president who is the president of the Republic of Kenya. We will be at peace. We will not be asking ourselves, President December ama ni Raila ama ni Ruto. There will be no such questions. So the 2020 constitution has really helped us. We are at peace. Even after, on Wednesday, we have a president. You see, on Thursday, we have a president who is the president of the Republic of Kenya. So whether we'll be arguing, nani ameshinda, nani ameonewa, nani amefanya hivi, we are at peace. So, these constitutional reforms have really helped this country. You remember the days when we had Kibaki, when Kibaki was on at night. You see those kind of things. Ati mnang'ang'ania KICC, nani ameshinda, nani ameshindwa. But while Kivoito was still talking, I was kind of shocked while Kevoito was still speaking, I saw another screen of State House of someone being sworn in. We no longer ever have such things in this country. So we have achieved a lot, you see? So hii story at the foolishness in akina Gachagua and the others, Uhuru amaliza ende. They should pray that we have no contentious election, because we have a contentious election, Uhuru will still be there. Hakuna mahali anaenda. Ama aje Demba. Uhuru is still going to be there.
Yeah, I mean, if there are any contestations and they bring issues, Uhuru bado ni president. So kama until he said kwa Kikuyu, yeye ndio bado ako na hiyo sword. So until he passes that sword to someone else, he is still the president. So watu wafuate sheria.
And
Yeah.
I like the way alisema ule atajaribu will be dealt with according to sheria. Unajua ukiambua kitu kama hiyo, kama wewe ni Mkenya, hebu piga kura uende nyumbani ulale. President akisema hivyo, unajua amesema usijaribu. You know only that this man is very soft. He should have been Museveni. Unajua Museveni anaongeanga mpaka anaongea na Kinyankole. So that you don't say you never understood it. Na anasema I like Museveni. Na anasema don't mistake, anaongea na lugha ya Kiluganda, Kinyankole na Kiacholi zote. Alafu anasema hiyo I'm talking that way, ndio mtu asije akapatikana mahali aseme sikusikia vile president alisema. Yeah? Because don't attempt. Ile inaandikangwa, please don't try this at home. Now don't try at the polling station. Amewarn pia IBC. Bas, alafu.
Na kuna watu walishikwa leo. I don't know, some people were arrested. Is it in Nyanza?
Wakifanya nini?
Well, electoral malpractices. Hakuna kitu mmeona nyinyi?
Yeah, there's a wacha nikutumia hiyo mchezo ndio
niko nayo, wacha nitajaribu kuidownload.
Ni Waluo? Wajaluo?
No, electoral, I don't know.
Election officers.
Election officers.
Unajua sasa they are being offered a lot of money. Ruto can give you, even if I was in Kenya, I would have ningevaa hizo vitu fake za nini za IBC. Na niende nimwambie anipe pesa, niende kwa baba nimwambie
sorry. Endelea.
Niende nimwambie tumeambiwa tufanye hivi. But this guy had a very comprehensive nini one.
Hiyo plan yake ilianguka.
Hiyo ilianguka basi, lakini si una imagine vile ilikuwa imetamba. But he had all the time. 9 years of planning is a lot of time. Because this guy left us 9 years ago. Kwanza hiyo pesa nataka kuandikia baba. We must sue him to refund all that money. That we must.
Hiyo mshahara mkula for 9 years.
Yes. Yote hiyo kwanza iende kwa nini?
Be complicated. It's not always clear if you're safe or your data is private.
Now get this, 4 IBC officials have been arrested in Siaya County for alleged electoral malpractice. And in Nakuru County, only a handful of voters turned out to verify their details at the polling stations. Bramwell Bwire has a roundup of the IBC preparations, starting with Kisumu County.
With just a day to the much awaited August 9th poll, IEBC is rushing against limited time to put everything in order in Kisumu County. Kisumu County Returning Officer Solomon Mudanya has ascertained that at least all the 7 constituencies have received the voting materials for the 1,170 polling stations.
All the materials required for this general election has already been delivered from Nairobi, and from the county warehouse. We have already sent it to all the 7 constituency tallying centers, that is for Kisumu Central, Kisumu East, Kisumu West, Nyando, Nyakachi, Muhoroni, and Seme constituency.
But the situation was different in Nakuru County. Only a handful of voters turned up to verify their details in the register at the 2,055 polling stations across the 11 constituencies.
What Mwananchi is supposed to do on Tuesday, number one, is to pray for our country before leaving his or her home by roughly 5:30 a.m. Before leaving home, of course, carries with himself or herself the national identification card, original. If the same voter registered using a passport, they should also carry a passport.
In Kisii County, the county returning officer, Catherine Chipkirui, was forced to call in agents to ascertain after one pellet carrying the governor's ballot papers arrived while damaged.
One pellet for the position of governor, and it's actually the last pellet for that position. So when the pellet came, it had a damage on one side, and so we just wanted to confirm whether everything is okay.
And in Diwa constituency, Homa Bay County, 4 IEBC officers were arrested after it emerged that they were holding a meeting with one of the MP aspirants with an intention of interfering with the 9th August poll. Bramwell Bire, KTN News, Kisumu.
Sasa hao wanajaribu nini?
Mambo gani haya? What is mambo gani hayo jamani?
Those are Kenyans. They will not stop doing silly things. So I think we're going really to guard our votes. I hope we have good agents that are not going to be bought.
Sasa hiyo wanasema damaged. What they should say, it was broken. I mean,
why was it damaged?
It's frustrating sometimes to be a Kenyan, honestly. Sometimes it's very frustrating to be a Kenyan, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, you know, because I think things that are so easy to do, we complicate. So wananchi tu wakubaliwe wa decide ule atakuwa, you know, either it's MCA, MP, nini, then kaende hivyo, because hakuna mahali kutachomeka. Now you're maneuvering.
I wish we could do it. You see, Matiang, when Matiang was the cabinet secretary for education, he conducted a cheating proof. I mean, that was above board cheating exam between 2016 up to when he was, I think he was moved out. And things like atik makaratasi ilikuwa imefunguka, those ones you cannot do that exam. Kila kitu inasimamishwa.
Exactly. Inasimamishwa exactly.
Kwani ilifunguka aje na nani alikuwa ni kulikuwa na panya? Kwa hiyo container ama nini? Were there rats that were eating up those papers? So if people could
wanasema walikuwa na ati ilikuja ikiwa damaged.
Ati damaged. What damaged? How?
Hiyo ni lugha zingine za ujinga hizo.
They ni governors.
Na nani wanang'ang'ana huko, ni governors gani huko? Ni Kisumu.
That was Uasin Gishu.
Oh, Uasin Gishu. Hiyo iko hot. That one is very hot. Koti moja na nani? Na koti moja na Buzeki.
Buzeki, this is the Indian man.
Buzeki is the enemy of Ruto number one, na ni businessman na ako na independent. The very rich man, ule anakuanga na malori za kwenda Mombasa.
Si aliuza kampani yake ya maziwa, aliuzia Uhuru.
Aliuzia Uhuru kampuni ya maziwa.
What do you think will happen to Ruto after the election? Ataenda wapi? You people, you are saying he be arrested tomorrow asijinyonge. Hebu tuanze kumsaidia kufikiria.
He will go where the family is.
Where is the family? Mlisikia wanaonekana yeye.
Atarudi kwao. Mkongo.
Hadi kwao ni
Mkongo. Wengi bana, hapana ni Mkenya.
Yule mtu anasema nini? Huwa anasema alikula, alisema wazi.
Alikula. Alisema huyo
Alikula,
mtu si wetu.
huyo mkale. So, yeye ni Mungu.
Huyo jamaa alimaliza ati alisema mtu alikuwa anaiba hata raba shule. Wallahi billahi.
Hey, jamani. That man said too much.
Ruto ataenda kufanya biashara. Atakuwa na UDA.
Okay, ataenda kufanya biashara, and then there are people saying that Waiguru was calling Mount Kenya parliamentarians aspirants wa UDA akiwaambia kwamba wajipange, hakuna vile wanaweza kaa nje ya serikali. So hata kama they will not be accepted in the government, they may want to be on the side, to kujifanya kwamba sisi hatuwachukii sana, which means UDA haitakuwa so united Demba. You think itakuwa na UDA? Itakuwa wapi UDA?
Hata
UDA itasambaratika. Wacha UDA, Kenya kwanza itasambaratika immediately after the election.
Yes.
So
kwa sababu kuna watu hawataleta kura. Sasa mnafanya nini Kenya kwanza kama mjaleta kura? Kama mtu ataleta kura ngapi?
Yeah, that is the question. Okay, then do you think, okay, somebody was misleading us here, this reporter was citizen Namani wapi? We don't have a leader of opposition, do we? We only have the minority leader.
Tuko na minority na majority according to the constitution as at now.
So ataenda wapi? So we don't have, so Ruto,
unajua he's not vying for any parliamentary position, so he not find himself in parliament. Ni kama baba si unajua NASA iliposhindwa, he never went to parliament.
Yeah.
And that is why remember it is so hard to make a comeback. You know, seriously, like what Stone was saying, seriously, last year, you people, did you really see a really big Baba comeback? Ilikuwa inakaa okay, hii kitu ni ngumu. Hii kitu ni ngumu. Even when people were saying that, even me, I was wondering, I was even thinking maybe Baba and Uhuru should front someone like Matiang, you know, someone young, energetic, so that askume ujamaa. I was thinking it's a wrong idea to have Baba, because now Baba amekuwa huko backbench, hajakuwa kwa parliament, you know, amekuwa tu kwa backbench, amekuwa tu huko. So it's really a hard thing, Demba, to make a comeback kama huko parliament. It's really a hard thing. Then sasa wacha Baba hana scandals. By the time we are done after 9th, tutaanza hadithi ndefu. Shamba ya Weston Hotel. People are saying that at we will talk about that. We will talk about that. Tutataka kujua hata kama unauzwa.
Hizo zote tunataka
maneno. So how will he get away with it? Let's say he may not be arrested, but atakuwa kama Gachagua. Hii pesa turudishie. Hii shamba turudishie. Hii nini? You know, it will be a case after the other. Contracts nasikia zimezimwa, zile contracts zilikuwa zimepewa na serikali. Sasa contracts haziko. Demba, kama ujui kama kuishi kama Julia, anza kuishi saa. Mimi ninangojenga mshahara yangu mwisho wa mwezi period, na singojei ka contract ka serikali, najipanga nako kama mshahara natosheka. Kama ujui angi kujipanga, anza kujipanga.
Ruto atajenga ya kutosha. Sasa wacha ende akule hiyo imetosha.
No, it is so. Remember, if you are used to getting these things, you get this so nice, you know. Yani unashikwa na mshtuko. So this guy will be struggling to get to hold on what he has, to fight with the government, to pay lawyers, to say anaonewa, anaingiliwa. Alafu what is sad, when Baba lost, Baba has a fanatic following. So this fanatic following huwa inamsimamia tu, iko kwa streets, iko wapi. So somehow Baba nasikika. Ni Mkikuyu mgani utaona Koinange akipoteza wakati wake ati anaenda? Whom do you think you will not see anybody on 10th December? Because these people utawaona. In fact, they'll behave like they're not the one who voted for him. They'll behave like, did you really vote for him? That's how they're going to behave.
Unajua Julia,
Mm-hmm.
the problem ile tuna face hizi, it's even Ruto akisema sasa na call hata kama ni demonstration in Nairobi. How many people will come?
Hakuna hata moja.
And the only demonstration that can cause issues kabisa ni ya Nairobi, si ya huko Rift Valley na wapi. Hiyo
Rift Valley people will not waste time in demonstrations. Come out my word. Even them, they are very busy with their staff. Wako na shida mingi za kushughulikia. And they're not the type of walking around on the streets throwing stones. Wakiku nao ni wengine. They have no time for that. So, uliona mkutano ya Nyayo Stadium, what happened? We people, if you want to see Ruto is stressed, he begins speaking in English. I tell you, even if you don't like me, I don't care. Even if you don't like what I'm doing, I don't care. Even if you want to know Ruto is stressed, he begins speaking in English. Sasa akiongea kizungu yote.
Lakini ukweli hiyo ni utoto makini. Hiyo si ni utoi sana. When you start lamenting, oh, kama unipendi ni sawa tu. Kama ni achana na mimi. Really?
Kwanza hiyo aliongea hivyo ati sijui kama unipendi. Sasa hiyo ndio nini?
Ndio nitakupenda nikupeleke wapi mwanaume?
Sasa hivyo hata unataka upendwe ama una campaign.
Sasa hiyo anakuanga na stress. If you don't like me, I don't care. Even if you don't like where I come from, I don't care. You don't like what I'm doing, I don't care. So if you don't know his stress, unajua kama uko kwa campaign utasema sera zetu ni hizi. Sisi tunataka watoto wenyu wasome, tunataka tuangalie maneno ya hospitali, tuangalie saa hizo hananga sa akona pressure ile mbaya, so he begins saying I don't care. Wewe Uhuru, unaenda ukitembea ukisema utitaki, I don't care. Mwambieni bwana Uhuru hata kama nilimpigia kura, kama hataki unipigia, sitaki kura yake ama kura yake ni moja. Mwambieni huyo kitendawili.
Yule munini, sijui ni MP kwa Bahati. Vile alikuwa naongea asubuhi leo. Oh my God. What is wrong with these older people?
Yeah, I saw him. So that is called panic, because when you are not panicking, you organize your points and you go tell people that mko na shida hii na tunataka kufanya hii ndio tufanye hivi. Lakini when Maggie amenikasirisha, Maggie najua I come up with all things. Najua upendi nywele yangu, I don't care. Even if you don't like my hair, I don't care, Maggie. Even if you don't like my earrings, I don't care. I know upendi watoto wangu, Maggie. I know. Yani hata sisemi
nimeweza kusaidia na nini usiue watoto wangu please.
Yeah, you come up with all allegations. Usiue watoto wangu.
So watoto wangu for what?
No, unajua Maggie, that was supposed to create emotions so that people can rise and start saying that unaenda kuua watu wetu, wakaenda wakahesabu Gachagua, wakahesabu sijui Moses Kuria. Walikuwa nafikiria sasa watu watakuja wakasirike waanze kusema ikwe ni kama wave. It didn't work.
It didn't work really.
It didn't work because it turned. Another story came up that they are the ones planning to assassinate somebody and create chaos. Whether that story came up, whether it was true or not, it worked. It made some sense. So what they were trying to create worked against them. So Jana ama ni Jews Saturday, when he went to Nyayo Stadium and he began speaking hiyo kizungu yake, ukitaka kujua amelose anaanza kizungu. So he ended up the meeting, he was so stressed because people who were there were in yellow na walikuja kibarua, walikuja kulipwa. So he was getting frustrated that must I spend so much money to even bring this crowd. Sasa vile alikuwa na stress akatoka akaenda Kiringiti. Hapo ndio alikumbuka hata ningeomba. So he began
tuko na hiyo clip. Hiyo ya BBC.
Gani hiyo?
hao watu walilipwa wakatoa shati matisha.
Sijaipata hiyo bado.
Sasa nione kama nitakutumia, but kama iko.
Oh my God.
So he remembered Maggie, he remembered to pray. Unajua jamaa alikuwa na stress na hiyo, I think hiyo maombi yake ilikuwa part of the program in Nyayo Stadium. Sasa unaona akafika Nyayo Stadium, akaangalia akaona I have to spend all this money to bring people here. Yani sina fanatic following. So that's why he was saying, even if you don't like me, I don't care. If you don't like our people, I don't care. If you, hizo ni statements na za hasira. So when he reached Kiringiti, he remembered I was supposed to pray. Then he said, ebu tuombe.
Unaweza cheza nini ya Sky News?
He said, let's pray.
Sky News italeta tafash.
Akasema, tuombe. Wacheni tuombe.
Yeah, na akaomba.
Hizo ni stress. Hizo ni stress. It's just, I don't know.
Nilikuwa nataka niwachezee video moja hapa ya watu ambao watasimamia uchaguzi ndio muwajue vizuri. Ni introduction tu ya watu ambao watakuwa in charge of election. Let me see.
Now, welcome back. You're still watching State of the Race here on Sunday night, 7th of August, 2022, as we head to the general election. Now, in the lead up to the end of campaigns, the Azimio presidential ticket traversed some 14 counties, making more than one visit in some. They were in vote-rich counties of Kirinyaga. You can see there Kirinyaga, Kiambu, Nairobi, Lamu, Kilifi, Mombasa, Vihiga, Trans Nzoia, Bungoma, Busia, Kakamega, Siaya, Kisumu, and Kisii counties. But of course, you will notice that this does not include all other campaigns by the Azimio team to other areas, especially by leaders that are not within the presidential ticket, including those visits made by one Kalonzo Musyoka. But the Kenya Kwanza team, on the other hand, I just want to take you there. They made some visits, of course, alongside other engagements that included 2 major press conferences, found the time to tour a total of 14 counties during the week, with several stopovers in those counties, even on diverse days. They made stops in Nandi, Uasin Gishu, Baringo, Nakuru, Nyeri, Murang'a, Kirinyaga, Kiambu, Makueni, Mombasa, Laikipia, Nyandarua, Narok, and Nairobi City County. Of course, that's where they finalized their tour. But on further analysis of the visits, you will notice that over the last 41 days, the Azimio presidential ticket of Raila Odinga and Martha Karua made at least 57 visits to the counties. Sometimes both were together, while at other times they toured separately. You notice that this does not include all other campaigns for the Azimio ticket that may have been organized by other leaders, including, like I told you earlier on, Wiper's Kalonzo Musyoka. The Kenya Kwanza presidential ticket of William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua made at least 70 county visits over the same period, and this figure has only factored 1 visit per county per week. Meaning, for instance, this week, the Kenya Kwanza team visited Nakuru more than once, but we have only counted Nakuru County once, and the same applies to the Azimio team. Something else that happened during the week is exactly today that we saw that the presidential candidates and their running mates had a rather quiet day, some of them turning to prayer ahead of the big day. And of course, we'll be seeing more of that in our bulletin later on. But now I want us to take a look at these gentlemen and ladies that are at the center of the election conduct at the Bomas of Kenya. Started by looking at their profiles. We start with Wafula Chebukati, who is the chairperson of the commission. He has been the chair since January 2017. He will retire January 2023, of course, after serving 6 years that is not renewable. He has a Master of Business Administration from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. He has a Bachelor of Laws from University of Nairobi. He has a diploma, postgraduate diploma of law from Kenya School of Law. He has experience of 36 years plus, of course, in the legal profession, and he is a member of the Law Society of Kenya, ICS, ICJ Kenya, and so many other events that he has been able to achieve. Let's focus on the other commissioner, and in this case, we focus on Juliana Cherera, who is the commission vice chair. She was appointed to the commission in September 2021. She retires September 2027. You notice? 2027 September, just a month after the general election of that year. So you can start thinking about how that portends. Now, she is also the chair of the Voter Education Committee. She has a Master of Education and Leadership from Kenya Methodist University. She has a Bachelor of Education Arts from Kenyatta University. She has also studied project management from the Kenya Institute of Management, and of course, so many other experiences that she has had, including more than 18 years in education management. The other commissioner that you want to profile here is Professor Abdi Guliye, who has been a commissioner that commission since January 2017. He retires in January 2023, which is next year. He is the chairperson of the Election Operations Committee. Previously, he was the chair of the ICT Committee. He has a Doctor of Philosophy in Animal Nutrition from the University of Aberdeen, Scotland, UK. And from the same university, he has a Master of Science in Animal Production. He has a Bachelor of Science in Animal Production from Egerton University. And he has experience of more than 27 years in university teaching and management. The other commissioner to look at is Boya Molu. He's also been a commissioner for 6 years, more than 5 years now. He was appointed in January 2017, retires January next year. He's the chair of the IBC Human Resource and Administration Committee. He has a Master of Business Administration specializing in HR from Peria University in India. And of course, he has a Bachelor of Business Administration from Karnataka University in India. And of course, so many of the experiences that you see there. The other commissioner that you want to focus on is one Irene Masit. She was appointed in September 2021, that is last year. She's the chairperson of Legal and Compliance and Political Parties Liaison Committees. She retires in September 2027. Again, note, September 2027. She has a Master's in Strategic Human Resource Management from the University of Manchester in the UK, a Bachelor of Laws from the University of Nairobi, Bachelor of Arts in Social Work from the University of Nairobi, Postgraduate Diploma from the Kenya School of Law, and of course, experience of more than 25 years. The other commissioner that you want to focus on is one Justice Nyang'aya, appointed September last year and retired September 2027. He is the chair of the ICT Committee, having taken over from Professor Guliye. He has a Master of Arts in Education from the University of London, UK, Diploma in Leadership and Governance, Peace and Conflict, and of course experience of 32 years plus, and he is the former country director of Amnesty International. And of course, the other commissioner within IEBC is one Francis Wanderi, has been a commissioner since September last year. He's the chair of Finance and Supplies Committee that is in charge of procurement at the commission. He has a Master of Science in Management from USA, Bachelor of Education from the University of Nairobi, experience of more than 32 years in senior management, and he's also the former chair of EPZ. Now, that's the commission, but there are other people that will be working with them, and they are key to ensure that the operations of the commission are executed at the basic unit of voting, that is the polling station that we'll be looking at understanding who they are. We begin with Hussein Marjan, or rather Marjan Hussein Marjan. He is the CEO, was of course appointed in March of 2022, that is this year. He has a Master of Business Administration, Strategic Management from the University of Nairobi, a Bachelor of Commerce, Accounting option. He's a Certified Information Systems Auditor and so many other qualifications that you see down there. Now, one Hussein Marjan is also assisted by Ruth Kulundu. He has two deputies. The first one is Ruth Kulundu, who is the Deputy Commission Secretary in charge of operations. And of course, you know that she has been working with the commission since for more than 10 years now. She has a Master of Business Administration, Strategic Management, BCom from the University of Nairobi. She's an insurance expert. She has experience of more than 12 years. The other assistant to the CEO is one Obadiah Keitani, Deputy Commission Secretary in charge of support services. He has been there for many years. He has MBA Finance from the University of Nairobi. He has BCom Insurance Option from the University of Nairobi, Postgraduate Diploma from the Kenya College of Accountancy. He's a certified public accountant, and those are the qualifications that you see there. There are other officials that are crucial in the management of this election. And we are talking about this gentleman, Michael Ouma. He's the ICT director and has an MBA from the University of Nairobi. His primary qualification is from Moi University, Bachelor of Technology, Electrical and Communications Engineering. And of course, his experience is more than 20 years, but 10 of those have been in elections technology. These are the ladies and gentlemen that will be responsible in the management of the election at the topmost.
Bas, hao ndio watu watasimamia uchaguzi wako sasa. Sijui kama una confidence now.
Not me. Not me.
Me, I don't care Makiadi. I really don't care. I just hata nimeona anaitwa Marijuana. Alikuwa Majara. Huyu tulikuwa tunamuitanga Marijuana ama tunamuitanga aje?
Majan, you said Majan.
Maj something. So I really don't care. I mean, it is too late for me to care.
In fact, it's not too late.
Yeah.
Me, I care.
There's nothing I can do, Maggie. The only thing I become an African if I were able, and I hope that we'll have our agents there, Wakai Ngumu.
Yeah.
And let not wish what we shall have in our form 34 what ile ya kuseo deviate from what Chebukati will announce. Period.
Yeah, I think from my own view, I think these guys, the IBC has enough talent. I think they are capable of doing their job. If they want to sabotage, then it will be an internal thing. But basically, looking at the commissioners, they have enough experience. They can do a good job without outside interference. I believe that we will have a credible election. And Chebukati, with his funny sideshows, this time I think he has been nabbed. So I don't expect anything to go wrong. All we can do is just to encourage our supporters to get out the vote, go and vote. That is the most important thing. Even if we say we don't have confidence in IBC and we stay at home, then we are not going to win this election.
That's true.
I think we kuanzia kesho tuko hapa, let me see. Kuanzia kesho tunachapa mpaka Tuesday.
Mpaka che.
Yeah. So leo tunataka kulala mapema.
Oh, today you are not handing over to anybody. It's tomorrow una hand over.
Yeah, it's from tomorrow.
Okay, so tukalale.
Yeah, from tomorrow, sir, we will be handing over until the next day. So we want to move from tomorrow. So tomorrow we move, Tuesday we run, then we sleep after Baba amekuwa declared.
Oh, and just before I forget, if you come from the Mombasa area, there's a friend of ours here who wants volunteers. Anaitwa Bob Papa Azimio. Kama unataka kumsaidia kutembeza chakula kwa agents, he's ready to offer transportation, mpeleke agents wa Azimio in the Mombasa region. I think that is what he said. So you can get in touch with any of us, Bernard, Ndemba, Mamimi, Julia, tutakupatia namba yake. And if you feel like you can assist anyone during the election period, just feel free to reach out to one of us tuweze kufanya connection.
Now wakisikia, if you hear something that is not acceptable, any electoral malpractice, and we are live on show, you can just text. I think we'll find a way of communicating the same.
Okay.
They say if you see something, say something.
Yeah, if you see something, say something.
Say something. Something amiss, say something.
Wasiseme hear no evil, see no evil. No. Speak no evil.
Yeah, Ndemba, we want you as our viewer. Mahali unaenda kupiga kura, tembea, tutaweka link kila wakati. We'll keep on dropping the link, Ukipata nafasi ya kuingia Motembei TV, ingia utuambie nimeenda kupiga kura mahali fulani, laini iko namna hii, inaenda polepole, inaenda haraka, shida gani uko nayo pale, kama ni KIMS imekwama, mumeaddress hiyo issue ama namna gani, ndio at least tujue voting inaendelea namna gani. Sisi nasi tutafanya kila hima tukiwa hapa studio ku update watazamaji kile kitu ambacho kinaendelea. Na watu ambao mko kwa region ambayo mnajua kuna dosari pale kama zile ambazo zinaitwa polling station gush, mraise hiyo issue mapema, msingoje Supreme Court Ruto aende kuleta hii kesi yake. Alisema ataenda Supreme Court, so mnaleta hizo vitu mapema, tuna address hapa. mapema tunamalizana nayo mapema hapa.
Someone is asking text with Karen Anyaka, just the way you are texting now. I can see all your text. Just come back and send that text there. We can see it. We shall look at all the text critically throughout, and we shall communicate to the people who are in charge accordingly. Tutapiga nduru, tutasema kuna mambo haiendelei vizuri pahali fulani.
So kwa wasikilizaji wetu wapendwa, kuanzia kesho saa 3 Mtembe TV will run for 24 hours. Tukiweka link kesho, no stopping until Baba aingie Ikulu. So you can sleep, wake up, you can always log in, watch Mtembe. We'll start tomorrow, and we have already organized ourselves how we are going to be coming in and moving out. So kindly stay tuned. We will make sure that we cover as much as possible. Thank you so much. We want to take our closing remarks so that we go rest, and hopefully we meet again tomorrow. So let's hear, we'll start with Maggie. Maggie Amanda. Hi, tuende Miss Mora. Alafu PK, Makiadi, Julia.
For me, actually, this is the longest I've been on this show today. I've been here like I think since they opened, going out and coming back. The last thing I need to say tonight is let's go get out and vote. Obama said, "Go vote. Stop talking about your opponent at one point and go vote." And I'm so happy that there's no hiccups anywhere, there's no violence anywhere, and let's keep it that way. Like I said earlier, we are all Kenyans. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter who, at the end of the day, we are all Kenyans. It doesn't matter, Baba becomes president, Ruto becomes president, we are back to square A. We are Kenyans, we have a country, we love our country, and we still have to be neighbors and we have to be friends after elections. So let's not take anything. I know elections can bring a lot of emotions, but at the end of the day, on Wednesday, Thursday, this coming week, we'll have known who is the president or the projected president, but we still have to, we have each other, we are brothers, we are sisters, we are relatives. Even if we don't vote for the same candidate, we still have to coexist after the elections. Kenya will be there for us. Thank you.
Son PK, asante Miss Mora.
Our last round, eh? Yeah, mimi naomba tu tuambie Wakenya wetu.
Son, is it me or your audio?
It's my audio. Am I okay now?
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, Semba, Richie, mambo, umepotea sana. Umekuja tukimaliza bwana. Kama ni aje? Ama ndio unashikilia shift ya pili, ya tatu? Okay, for me, I still do my rallying call that let's all support in whichever way we can to facilitate our elders, those who may not be able to access the polling station in the way of, for example, transportation. Wengine huko mashinani unakuta mtu anasema afungi kioski yake kwa sababu ya kupiga kura, afadhali auze whatever. If you can, mpatie hiyo shilingi 100, mwambie afunge for 1 hour, 2 hours. You know, donate just to make sure that nobody gives excuses. We want everyone to vote. Also, it's good to remind everyone else that this vote is a must. Hii kura ya this time around, it's no joke. It's a matter of life and death, literally. Kwa Kiswahili ni kumaanisha kura ya mwaka huu si kama zile nyingine zote. ni kura ya ajabu, ni kura ambayo itaanza Kenya mpya, mwanzo mpya. Actually this is the true mwanzo mpya ambao utakuwa ni mwanzo wa mbinu tofauti kabisa za kuweza kuunganisha nchi yetu. It is the first time tutavotia rais ambaye ataanza mkondo wa kuunganisha Kenya kabisa kabisa, namna ilivyokuwa nia ya viongozi wetu 1963 when we got independence. The aim of our leaders then was that we have devolution. Tulikuwa tuanze na majimbo straight away. You can imagine how far we would have gone. So fast forward 2022, that is now coming with the true leadership of those who believe in it. That's why there is no other way other than voting Baba and Martha. Thank you very much. Asanteni.
Makedi.
Unajua kitambo siku zile Christmas ilikuwa Christmas. Tulikuwa tunanunuliwa nguo mpya. Na hiyo usiku ya mkesha kwa mkia Christmas 24 kwa kwenda 25th huko unapata usingizi. Uko unashindwa hii asubuhi itafika saa ngapi ndio nivae nguo yangu ya Christmas. So usiku wa leo Monday ni I have that feeling, although I might not be on the ground as such, but I have that feeling, kale feeling unasikianga ukiona excitement, there's something big coming, it's something big just about to happen. Na wewe kama unapiga kura, that is hiyo feeling hiyo ndio unafaa kuwa nayo, yani hata usilale, wewe ngangana kabisa ufike kwa polling station mapema sana na umake sure umebeba ID yako, na kama una ID, kama uliregister na passport, make sure umebeba passport yako na ujiwakilishe pale. Enda pale na mikono misafi, usipake mafuta mingi, utahangaika sana kuwa identified pale kwa Kimskit. So mikono iwe safi ndio hao watu wasiharibu kura yako. Enda pale kuwa identified na ile kitu ulitumia kujiregister. Chukua ballot paper yako, hakikisha ballot paper yako imestampiwa. Enda pale na hiyo ballot paper yako, ingia pale, angalia blue nyota 5, sijui ni 5 ama ni 6. Alama ni R. Ya yellow inaitwaje kwa Kiswahili Ndemba? Kijani kibichi ni green,
Yellow ni manjano.
Manjano. Alama ni ya manjano, R ya manjano.
Hey, it's actually not yellow, it's orange.
Orange, right?
Yes.
Golden.
Yellow is UDA.
Golden orange,
orange, yes.
Golden orange, right?
Yes.
Bas, naona mtu anatuambia ni manjano. So manjano golden, R. Baba atakuwa kushoto, mama atakuwa mama Karua atakuwa kulia, ama sijui watapanga namna gani picha zao. Ukiangalia wale wengine ni others. Kuna Ruto pale atakuwa pale chini peke yake. Nimesikia Gashagu alisema hataki picha yake kwa ballot paper. Hata usiangalie huko kwingine, don't waste your time. Chukua ballot paper yako ya president, weka tick. Atipike unasemaje? Audio. Umemute PK.
Sorry, nasema hiyo ni mpya Makiadi. Mbona alikataa kuweka picha yake?
Ndemba ndiye anajua. Mimi najua walienda kotini wakipinga wataki picha ya deputy presidential candidate kwa ballot. So we ukichukua karatasi yako, enda weka tick, hakikisha tick yako imestay within the box, usipitishe hiyo laini itoke nje kwa sababu hiyo itakuwa spoiled. Usiweke alama mahali pengine. Lakini watu wa UDA nilisikia wanaongea vitu zingine sitaki kuongea hapo. Walisema watapigia Ruto tick na waweke kwa Raila X. Hiyo ni shauri yenu. We mtu wa Azimio, weka tu tick moja peke yake kwa baba, hizo zingine hata usiangalie, don't waste your time there. Alafu uende ukachukue ujue candidate wako wa governor ni nani, weka tick kwa governor moja peke yake, isitoke nje. MP, women rep, MCA down the ballot. Azimio. Kama unajua candidate wako ni wa ODM, weka ODM. Kama ni wa Jubilee, weka Jubilee. Kitu inaitwa yellow color, wachana nayo hii akina, hata usipoteze masaa yako. Alafu unachukua baloti yako vile Hosea alituambia hapa, kifuniko cha ndoo, sijui nitaita ndoo ama ni mtungi ama unajua hii iko na jina ngumu sana. Hii kitu tunatumia kuweka mtungi, tunatumia kuweka ballot paper. Unachukua
Ni
hiyo
masanduku baba, ni masanduku
masanduku. Unajua masanduku tunafikiria ni majeneza, ni sawa tu. Kiswahili ni kigumu bana. Unachukua hiyo, unaangalia karatasi na rangi yake, kifuniko chenyewe kitakuwa kinaambatana na rangi ya ballot paper ambayo inatakikana kutumbukizwa pale ndani. So kama ni president ikiwa green, weka green ndani ya green, ballot paper ya green ndani ya presidential. Hapo usichanganye rangi. Ukimaliza kufanya hayo, chukua kidole chako, hakikisha umetumbukiza kwenye wino. Ukitumbukiza kwenye wino itamaanisha kwamba umepiga kura yako. Halafu unaweza enda upumzike, ukuje utazame Mtembei TV hapa, tukuambie yanayoendelea na yaliyotokea kule nje. Ikifika masaa ya jioni, ikiwa kila mtu amemaliza kupiga kura, unaweza tembea ukae karibu na polling station. Usiingie ndani kwa sababu hutakubaliwa, utaleta vurugu pale. Kwa hivyo kaa karibu. Ndio tumesikia watu wengine ukuja na stuffed ballot boxes baada ya kura kuisha kupigwa. So we kaa pale karibu, be vigilant, uangalie kura za watu zikihesabiwa, yako pia ihesabiwe hapo ndani. Alafu tungoje matokeo. Utakuwa umefanya haki yako kama mpiga kura. Usilale nyumbani, usikae nyumbani wengine wakipiga kura useme tumechukua. Bado hatujachukua. It's not yet over until it's over. Mambo ya watu wanasema ati ID inanunuliwa, mimi sijui hiyo, lakini wewe hakikisha ID yako uko nao kwa mfuko. Na hiyo excitement, kuwa na hiyo excitement kwa sababu this is ours now. Lakini sitaki kusema ni ours bila kupiga kura. So jitolee, wacha tuone tumefikisha mwisho na tutasema we fought a good fight. Asante Ndema.
Thank you so much Makiadi for the civic education. Usiuze kura yako, usiuze ID yako. ID yako ukinunua itakusumbua. ID, you need your ID for many things, not just elections. So usiuze ID. Haya, Julia.
Mimi ningetaka kusema kwamba Wakenya wanapenda amani, hata wenye wako bonde la ufa, na mimi siamini kuna Mkenya yote amepanga kuzua vurugu. Kwa hivyo nawaomba Wakenya wenzetu, hata tukipiga kura on Tuesday, tusiwe wale wa kutumiwa na wanasiasa kuvua vurugu, kwa maana we have a Kenya after 9th. We have a Kenya to go back to after 9th. Now, another thing that I want to emphasize what Makiadi has said about our votes. Our votes must count. Make sure that you make sure everybody in your household goes to vote. Hakikisha kwamba everyone in your household amepiga kura. Another thing, give them direction. Now, Makiadi has asked you to vote Azimio. I think all of us, I think most Kenyans now can even read the name of Raila, and I think he's Makiadi umesema picha yake iko hapo na ya mother iko. So every Kenyan know how baba anakaa na vile mother anakaa. Na you people, you tell us why Gachagua didn't want to have his picture there. I am yet to understand. I think we need to do some investigation why he didn't want his picture there. But again, I want to add this, that vote for Baba. If you are in Nyanza, you know the Baba affiliated parties. And me, I think Nyanza ni ODM. So wacha kujisumbua. Just put Baba, ODM, ODM, ODM. Kama ukonya. Mimi, hizo stress was zikuli za kujiuliza ati sijui najua PK, ati hata kama sijui najua Mora. I don't choose that stress PK when I'm voting. I just decide I want my president to win, period. So who is working with the president? I check. Paka kwa MCA. Sasa kama uko Nyanza, tunajua kuna ODM. Kuna chama cha Borea huko Western. Na I think kuna mahali kuna ODM. Kuna Jubilee, Mount Kenya region. Pay attention. If you are from Mount Kenya region, pay attention. You are voting for Baba, Jubilee. Wacha kujisumbua. You stop chewing stress for nothing. Kama uko Nairobi, tuko na MP wa ODM on one side, na MP wa Jubilee, and I think we have one for Wiper, period. Na tuko na governor, we have president, governor ni Gade Nairobi, senator is who again?
Senator in Nairobi is ODM.
Is ODM.
Is
and
Sifuna.
Is
Yeah,
Sifuna.
women
Senator
rep.
in ODM. And then we have Esther Pasaris, right?
Women rep, yeah,
Women
ODM.
rep. And then we have, who else do we have?
We have, so we said governor, senator, women rep, and the president.
And the president. Then MPs. Pahali tuko na MP wa ODM Nairobi. Stop wasting time. Wacha kusumbuana na hiyo karatasi. It is MP wa ODM. And where we have chosen Jubilee, we have Jubilee. Wacha kusumbuana na hiyo karatasi. Ata MCA. This thing, there's nothing to keep. We sit here saying ni democracy, ni nini. Objective ya kwanza is to make sure Baba has as many MPs as we can and as many senators as we can marshal in. And we want our county governments to have enough members of county assemblies. So Mimi have advised me, I have voted 4 times and I have never wasted my time to ask myself, who is the MP? It's not that I tend to be ignorant, but I always ask myself, how does my president become president without a good number in parliament? I always ask myself, yes, I don't like the face of PK. Lakini PK saidi anasaidia president wangu. Naona. So that is my reason and I'm sorry for that. So I'm asking you, please vote for Azimio and members of parliament. Don't waste your vote. Don't waste your vote. Don't waste your vote. Ati mara unataka independent, mara sijui unataka nani. Hakuna cha kutaka mtu hapa ama cha kutotaka mtu. Ruto ndio anasemanga hataki na watu. Lakini for us, we want to win this thing. We want Baba to get a landslide victory, even with the members of parliament and the Senate. We want him to have the majority in the Senate House, in the parliament, and we also have to have the majority of governors. So we gotta do this game right. So I'm asking you, fellow Kenyans, I believe in you. I trust you. I have so much confidence in you. You are going to do the right thing. Today and tonight and tomorrow, we are not talking about my tribe or where I come from. We are asking ourselves, in whose hands are we safe? Hata kama umetoka Mount Kenya, Mount Kenya sahi, hatuna kabila letu, tumeamua kusaidia Kenya to do the right thing, period. Najua mmevuka sakafu, kwa maana hata Black Juice alivuka sakafu, na mwenye leo alikuwa nangojea kuvuka sakafu, alikuwa ameanza kuvuka. Thank you so much. I know you are joining me so that on Tuesday I'll be here congratulating you for making me a happy person. Asante Demba.
What a passionate plea. And we are all passionate. We join hands with you, Julia. I have nothing useful to add to that very ably put out plea to our listeners. Don't vote wisely. Vote blue. Vote Raila Amolo Odinga. Kesho tutakutana hapa. Of course, kuanzia kama kawaida saa 3. Today we delayed a little bit, but we will be meeting here tomorrow starting 9, and the broadcast will continue until Monday. Like Makiadi, I'm also feeling, like that expectation. Yeah, can't wait to excel. You hold something in and then you just wait to do. And you want to say what the Akina Julia go through when they are pushing and then the baby comes out.
Ai Demba, wacha kusema chenye hujaisikia.
Wacha kuchoma. Ai. You will never know. You will never know.
I said I will never know. But when I see the face, they're crying, and then after that they are smiling at what they have seen. Now that period is where we are. We are waiting for Kenya to give birth to this beautiful baby, and this beautiful baby called Azimio. And we can't wait. We can't wait. We've had baby shower. We've had all those things. We've sang songs. We have. Hey, mko na filimbi? kila mtu ako na filimbi yake, because there's a filimbi itachapwa, you know, kuamsha watu na ingine ya kufukuza mwizi. So we have to be ready. I hope kesho kuanzia the broadcast tomorrow tutakuwa Azimio Blue, right?
Yeah, Azimio Blue.
Makiadi, Azimio Blue.
Hakuna kitu ingine tunaleta hapa, ni Azimio Blue
Sasa kesho Stone Picket, ile suti Makiadi alikuwa anasema tushone, siku imefika ya kuivaa sasa.
Hiyo ngojea hiyo acha kwanza, usiharibu suti na mambo ya kampeni ya nini ya vumbi. Ngojea, usiharibu.
Sawa. Okay. Well advised. Tutasubiri. Suti ni ya sherehe. Itakupiga sherehe. Black amekuwa serious. Unajua wale watu wanaokokanga wanakuwa so serious. Ndio Black amekuwa,
they end up becoming the pastor. That's what has happened to Black.
Black has become.
You are very right, Julia. Those are the ones who end up being pastors, kabisa, and they convert people vizuri sana.
Kama Paul, you know what happened to Paul? He was Saul, and he became Paul.
Yeah. And he wrote many letters. If he was to write a letter to Ruto, what would he be writing? The barua ya Paul kwa Ruto. aliandikia Timotheo, aliandikia nani? Barua ya Paul.
Waraka wa Paul.
Waraka wa Paul kwa Manueli.
Yeah.
And I forgot to say this, Demba. I forgot to say that let us pray for this country. Those of us who are praying. Sometimes watu waliniambia ati niombe Mungu anipatie the right leader. Me, I prayed this December that God don't hand us over to wicked leaders and corrupt leaders. That is what I prayed. I don't like to beat around the bush when I'm praying to God. I just tell him that this is what I'm requesting you, Lord, to do. Don't hand us over to wicked leaders, corrupt leaders. That was my prayer. So sasa kama mnyi mnajua kuomba, muombe. Pray for Kenyans that are still confused, that I had to make up their mind of the right direction is clear. Jana nilisema hapa Themba, nikasema if we all search our hearts, if like someone was asking, kwani mnaita Raila Kimguruki? If I search my heart, I don't have anything else beyond that. I don't even know where that came from, because I don't have a good reason to do that. Okay, if I search my heart, I don't have a good reason to say Raila ni mganga. Sina kabisa. But if I search my heart, even if atakama uko kwa UDA, akina Sanchez na wengine, you can tell me clearly that you really don't believe that Ruto is the right direction. You really don't believe in him. You can tell me, Julia, ukweli wa mambo kwamba mimi huyo mtu simuamini, if you search your heart. So for the sake of Kenya, search your heart. For the sake of generations to come. Hapa hakuna ukabila. It is not which tribe. Search your heart and do the right thing. And pray for this nation. I'm praying diligently.
Okay, thank you. Let's pray for Kenya. Naseme daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. The song that is in my heart right now, as we are watching Makiadi, as we are moving towards this very pregnant day, is Bob Marley's song, Redemption Song.
Redemption song.
Yeah, it's a very, very, very apt song at this time. You know, it's we are being redeemed from the yoke of corruption and corrupt leaders, and that's where we are going. I want us to, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind.
Yeah.
It's time for us to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. And that's what you're talking about when you talk about this.
The right song is na kila mtu atauchukua mzigo wake mwenyewe.
Na
siku hiyo ikifika Yes.
Hiyo
Yeah.
mimi
So can we have
yangu ningeongezea ya utavuna ulichokipanda.
Yeah.
Utavuna ulichokipanda.
Mm-hmm.
Hiyo wimbo Julia.
Watu watavuna. You see somebody say,
Future generations say
Watu
only in Azimio. Yes,
watu
Azimio.
watavuna ile watu walikuwa wanatukana Uhuru Kenyatta Thika Town, wakina Moses Kuria wakifikiria wanarana against Raila. Wewe ngojea.
Hey, but where is Moses Kuria anyway?
He said some
Ameingia Matimoni.
Miguu imeanza kufura.
Hapana, amedrown kwa mawiski. Sasa ameenda Moratina huko
Sijamuona. I've not seen I've not seen Kuria.
He's totally drunk.
So let's Julia, utatuimbia tena wimbo wa East Africa.
Okay, wacha nitafute. I thought leo tunaimba national anthem. Sijana tuimba East Africa.
Ulitukausha hapa siku 3, sijui ulikuwa umeenda.
I was praying. I was seriously
Julia ameanza kutembea mbali na Walmart
Ulikuwa umeenda Damascus.
I was seriously praying because sometimes
ulikuwa umeenda ni Kapernaum ama ulikuwa umeenda wapi? Kuna hiyo place alienda akaenda kuomba.
Yes, because I found that I was doing more I was getting tired of arguing with people. Na nikaona I think sometimes it's good to commit them to God, and it's working for me.
Hai. Tuimbie basi.
Acha tuimbe. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu, viwandani na hata mashambani. Tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Wala ametucheni kwa comment section, Anita Bobo, Wangari Rungu, Black amekuwa soja mkubwa sana wa Azimio. Asante. Ana Kanini.
Ndemba, kabla sijasahau, leo tunawakumbuka wale ambao walipoteza maisha yao kwa ile inaitwa bomb blast 88.
Oh, yeah.
Sijui kama unakumbuka.
Yeah. 7th August 1998, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, kuna wale ambao walituacha kwa ajili ya hayawani ama wale ambao wanaitwa magaidi. So for those who lost loved ones, for those who got injuries, kwa wale ambao wanaishi na majeraha ambayo yalipatikana wakati huo, tunawatakia kila laheri na tunaombea Karima azidi kuwa karimu, azidi kuwatunukia baraka zake, na azidi kuwa na wale ambao pia labda walipoteza mali na familia na jamaa zao kwa kipindi hicho. We are with you and we pray together with you. You guys, have you tried to visit the bomb blast place?
No.
Oh, kwa hivyo nyinyi hamjaenda Kenya kuangalia.
Where? Like at that embassy, the way it used to be near the cooperative house.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little garden there. It's really beautiful. They have like a garden there. They have like seats there that people can go sit. But I think there's a gate. It's guarded.
Yeah, you pay to go in.
Yeah, you pay to go in there. Yeah, it's
And they have,
beautiful. They keep it. They keep the
yeah, they keep it.
flowers and the trees really, really nice.
Yeah, and they do have a conference room. You know, you can have meetings there. They also give some videos, you know, to just take you through. And they have a monument, you know, with the names of those who lost their lives. So next time Julia ukienda, nenda uangalie historia.
Yeah,
It's
you
so
also need
sad.
to watch what happened to Kamodo. What he
Alafu
was
mwende pia Sachangwan, eh? Sachangwan pia kuna
Wewe
monument.
Julia, Kamodo alikuwa wapi?
okay, it's not funny, but the statement he was saying.
Kamodo, unajua yeye
What did he say?
Skati za ambassador.
Yeye alikumbuka
Julia.
pesa yake ile askari
Julia.
alitoroka nayo.
Julia, what did Kamodo say?
It was so funny, you know.
What did he say?
And then he had a lot of money in his briefcase.
Yeah.
He had around 7 million or something.
Who, Kamodo?
And,
Kamodo.
JJ, yeah.
Where was he going?
When the bomb blast, when it happened.
yeah, he you know, he remained up. He had gone to visit the U.S. ambassador then. She was can't remember her name, but when the bomb blast happened, they were together I think in her office. So her, because she had been trained, you know, in these places you are trained on when you hear anything blast, you go down.
Yeah, what to do? Yeah, you know what to do. Yeah.
Yeah. But you see now in Kenya, that is not a training they are given. So Kamodo remained up, and of course the shreds from the window and all cut through. But now he remembered that the briefcase, the security guy ran with the briefcase.
With all the money.
Yeah, the guy disappeared. You know, he ran for his life, but he went with the money. So he was busy for the money.
And the ambassador was Miss Bushnell. Is it the Kamodo was in the head?
Bushnell, yes.
Bushnell.
Yeah, Bushnell, yeah. So it was an interesting thing, but anyway, he at least he got out of it alive to think about the money. So that's the story of our life. I think Makiadi is good you brought it up. Tafadhali waombeeni wale ambao walipoteza maisha yako. She was called Bushnell. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Kamodo was a good guy, very committed to Moi. Yeye ndiye alileta hii kitu ya chama ya baba na mama. And he was always by Moi's side. That I think he lost many elections, but he was always being nominated.
Yes.
Was Kamoto ever elected Stonebigge?
Yeah, he was. He was sometimes elected. He was. What happened? He used to be. There used to be 2 constituencies in Murang'a. No, before that, I think Moi created a constituency for him because he could not beat Matiba.
Madioya.
Yeah, so Moi had to create Madia constituency for Kamodo. That's what happened.
Okay, good people. I think we can meet tomorrow, and
good night. Good night, everybody. I've never stayed until the end of the show. This is my first time. Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.
See you tomorrow.